for the day. Unfortunate. Alright, I'm not. Yeah. Dude. Yeah, we'll see if we get anybody to join or not. If not, then we'll just play something else. Or maybe I'll just do online races and actually win. Griff the porcelain punish. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I definitely have, like, some sort of sickness now, which is great, but, yeah, I don't know, bro. My throat's felt like shit all day today, and it hasn't really started feeling any better, so, I don't know. I might be down for the count, bro. Hopefully not, but who knows, man. I live in a fucking petri dish. So, there's all sorts of fucking disease and shit that spreads in my area because of the, you know, migrant nature of the population. So, pretty much everybody's an out-of-towner. Let's see, official Adam with the 5, dipping my toes in graded cards. Just got a PSA 10, Mewtwo AR, Scarlet and Violet 151. Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Did I do good or not? Long term, that card's probably gonna do well, but as long as you didn't pay over market price for it, then yeah, you probably
All right,
did
awesome.
fine.
Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Because I believe that card in Japanese is from the actual set and not a promo. Unlike in English, so usually Japanese set cards that have English promo counterparts do much better, typically, but there's a few exceptions to that. Like, I don't remember if that really shitty looking, like, Scribble Mew, which I don't remember the number, but I think it's also from 151. Of like the Mew, like flying above the house that looks kind of like a dollhouse. I don't know, but yeah, I think that's another one where the English was a promo and the Japanese was a set card, but I don't remember which one's worth more now. Back in the day, the Japanese one was worth more because it was harder to pull, but with the way English has popped off recently, it might have surpassed it. I don't know. But yeah, I think that's fine. Honestly, $100 for... Look at it this way. If you want to grade any card at PSA currently, it's $80. So it being a 10 is a, you know, a very good thing in a world where quite literally the number is limited now. You know, how many people are going to pay half the price of the card in PSA 10 to risk getting a PSA 10 or 9? So... Let's see, Oski Woski with the 2. Either way, I'm buying Space Marine 2. Gonna support 40k. Yeah, especially Saber, because then if Space Marine 2 keeps selling well, then 3 will be made probably shortly. Be my guess. We've already gone over the Downy Gate stuff, but, you know, personally, I think that type of stuff, like birth defects and identifiable genetic issues, like that would probably be like one of the few exceptions, I think, for abortion where, you know, maybe it is justified. Because honestly, bro, I wouldn't wish raising a disabled child on anybody. You know, the fucking trad cath larpers on Twitter love to fantasize about how heckin' wholesome it is to raise a 40-year-old, 8-year-old who smears shit on the walls, tries to rape you, you know, is physically abusive when they don't get their way, can't understand basic concepts. Like, they all love to play the fucking clip of the retard on the tractor, and it's like, you know, yeah, that moment's fine, but what about the other 23 hours and 59 minutes in the day, you know? So, I don't really think it's one of those things that it's as simple of, oh, you just wanted to kill your kid. It's like, no, it's not really. I think, you know, even during, this is the funny thing too, is like the whole Christian LARP. Even in the days of the early church, they used to encourage you to leave deformed or, you know, genetically fucked up kids, like retarded kids, Down syndrome, you know, born with, you know, abnormalities, let's just say. Like, even the church encouraged people to basically just leave them out for exposure, which meant, you know, just abandoning them in the woods or something like that. So, you know, so it's always been a thing that people have done, whether people want to admit it or not, but even at the height of Christian influence in Europe, back in, like, the Middle Ages and stuff, it was still seen as acceptable to, you know, basically just, you know, off your retarded kids, let's just say. But, yeah. I don't know. It's a pretty complicated issue. I understand why people are like, no. But at the same time, if they were in the same position, I don't think they'd be so quick to just be like, you know, all life is sacred. It must be preserved. You are going to be condemned to a life of raising a retarded child. So, no, that was the Spartans that threw them off a cliff. The Romans practice exposure, which is what I talked about, or slavery. You would sell your baby into slavery, potentially. Yeah, but it was called exposure. You know, the Spartans would just chuck them off a cliff, yes. But the Romans and the rest of Europe, it was called exposure. And you would just leave them out in the woods. And usually a wolf or some other predator would come along and, you know, usually eat the baby or whatever, so yeah. Or they would die of, like, the cold or what, I don't know. But, yeah. But that was even done in, like, the height of Christianity in Europe, so. You guys saw it today, too, that apparently the Pope said that no war is justified. You heard that, right? Dude, the cuckery is beginning hardcore. All these trad cath larpers that are like, dude, Christ is king. Christ is king, dude. Well, Christ tells you that you can't even fight in a war, bro, so better listen to Papa. AKA the Pope, which is what the Italians call him. But yeah, the cuckoldry of Europe will continue until morale improves. That's why I just kind of laugh when they say, like, oh, dude, if everybody just becomes Christian, then, you know, problem solved. It's like, no, that's not the solution, bro. You don't know who Schizo Garcia is? I don't know who he is either. You know, I thought I did, but he's not the guy I thought he was. The real Schizo Garcia would have bought that Tsuka Hime demo disc, but it's still listed. So, I guess he's gone, bro. He got raped to death by abos. Brutal, dude. A fate worse than the death itself. Only because you never had the guts to talk to a woman, Griff. And let me tell you, it's much more easy than to deal with chat. Well, that's probably true, to be honest. Talking to a single person is easier, especially from a social battery perspective compared to talking for like 6 hours straight. But, yeah, I don't know. It got confirmed yesterday, art is being made for a Tasuka Hime sequel. Well, yeah, didn't you say it was coming out in like 2030 or some shit like that? I thought you've already told us that it was coming. Not that I care or anything. Just do it, you coward. Which women am I talking to, bro? You act as if there's a massive, you know, selection out there. Just finished reading the original version. The one with the porn. Nice, bro. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see how long I can stream tonight, dude. My throat is, like, really fucked. So, I might have to cut it short tonight, but we'll see. It's already hurting talking right now, so we'll see. Oops. Yeah, I don't know what studios are going to be affected. Hopefully, I think Rare should be shut down, obviously. They've had way too long to work on something and produce nothing. I wish Ninja Theory would get shut down. But it looks like they actually managed to develop another Hellblade in less than 7 years this time. Yeah, it sucks, dude. Like, my throat's sore. It's like 70-something degrees in my apartment right now, at least. Maybe warmer. But, yeah. Shit sucks, dude. But, yeah, the AC repair guy is supposed to be here before noon, so hopefully it's not a big issue. I thought you Americans all have AC. Yeah, we do when it works. So it's got to get fixed. The unit's not blowing. Yeah, it wouldn't be so bad if I lived in like an actual house though. The problem is with living in like an apartment, you get all the heat that rises from the floors below you. So all the heat from all the units underneath mine rise up. So it's one of those situations where it's great in the winter because you don't have to pay for heating. But during the summertime, you better hope your AC is working. Otherwise, it fucking sucks. Griff, will you settle or be forever alone? I guess it depends on what you mean by settle. I don't really have a high, you know, list of expectations, bro. So it's not like I'm aiming for the fucking moon. You know, woman-wise. I'm just not really even looking is the problem, so... You know, if I want to win, I gotta actually play the game, you know? So, that's my problem currently. So I just don't engage. What team am I betting on for the World Cup? None. Absolutely none. I don't even know, like, who would be the favorite to win. You say you want Raymond's sex drive, but do you want the insanity that comes along with it? Therein lies the greater question. Yeah, I still need to play that one Atlas game, Unicorn Overlord. I've heard that's really good, but I've yet to play it. I did finish Metaphor. It sucks. It started off actually pretty strong, but it quickly devolved into the most stereotypical, predictable anime fantasy slop storyline. So unfortunately, the you know, quality I originally, I guess, was surprised by did not hold up. I was actually shocked it wasn't another one of those you're actually the true king the entire time stories, and that's exactly what it turned into at the quote-unquote twist, which I don't even know how you could call it a twist after you get to like the halfway point. It was so heavily hinted at. So that shit kind of sucked. I don't know, man. I was very disappointed with Metaphor. I thought it was pretty sloppy. Yeah, the racism bad shit, you know. Get ready for your millions of migrants, Japan. But remember, racism is lay heckin' bad, dude. Like, it's pretty obvious that a lot of these big corporations are prepping the Japanese for their millions of Africans and Indians. You know, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Sega created by a Jewish guy? No, I have not tried out the Xenoblade 1 update. The thing is like I need to get through my backlog of JRPGs. So, you know, I already was in the process of playing that Harvestella game again, which that one I don't really care. Maybe I can just drop that one for now, but I need to finish Ys 8. I need to start Trails in the Sky. And then, yeah, I would like to play Xenoblade 1 and 3. So... I would definitely be open to it. I don't have time for Tsukahime. I don't have time for a 50-hour fucking visual novel. I don't know, because that's like an independent thing, and, you know, whenever I try to play a game off stream that's not like a JRPG or like combat-centric, I literally just fall asleep. It's the same thing when I, like try to watch a movie or anything. I just fall asleep immediately. Bro, the Oromo game was like 2.5 hours. Tsukahime is like 50. So... that shit's like 50 fucking hours, man. You know what you did yesterday that mute was BS? I only muted you for a single minute. So stop N-word towering and it won't be an issue. So there you go. You know what you did. You know? I didn't do nothing. Shit, man, that white boy threw himself onto my knife. I ain't do nothing. It's 90 hours. That's literally impossible because, one, mutes don't last enter stream, like, or externally of the stream. So, I guess enter stream would be the correct phrase. But yeah, literally, if I end a stream and started up another one, you'd be unmuted. So, literally impossible for me to mute you for 90 hours. Second, the maximum amount is 24, so nice try. You're not the victim. You portray yourself to be Chud. You were talking about Tsukihime? Alright, well, whatever. I muted you for a whole minute, so in the time it took you to switch accounts, it probably was already over. So, once again, drama. Quit acting like a petulant woman, bro. You're acting like, you know, an angry woman. So we have pretty fucking lax rules in this chat, I will say. Comparably speaking to the rest of YouTube, I don't fucking really care about a lot of shit, but spamming in the fucking chat, especially a fucking N-word tower, is just autistic as fuck, dude. So sorry. You're right, I don't support the freedom of speech. First of all, you're not even fucking American, so you have no rights. Second, you know, I don't want everyone to have equal rights. Rights should be earned, not given. Like, inherently. You should have to meet certain criteria in order to enjoy certain rights. Were the Norse based? Yeah, I'd say so. Sure, why not? I bet you think cartoon drawings of little girls are bad too, you lose. Hey, that's slander. You'll be hearing from my lawyer if you keep that talk up. That didn't last very long.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Shit, my alarms are gonna go off. Fuck. I'll have to turn this off. Hopefully I remember. That shit's irritating. But as you can see, I do make a concerted effort to at least show up at a decent time. But sometimes either my dog's on top of my phone or I just sleep through the alarms because I'm tired. But the effort is made to actually be here at a certain time. Oh, there goes the other one. Nah, the direct was during my typical work hours, so I wouldn't have been able to stream it. Let's see. So Rogue Dio with the 2 playing Gears for the first time on Act 3. It's fun. Yeah, wait till you get to Gears 2 and 3. That's just a really good trilogy, and it gets better the more you play it, which is not always the case with a lot of games, but Gears is one of those games that at least the first 3 gets progressively better with each entry, so enjoy it, man. That shit's peak. Let's see. Forza Italia with the 5. Yeah, I guess we can check it out. Am I getting Space Marine for the Switch too? Yeah, I'll probably buy it. Why not? But how do people get through all of life without drinking? I mean, it's not really that big a deal, bro. Like, not drinking doesn't really change much. Life isn't really that much better just because you're, you know, popping bottles and shit. I don't know. I guess, you know, being, I guess, not necessarily drunk, but buzzed does make the more mundane more enjoyable, but at the same time, it's like, it's still the same shit you're doing regardless. Let's see, 88 Cragger with the 5, free Carmelo. Shit.
That's right! That's right! Yeah, crowd, white boy!
Yeah, Skyrim music is great. Jeremy Soul, you know, provides what his name would suggest. Soul. I think Carmelo's probably more of a syrup guy, but who knows, maybe jelly will grow on him. I don't fucking know, bro.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, there's like, the thing is with Skyrim though, it's like, I don't know what it is, but there's just like something so immersive about that game. Same with Oblivion too. Like, you know, especially for a straight white male such as myself, it just, I don't know. It feels almost like home in a sense. I don't know. It's like literally you feel it in your very being that it's like, yeah, dude, this is the type of shit I should be doing.
I can't afford this shit!
See, Chaga aiming at the 3. Kingdom Hearts 4 will sell more than Revelations. Again, let the record indicate that I did not bring up Final Fantasy at all. Just, we want to establish that early on, but, maybe at first, just because it's been so long since Kingdom Hearts released, but I think long term, the remake trilogy will absolutely obliterate Kingdom Hearts in terms of sales. I mean, if you compare the first year's sales numbers, maybe, but I think the remake trilogy will have longer legs, personally, but we'll see. I don't really care, to be honest. And let's see, Tejas Ranger with the 5. What's the holdup with your computer beside? Well, I don't know. It's just, it's waiting to be repaired, so whenever they get to it, they get to it, I guess. I'm kind of over checking on a daily basis at this point. It's like, yeah, whatever. It'll be done when it's done. And besides Final Fantasy VII Revelation, what other game are you excited for that's been announced? I'll definitely get a Stellar Blade too. And I'll probably pick up the Dragon's Dogma DLC, the new Final Fantasy HD 2D game I'll pick up. And then I'm trying to think what else I saw that I wanted. I'll probably get, obviously, the new Xenoblade, that'll be good, and then probably the new Fire Emblem as well. But I'm trying to think, off the top of my head, I think that's everything that I'm like, kind of looking forward to. How much do you want to bet people who begged for a 2D turn-based Final Fantasy aren't going to buy the 2D turn-based? No, this will be the cope, bro. The cope will be... well, it's actually a rebranded mobile game, dude, so I didn't want to pay full price for it, because, dude, that's, like, not worth it, man. I could have played it on my phone. So, that'll be the cope for why it doesn't sell. But yeah, the Final Fantasy fan base. Oh shit, let me turn these off. It's fucking annoying. Hold on. But yeah, the Final Fantasy fan base hates nothing more than Final Fantasy when it comes to playing a game that's not 7 or 10. No, you can't play it on your phone. I think the game's shut down. But this is like a reworked version of it where you don't have to like spend money on gacha slub.
I can't afford this shit!
Yeah, most Persona fans only watch the anime. Cosmic Reflection with the 2. Did you see what's going on with Ireland? Yeah, I think we should
Alright,
airdrop
awesome.
some
Thanks,
QQs
nigga. Alright.
for him. And some Jameson, dude. Oh, yeah. Give the fighting Irish more of a fighting chance. And Oski with the 4. Appreciate it, man. With the heckin' Pupperino, dude. Big ups. Much appreciated. And Chagashaki Gaming with the 8. Kingdom Hearts 4 was the peak of the Direct. Well, yeah, it was obviously the biggest announcement there, because they've been radio quiet on Kingdom Hearts for, what, like 4 years? Hopefully Kingdom Hearts 4 has a Sephiroth fight in Final Fantasy characters. Yeah, I saw some shit where apparently the Final Fantasy 15 dropships are in the background of the trailer. And apparently people spotted Sephiroth feathers, so yeah, I think it's a pretty strong likelihood, because I know that was one of the complaints people had with 3. Didn't it have like no Final Fantasy in it at all? Or if it did, like very little. Nope, the Ocarina of Time remake was the biggest announcement. Maybe? I don't know, bro. I think Kingdom Hearts might be the bigger deal of the 2, personally. There's a lot of hype for Kingdom Hearts 4, so I don't think there's any denying that. You know, Ocarina of Time, like, most people have never played that game who are Zelda fans, so... quote unquote. It's another Final Fantasy scenario where Zelda fans are huge fans of Breath of the Wild and not much else. But yeah, I would say as of right now, Kingdom Hearts was definitely the bigger announcement. I need to ban Schizo Garcia's alt account. So what you're saying is I should ban both of the accounts that you're using. Got it. I can do that. Be careful what you wish for, Schizo. You might just get it. You're Ricardo? I don't think so. What god do you worship, Ricardo? I like the big mushroom because it lets me drive like a woman, dude. Mr. Anti-Bully is Hayden, bro. I don't know. I feel like it's not, bro.
I can't afford this shit!
Hell yeah, dude. close. Yeah, that was just a different Mario. Let's see. Chagashagi Gaming with the 3. So are you going to try Kingdom Hearts 4? If by some chance I decide to play through all the other games beforehand, maybe. But I don't know. Probably not at this rate. And Chakashaki Gaming also with the 8. Ocarina of Time might be good because it's for the Soylenial crowd, like Raymond and beat 'em ups. I'm gonna play it, but I don't care about Zelda.
All right,
yeah,
awesome.
I'm
Thanks,
not a big
nigga. All right.
Zelda guy either, so. I mean, I'll probably check it out. I mean, Ocarina of Time, I've heard, is like the best Zelda game, so maybe I'll give it a shot. Since it should have updated controls, but I'm not really anticipating it. Dude, Deborah Wilson is basically the woke dog whistle. It's a DEI checkbox, so there was no reason for her to be in that game. Do you also think Final Fantasy is woke because it doesn't have a sex minigame? Final Fantasy's not rated M, bro. I mean, I guess 16 is, but that literally has it has multiple sex scenes. So that's a mute point, bro. Yeah. Or I'm sorry, a moot point, not mute. But yeah, that's a fucking you know, retarded ass argument because God of War is still rated M. The series for 6 entries had sex minigames or some form of nudity in them with its mature rating. The new games are still rated mature, but with no sex minigames, so they removed that aspect. Final Fantasy has almost always been rated T, so no sex minigames. But 16, which was rated M, did have a sex scene with nudity. So
I can't afford this shit!
that's kind of a dumb argument. No, I didn't watch the 30 minutes of Fable footage. I saw they posted 30 minutes of Halo and Fable. I didn't watch either. Dude, every time I see more of that Fable game, the worse it looks. So, I really have no interest in it. It looks like an absolute dud. Peach is getting all wet. Oh shit, I should not put that boomerang. Oops. I could just ban both of you. You know, rather than figuring out who's the real alt or not. You know, I could just ban both. It wouldn't really take much more effort on my end. You know, it's 4 mouse clicks instead of 2, so. Blood for the blood god, dude. That's not kosher? Well, I ain't Jewish. Yet. Have you guys seen, dude, I've recently gone down a pretty deep rabbit hole, but have you guys ever seen that ancient clay pot of Yahweh from back in the day with a massive schlong with his wife who also has a massive schlong? Like, I don't know what it is, bro, but the Jews have always been like sexual deviants, bro. Like, they've always been just on some weird fucking tranny shit. You know, even in the Talmud, they acknowledge that there's 6 individual genders, which was written, like, during, you know, the 0 to 100 AD era. Yeah, some might even say that they're the progenitors of Fudas. So, it wasn't even a Japanese invention. In fact, it was a different type of J. Based? I don't know if I would say that. Hold on, I'll pull it up real quick. Yahweh jar. Let's see. You have to find the actual one because a bunch of the ones you see online are augmented to where they remove the genitalia from the second figure because, you know, it wouldn't really look great. Let me see. There we go. But nah, look. Bruh. So that one's Yahweh, and that's his wife. It starts with a K. I forgot what it is. Oh, Ashera. That's what it's called. I see on the link. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I think the wife's hog is a little more impressive in terms of girth. You know, Yahweh's got a long stick, but nothing to scrape the sides. But yeah, dude, I thought that was funny. I saw that on fucking Twitter the other day. I was like, dude, what the hell? Because, you know, like, I've always known the thing about, you know, in Judaism, they acknowledge 6 genders. So, that's where all of our fucking, you know, tranny shit comes from, is, you know, Judaism. You know, it's why the Germans shut down and burned the books of that, you know, trans whatever research facility. So, yeah, it tracks. Somebody's car alarm's going off. Somebody's gonna be missing their rooms. Too much of a coward to debate you on what, Schizo? Schizo alt number 2, I should say. It's my car? No, it's not parked that close. About Clanad, I'm being serious. How would we conduct this debate? We gonna hop in an Xbox live party, dude? Hell yeah. What if I told you all the news and fake wars and political idiocy is to distract you from the fact that they're trying to blow up the apex of the dome and shatter the moon with base hosts in space? What, they're gonna break the firmament? The Mud Floods, uh-oh. Tartaria 2.0, dude. Dude, on all levels, anime is degenerate, bro. So, anime in and of itself is degenerate. That's why everyone loves it. So, it's just the right type of degeneracy. Dude, my dog's laying on my bed right now. I doubt he's gonna join me tonight because I have a ceiling fan in there, so... With my AC being out, you know, it's the only cool room in the apartment. So, he's probably chilling on the bed with the cool air blowing on him. Stomach up. That's how he was laying earlier. Feet up in the air. Not a care in the world. Let's see. Chaki Shaki Gaming with the 3. Are you going to buy the Kingdom Hearts collection for Switch 2? I might. I don't know. Why not? Sure. I don't know. Maybe I'll be more prone to actually finish them if I have them in a handheld format. It seems to be the best way for me to finish, you know, JRPGs and such. Man, I apologize, guys. I feel like shit today. Absolute shit. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Final Fantasy Resonance game. It does look really good. But I'm sure all the Final Fantasy fans who have been just, you know, yearning for 2D turn-based combat will be there day one, right? Does nothing all day, is tired. Well, dude, it's more so that, you know, I'm sick at the moment, but also I do stuff all day. It might not be physically intensive, but it's like fucking soul crushing. You know, staring at a computer screen all day is not good for the human mind. Especially fucking Excel. Griff can't sleep like Apollo does. Yeah, dude, I'm envious of my dog on a lot of nights. It's like, damn, man, he's just sleeping so soundly. What's that like? Must be nice. It's like that scene from Gladiator where he's like, he sleeps so well because he's loved. And it's like, yo, you know, a chud like me will never know what that's like, dude. Brutal. Let's see. Chaka Shaka Gaming with a 3. Sora looks like brown hair Noctis in Kingdom Hearts 4. Huh, holy shit. Give me a second. They might put Noctis in Kingdom Hearts 4, so maybe you'll get both.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I hope for your sake you get both. Why can't he just comment on his main account? Because he's an effing coward, man. He's an effing coward. And you are too. Schizo Garcia, alt number 1. Oski Woski with the 5. Nah, Griffin, the new Final Fantasy game looks like shit. I can't imagine. Never mind, that's slop. Yeah, I know, dude. It looks like shit. Oh, yeah. I saw they were showing this off on, like, some sort of panel or something, and it's huge. But very nice, bro. Yeah, it's supposedly a massive collector's edition. Like, the box is pretty sizable. But the cover art looks really cool. Nah, I don't think you're different, bro. I think you're the same. Yeah, I know you're Garcia, bro, and I know Mr. Anti-Bully is you too. So, I don't know. You love to argue with yourself. I might just have to ban both of them. It's too confusing, bro. It's, I guess, similar to, like, Genova from Final Fantasy VII. He's technically one being, but takes on multiple different forms at the same time. Appearing to different people as different entities. Can we get a poll to let the people decide? I guess. Yeah, sure. You know I love democracy. Ban them both. They're not me. They're fake. Oh, that's true, dude. There's Schizo Garcia in the chat. So, you know, I have to take his word for it, right? Maybe that's his, like, very brief moment of clarity. Ah, man. Griff is Leheckin democracy defender. That's right, man. I'm the last bastion of democracy. What the fuck? You realize none of these people are me? Alright, then we'll ban both of them. You heard the man. Yeah, I know. A fourth one has entered the chat. Dude, I'm just so sick of every game having celebrities in it. Like, remember when people used to actually be a character instead of actually being the character? Like, can we go back to people voicing a character instead of being the model for said character? Like, it really makes me not want to buy a game when I see one of these fucking retarded-ass Hollywood types that I don't fucking like. Like, it makes me less inclined to want to play a game when I see an actor I don't like on screen. You know, I don't really care if it's their voice as much, like, whatever. But, yeah, I'm very much sick of having, like, real people as the characters in my games. So, I wish we could just go back to people voicing characters versus being the characters. Chat is not the same without Brit. Well, apparently Brit's working now, so, you know, times change. So, usually Brit pops in around, like, 7 or 8 if I'm still on, but, yeah. Not really any other time than that. So, most people don't have my ungodly schedule. So... How much do I need to donate for you to 100% Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain? $1 million. In cash. FBI Gaming with the 5. I wonder if Carmelo and Renadog will be prison cellmates. Maybe. I mean, they both have an affinity for stabbing whites, so you never know. Well, I get why they're rolling them out over time, so they have time to work on them. So, Xenoblade Chronicles X, when they deployed that upgrade pack, it was kind of meh. They had to fix a lot. So, you know, Monolith is not a huge studio, so it's actually a pretty small studio, all things considered. End racism, never. Well, technically, you can just use a VPN to donate an Australian money, but, you know, it's not a foolproof check, Schizo. You could just, use your normal account like a normal person, but I don't know. You're like a online tranny, constantly changing your, assumed identity. You could always just use your actual account. A, revolutionary idea. Damn. Ugh. That does not feel good with a sore throat, dude. Jeez.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. So 16-bit Kikamura with the 2. Remember, Griffin, be smart, stay apart. That's right, man. I think early 2027 is when the leaks said that it's getting DLC. They want to wait until enough people have it to where people don't just assume that was all launch content. Because the problem is the bulk of people who are going to get Mario Kart don't have Mario Kart yet. So what Nintendo wants to do is they want to wait until a large number of people have the game and then release DLC. So people don't just assume that the DLC was there on day one. So... if it's a free update, I have no idea. No, Mars was just camping the finish line, so... let's see. Rix252 with the E5. People complain about no turn-based in 10 years. With the new Final Fantasy game, do you think they'll put their money where their mouth is? Of course not. They'll make an excuse that, oh, it's actually just a remaster of a mobile game, so I don't want it. No, they'll come up with some excuse to not buy it. You know, no one hates Final Fantasy games more than Final Fantasy fans. Remember that. Speaking of MAGA cock, have y'all seen all the pictures of that fucking Elle Fanning chick on Twitter recently? A true natural pog. That shit's been funny as fuck, bro. Her ignoring the brown delivery driver in true Aryan fashion. That was funny. What was once considered cringe and abysmal will somehow find a way of developing a cult-like following. Yeah, I mean, just look at Kingdom Hearts. A fucking chorus Griff would simp for Elle Fanning. I mean, she is pretty hot, bro, so... She looks like a man. Well, it's Pride Month, BK, so what's the problem? Griffin knows it's over because my hypergamy 5'11 is brutal and the big 26. Yeah, exactly, man. I don't know, bro. It's like willingly going to a blackjack table knowing that every single time you're going to be dealt 15. Why the fuck would you even want to play? Yeah, it is pretty crazy to think about, man. Like, all the traditions and, like, cultural norms and, like, little superstitions and, like, I don't know, just small little things that made, you know, life somewhat unique in the West is basically completely evaporated now. It's just replaced with consumption and, like, sports ball and, you know, that type of shit. You know, people don't really do anything anymore. The whole sense of, like, community and shit like that is just basically completely cooked. Yeah, most of those traditions are gone. Yep, they are. kind of crazy. There we go. Let's see. Oski Woski with the 2. Mars is the best mod, hands down. What do you mean by mod? Because he filters everybody in Mario Kart? Every man wishes they were spiritually born in the 60s? Fuck no. The only reason I would want to be born in the 60s is because I could amass an insane amount of wealth very easily. So, really that's it. But culturally speaking, I want nothing to do with the fucking 60s. All that hippie shit was fucking gay. And it's when the country got ruined. The hippies were a fucking kill shot for the West. Oh, he did come in here. Wow. What's up? Well, what's up? Oh, you're getting water. Good boy. No, actually, it's less Jover for Europe than the US. If Europe actually decided to get their shit together, it'd be far easier to deport 20% of the population than 45%, so... The US is already pretty much demographically done. So, Europe has infinitely better demographics. The only thing it would take is for them to actually get their shit together.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Nah, what we should do is just go, we should all migrate to Europe, rebuild the Roman Empire, and, you know, raise a massive temple in the style of, what was that shit called? Shit, what was Hitler's dome called? Like the Volkstadt or something like that? I forget. We'll just build that. And then, yeah, dedicate it to Sol Invictus, and we can all praise the sun. No, not the Wolf's Lair. It was that massive dome he wanted to build right in front of the Autobahn. The Reichstag? I thought it was like called the Volkstag or something like that. It was the Volkshale? Okay. Yeah, I thought it had Volk in it. Nah, DC's kind of lame, bro. We need an actual ancestral capital. So it would either be Rome or, I guess, what, London, maybe, Paris, you know. You'd have to do a lot of cleanup there. I guess Berlin could be another option, or Nuremberg, or wherever, I don't know. But I feel like there has to be, like, some actual link to Europe as the capital of the new Roman Empire, you know? It needs to be a former Roman city, I feel like. But yeah, dude, if I was, you know, let's just say immensely wealthy, I would want to build like a house kind of similar to a Versailles, bro. Either that could also be a potential capital. You know, that'd be pretty badass too. Revive like the old French model for, you know, basically the imperial court, where all the nobles have to like live under the thumb of the monarch. That would also work too. Could obviously expand, you know, the facilities, but nah, dude, you just want to be born in the 60s so you could rail some, you know, skinny hippie chick before the age of the internet. I don't think I would want to necessarily be born in like a different... I'm just thinking about it. I think I would still want to be born in like the same time period. I just want the knowledge that I have now when I get to restart life. I mean, I could make an absolute fucking fortune, bro. Like, if I would have known how much my Pokemon shit was worth as a kid, I would have just stacked all of that shit. You know? Or even, like, you could just buy fucking Bitcoin. Stick it on a flash drive and be like, yup, I'm good. Just buy, like, 1,000 Bitcoins when they were 10 cents, and then you're good to go. Never have to work again. And then you could buy Pokemon and, you know, double stock. And that way you could be fucking loaded and then, you know, bang all the chicks you wanted to. You would know exactly what's gonna happen so you could plan accordingly. Like, I don't know, bro. You could just basically be absolutely fucking just loaded. And then life would be on easy mode from there on out. Am I loaded? Fuck no. I feel poor, bro. I live a very humble lifestyle, all things considered. You know, if I lived in a cheaper area, I could actually buy a house fairly easily. You know, I'd be living pretty well. But because of where I live and my cost of living, I'm pretty much feeling broke all the time. Sucks, but oh well. What's my definition of loaded? Well, loaded would be like 10 plus million. You know, rich I would say is like 2 or 3 million. Wealthy is a different category entirely. That's when you have the means to generate large amounts of money consistently. And then loaded would be just like you have a fucking shitload of cash on hand. Are my parents proud of me? Hopefully, but I don't know. I guess so. I would say I've done alright in life thus far. So I'm not like a fuck up or anything like that. 3,000 a week wealthy? No. If you have to work for that 3,000, that's not wealth. When I say generate money, I mean like you literally just put money into an investment and just sit there and do nothing. That's wealth. When you have a means to make consistently large amounts of money without any effort on your part. Yeah, wealth is what I would define as a means to generate consistent money with little to no input on your end. What you're describing as being a high earner, meaning you make more money than you need to live off of. Ah, wrong one. Alright, I still made it. See, Osky the 5, we rarely ever see him in here, so he's secretly a mod. That's true. But we don't know which one. And Dr. Devarius with the 2, rent a dog's old apartment for your fan meetup. Oh yeah, dude. Can turn it into Griffin's gooning den, and then, you know, everybody can just go in there and take turns. Based and chud pilled, exactly. Have a big 82-inch TV in there, hooked up to a laptop, and, you know, you can goon to your heart's content with a massive 4K OLED display and surround sound speakers. And all you hear when you close the door is,
"You're the best big brother I could have ever asked for."
And Tim Marco the 7, Walmart is dying slowly in my city. No one goes in there, and they're shuttering 3 locations. There are better alternatives now. Yep. I mean, I wouldn't even dream of going into a Walmart in my area, so. But, yeah, dude, Walmart, especially with the theft issue, they're having a lot of problems. They're having trouble getting insurance, too, which is a big one. So 100K is comfortable, not wealthy. 100K in my area is not comfortable. Like, you're struggling. So I guess it depends on where you live. If I was making 100K a year, I would barely be able to pay my rent and utilities and have $1,000 left over for, like, expendable income each month. So oh, 100K in savings? I mean, what, that's like $8,000 a year, so I don't know. I wouldn't really consider that comfortable. You have a good safety net, but I don't know if I would call that comfortable. Again, comfortable to me is you have enough money to live off of if you don't want to work. Like, if that's what you're talking about, like a certain amount of money in the bank makes you comfortable, I would say that's enough to sustain your lifestyle without having to work.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Not even trying to trash you, I'm just curious. Well, it's not even that, it's just, yeah, I mean, the thing is like, 100K goes quickly. You know, that's like one medical emergency and not being able to work for a few months. If you really boil it down. Like, I don't know, like, you need so much money now in order to be, like, good. You know, in theory, if I got $1 million, let's say tomorrow, I could, if I wanted to, stop working at that point. Because, you know, if I invested it at 8% on average a year, that's $80K, and, you know, I could live off of $80,000 a year. Especially if I still did YouTube shit. But in theory, I could live off of $80K a year. I could get a decent-sized house, have a low cost of living, and just do whatever the fuck I wanted all day, every day. So I think $1 million is when you can say, like, you're comfortable. Like, that's enough for you to live off of if you invest it right and you don't overspend and have lifestyle creep. So that would be, like, kind of the ideal scenario. I feel like if you want to talk about being comfortable. Rich is when you're making enough money from, you know, your investments and shit that you don't really have to fucking worry about working. And then on top of that, you have enough money to splurge. Wealthy is when you're generating large sums of money outside of like a traditional just like stock market portfolio. Like you're invested in businesses that give you a high yield on your investment or things like that. Or you own franchise restaurants that are managed by other people. Things like that. You know, that's wealth. Or you have a shit ton of land and you lease it out. Like commercial real estate or, you know, apartment complexes, things like that. You have real assets that generate money for you, even if you're not physically working. And then loaded is just when you have more money than you could possibly ever know what to do with it. So... I would even say 5 million's fuck you money, bro. Like, 5 million bucks, you know, that's 400K if you invest it right a year, just for doing nothing. So, even if you invested in fucking, you know, treasury bonds, that's still 250K a year for doing absolutely nothing. So, you can absolutely live off of 250,000 a year. So, that, at that point, pretty much is fuck you money. I could easily spend 10 million in a week, but, you know. It wouldn't take me very long. It would mainly go to a house and then cards. Only way I can make money now is if I start a business. Or, hear me out, you go to your local card show and put it all in slabs. But that's just food for thought. Let's see. Synergy Luna with the 27 months. You see Carmelo verdict? Yeah, and the Scott beheading? Yeah, I saw both of those. You know, I think instead of 35 years, we should give him 35 cents worth of lead, but you know, that's just me. Shit. Well, dude, I'm not gonna have my cards in 50 years. I'll be fucking 80 at that point. So, ideally, I'll sell them at a certain point. Probably like 10-ish years in the future. Your boss made 24K after tax on a 1 brick wall in a week. Yeah, I mean, if you own your own business in the trades, then that's big money, so, yep. Holy fuck, dude. Uh-oh. Alright, I need to lose this first round. Oh my god. I lasted longer than I thought I would, bro. My stomach is about to fucking combust again. So I do not want to be JR-maxing, dude. I got fucking 6 stomach right now, so it ain't pretty. At least this is a short track. So it's annoying. I can't just go AFK because it'll disconnect. Yeah, I'm definitely holding back the mudslide right now, bro. This is risky. Yeah, the Hershey squirts, dude. Oh my god. Never got into investing because I like my job. What does that have to do with investing, bro? Investing is completely separate to your job. That's what you do because you have a job. Because you work, you get to invest. Alright. Come on. Hurry up, CPUs. Alright, I'll be back, guys. Holy, man. Yeah, that was pretty brutal, dude. Jeez. All right. Did I see Dicker's latest crash out? No. What on? Oh, over Trump? What a shock. Yeah, we can watch it. Uh-oh, something disconnected. Probably naked. I am pantsless right now, so I'm just sitting in a t-shirt and my undies, dude. It's hot as fuck. My AC unit's dead, so... And it's 78 degrees out where I am still, even in the middle of the night. So... Not to mention, I got this computer running next to me, which is like a fucking space heater. So that doesn't help either. That's gay? How? Yeah, I think it's supposed to be the summer solstice soon, right? On the 20th, I think. The longest day of the year. Griff, would you at least give Tsukihime a try for $50? Yes. I think I still have it downloaded. But yeah, I would give it a try. It made you cry, so is this like gonna make me be like, fuck my stupid chud life? And then I wrote Max. Nah, dude, my throat's too sore to breathe through my mouth right now. I'm having to force myself to solely breathe through my nose, because I've got a pretty sore throat today. It is not feeling very good, man. So. Damn. Ugh. I am a peasant chud, so that's why I'm trying to get my bread up. Shoot. Oops. Didn't quite have it charged enough to leap. How does Dreamcast guy come up with all the gay jokes? I don't think he's joking. It's a shame what they've done with the Destiny IP. Truly. Destiny is a fucking home run franchise if it's actually managed properly. But that's the main caveat, if it's managed properly. Fuck me, dude. If I had superpowers like Spider-Man or Wolverine, would you use it to save people? Yeah, my people. Just sold your anime figures? Brutal, man. You only had one figure? Oh, okay. I don't have any. Should I buy a anime figure, guys? I don't know. Should I just fully weave max? Oh, no. Shit. Would I play a game called Cosplay Love Enchanted Princess? Oh yeah, dude, that sounds like just my thing. And Jay, just enjoy the 2 play all Dreamcast guys.
7 inches?
This is
That's
a
pretty
big
cool.
please
do me a gigantic
touch
favor.
fucking suck
This
dick
is
so
giving
long
long
sucks
jobs
like
on
a
way.
bro,
You're
you're
talking
in a
parking
big
hot load
parking
of
lot.
PlayStation 5s. Oh man, it's so thick.
Can hear the spit coming out of his mouth. Yeah, the PC is never coming back at this rate. It's over. I don't really want my computer back right now because my AC's out, so if I had that 5090 roaring next to me, it would be a lot fucking hotter in this room than it is already. My AC will be fixed tomorrow morning, so the AC repair guy is coming out tomorrow before noon. That's what they said, so should be good by then, hopefully, because it is hot as shit. Yeah, I can rough out no AC though. Luckily, you know, I'm not really too bothered by the heat. Plus, I can sleep on top of my covers instead of in them. So, it's not too big a deal. You know, my first year of college, I was in a dorm with no AC. And it was like 90 fucking degrees all the way until November. It was like an insanely hot fall. So I had many hot, sleepless nights when I first got to college that eventually I just kind of, you know, adapted and got over it. So, I don't know. I can cope with it. You said you really like Fate Zero, so I think you'll like Tsukahime. Yeah, I mean, that's why I bought it. I have a feeling I will like it, but it's just long, bro. It's so long and hard to handle. Hell yeah, dude. Do I drink coffee? Oh yeah, dude. Don't even talk to me until I've had my morning espresso. You know me, always sipping on that coffee, dude. I'm a coffee fiend. At this point, bro, I wouldn't be surprised if I have coffee running through my veins. That's how big of a deal it is in my morning routine. How do I stay up? Pure willpower. That and caffeine pills. Dude, the worst part is like you just have this constant urge to go lay down in your bed. But you know if you do, it's over. That's like the worst part, honestly. Is like that just deep, like, you know, physical craving to go lay down. And it's like you can't, because if you do, within a few minutes you're out. And then you're not waking up for a while. That shit sucks, bro. Like forcing yourself to sit at a desk when you just want to go lay down. Ugh. That's the worst part to me. That's why I don't ever want to spend time at my desk when I have free time, bro. It's like this desk is almost like a torture device to me at times. You know, all you want to do is just go lay down in your nice, soft, comfy bed. The dog curled up next to you. Just comfortable, relaxed. But you gotta stay awake because gotta clock in those 8 hours to be a good little wage slave, so. Do you ever regret getting a job you actually like, or did YouTube fill that void? Well, I never wanted to get a job that I actually liked. I just wanted to make money, so I don't think there's any job that I actually would like. I mean, unless it was something retarded, like doing fucking, you know, a fucking pack opening channel or some gay shit like that, I guess. I don't know. Like, if I could be one of those pokey chuds that just goes to card shows and makes like 20 grand every fucking day, I mean, that'd be fun. But I don't know, bro. There's not really a career path that ever really appealed to me in any real capacity. I mean, at the end of the day, it's all work, and most of it's bullshit, so it's more so, can you get an easy job that pays well that you can stand? That's all that really matters. Have I thought of joining the Young Republicans? Well, there's just one problem, dude. I'm not exactly young. But no. Griff, I won a Greninja Gold Star bidding on eBay. I bet you're jealous right now. I got a PSA 9 Mewtwo reverse from Legendary Collection. I bet you're jealous right now. E-Man with the 2. I recently got PSP 3000 modded for 200. That's not bad at all. Nice, man. Oh my god, dude. Ah. I might have to order some fucking
tell me to my
Coke,
face
bro.
to shut the fuck up.
And not the white kind. I might have to get my default sick drink. Fucking Coke Zero, dude. Oh, man. I don't know. There's something about Coke when you're sick that it just feels so good on your throat. Especially if it's ice cold, bro. Like, I don't know. That shit feels so nice. Like, there's just something about, like, the little bubbles. Ugh. Dude, this shit fucking hurts. And let's see, Cody Booth with the 10. I got a strike on Facebook because someone posted, "What is everyone cooking for dinner?" And I replied, "Meth." Make a joke, and Facebook says I'm promoting drugs. Nobody has a sense of humor. That's pretty wild. I didn't even know you could get banned for shit like that. Especially considering with what they allow on fucking Instagram. That's pretty wild. You know, I thought the Zuck was supposed to be lightening the moderation on Facebook. And just some Critical to 5 Obsession and the Backrooms or the Expedition 33 at movies. What, AstroTurf Slop? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen either of those movies, but I don't really have an interest in horror. Yeah, I'm definitely hyped for part 3. I'm looking forward to seeing like the differences between, you know, the original game and the, yeah, I guess new ending for part 3. So, as a remake enjoyer, I'm actually looking forward to the changes. Oh, come on, really? Just some Critical to 5. Also watched Top 10 Honda. We've watched that like twice already, man. We've watched that like twice. I entertained that one an extra time just because. But yeah, we've seen that twice at this point. So you can recommend something else, but we've already seen that one twice. Spoiler, it was Rouge the Bat, #1. But yeah, we've seen that one. Because somebody sent the one where it was like, I think, most difficult Final Fantasy bosses. And I was like, isn't this the guy that made the Sonic video? So, we've definitely seen that. Top 3 most fuckable Sonic characters? Now we're talking. I don't know. I just know we've seen the Sonic video twice. And we've watched a bunch of other videos from that dude, too. But yeah, I mean, if there's another one of his videos you want to watch or something else, just let me know. Worthless power up. Yeah, I think that is the guy who said the Kingdom Hearts little girl was hot, but I don't remember. Who fucking knows, man? If you send gifts, yeah, that's fine. It's the same difference, so. Yep, it does not matter. So, if you want to do gifted memberships or super chat, it makes no difference to me. Dude, I saw this chick on Twitter today. It was like a reposted video, but so I have no idea who it was. But literally looked pretty much identical to Aerith, dude. It's like, damn, if only. Is Kick dead? No, Kick is not dead. I just can't co-stream right now because my CPU can't handle it. But you have to enter your, you have to enter an ID, I think, in Australia to use it. Or a face scan or whatever, so...
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Dude, if Small William is an elaborate troll, the guy who runs that channel needs to make a video called Small William Goes on a Date. And then it ends with Small William going back to his apartment and watching the chick he asked out on a date get tossed around by a big, muscular bear. Shitty items. What do you guys think of this? Should have got a 10. Well, if you want to spot me 25 bandos, then sure, I'll get a 10. But yeah, I think it's pretty nice. Well, you don't buy these cards to read the text. It's just about how it looks. So. Let's see. Anabolic plays the 11. It's been 5 days. Third newest video. Ray declares war on you. Griffin Gaming reads a happy Ray Merchant Twitter response. Small Willie and meltdown. Alright. I don't know what keeps disconnecting. I'm guessing it's either the hard drive or my Xbox controller, but it's not anything critical. Oh, actually, I know what it is. It's my mouse is charged. So it just, yeah. That's probably what it is. A 9? Well, PK, if you want to spot me 25 grand, I'll buy a 10. So, you know. The donation button is right there. Just send me $50, $500 super chats, and then I'll buy it. How much was the 9? Like 4,000.
You're fucking poor!
I think the last solds on the 9 are like 4,500. I think there was one for 3,500, and then like 47, 42. So it's a pretty cool card, though. It's the only Pokemon card that was drawn by the artist for Magic the Gathering, so kind of interesting. It's got a little additional lore to it than just being a regular Pokemon card. Let's see, Incognito Wizard with the 1. Appreciate it, man. Big ups. Unlike DSB, I won't chew you out for derailing the stream, dude. But I appreciate it, man. You must be retarded to pay 4K for a piece of cardboard. That's not even the most I've paid for a piece of cardboard. The most expensive piece of cardboard that I've bought is $8 grand. Now it's worth over 30,000, so it was a good buy, but I paid 8 for it. And then my second most expensive card is worth about 25 grand, and I paid 4,600 for it. A lot of whores in Thailand. Yeah, I'm good. I'd rather have the card, personally. Uh-oh, Peach got blacked. $50 to open packs on stream? Sure. Do I scan my cards before sending them the PSA? I just look at them under my phone camera light, and usually I can find any issues, but I don't scan them, no. There's the AI tools you can use now that help you with the centering as well, which is nice. So you can figure out if you're even within the 10 range or not. Finish on that peach ass, exactly, man. But I'm more of an inside kind of guy, you know? Peaches and cream. So do you guys think this is pretty decent? I think it's pretty good. We're getting there, man. The slab maxing climb will continue. But baby steps. Buy a Lambo? That's right, dude. I will buy a Lamborghini Urus. But yeah. We're getting there. Baby steps. About a third of the way. A third of the way to the millie, dude. What is slab maxing? Buying as many Pokemon graded slabs as you can and just banking when they go up in value. I don't know if I have termed the phrase slab maxing, but I've never heard anyone else say it before online, so I think I'll take ownership of the phrase. But yeah, it just basically means putting all your money into slabs. Pokemon specifically, but I guess you could apply it to like One Piece or Yu-Gi-Oh or anything else you wanted to. Holy shit. No. I always fuck up on this map. Bitcoin is not at an all-time low, bro. An all-time low would be like pennies or a fraction of a cent. Bitcoin is still incredibly high relative to its entry price. It's halved from its all-time high, but it's not even remotely close to record lows. Yeah, dude, I know some people that I would consider to be kind of like close acquaintances in the TCG market who have literally bought houses and shit in the past few months, you know, flipping cards, so... And when I say houses, I mean, like, you know, $2 million fucking Miami shit. So, not, you know, $100,000 crack shack in Troy, Ohio. Yeah, dude, that's the thing is women want guys to put up with their fucking issues they have mentally. They don't want to deal with the guys' problems. Nah, they'll only put up with it for so long. I mean, you might be able to get laid, but long term, it's not going to work out. Yeah, I just don't know how he thinks it's a good idea to open up with any woman he wants to have sex with God, I'd love to fucking come all over her face. Like, dude, that immediately will give any woman the ick, especially if you aren't conventionally attractive or, you know, Chad tier. You know, if you're a clavicular type who's rich, famous, good looking, and you go, like, yeah, dude, I'd love to fucking bust all over her face. Like, yeah, they'll be like, oh my god, you want to come over and do it? Like, you know, that's a different story. But if you're, you know, a damn near 40-year-old bald man with a soy beard you know, and you're doing that to like a 20-something-year-old, you really think they're gonna be like, oh my god, yes, my panties are already on the floor? Of course they're fucking not going to be. You gotta win them over before you can do that type of shit. But Raymond just gets right into it, and it's like, yeah, dude, no. You're batting in a different fucking stadium than these chicks are. I don't know, man. You know, he's playing T-ball at the fucking World Series. So, it's not gonna end well. Oops. I'm getting kind of sleepy now. I gotta take a pill, bro. I was not joking when I said I feel like shit. Like, I even slept a lot last night, and it's just like, I don't feel rested at all. Shit sucks. I get 4 hours of sleep on average during the week. Yeah, probably like 3 to 4. 3 to 4 hours sounds about right.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Oscu the 2. How long do you plan on streaming? I don't know. I guess just as long as I can. I don't know. If my voice starts getting really bad, I'll probably have to stop. But for now, I think I'm alright. If it starts to become too painful to talk, then I'll have to stop. God made me sick for a reason. Pagan man. Well, Odin will heal me, so. Hail, Odin. Oscu the 10. Well, if you have time for videos a little
You
later,
shut the fuck! Don't
here's
you
one for
fucking
you
tell me to
2x
my face
if
to
you
shut the
want.
fuck up!
As a Nintendo fan, I thought you should know. Alright, let's see. Oh god, this guy? Yeah, we can check it out. I remember this dude. Just take NyQuil? I can't. I don't have any. Yeah, nobody sells PSA 10 contenders. They would just grade them themselves and get a 5x multiplier, so... Yeah, that shit's always a fucking scam. If you're that, you know, confident you're pre-grading, you would just grade the card yourself. The thing is, now there's going to be a shortage of modern slabs because PSA has, what, a 14 million card backlog, which at 2 cards a month, or 2 million cards a month is, what, 7 months? So, all of the new sets that come out with PSA 10s are going to have fucking insane premiums. So I would hold off on buying any, you know, big ticket PSA 10s until, you know, that backlog goes away. Otherwise, you know, it's like the supply is just gonna flood. Yeah, they're already almost on 200 certs, which is crazy. When I started grading, they were still on 40 certs, which is pretty wild. Sports ball cattle are destroying New York again? For what? Alright, I really gotta take that fucking caffeine pill, bro. Jeez. I'm fading quick. What if I send in my vintage cards? You'll have to send them at the $80 tier, PK. So, you better make sure they're in pristine condition. Otherwise, it's not worth sending them. Griff, where's the red pineapple cup? Dude, I already ate all that shit. I done mixed it with some liquor. And I done washed down some hot Cheetos with the juice. I done washed down my Cheeto chicken and Fruity Pebble waffles with some Kool-Aid pineapple juice. Mmm. Shaga gaming with the 8. What sport are you referring to when you say sports ball? Can you even catch a ball? Nope, I cannot. All sports when I say sports ball. It's an all-encompassing term. Hear about some black chick caught fucking her cousin? Dude, the black community has the highest
awesome.
rates of incest, so that's not even surprising. You know how everybody makes fun of the South for having like really high incest rates? Well, it's not the white people that boost that stat. So... Speaking of flags and inbreeding, did you see this? Now I'll take a look. Pull it up. You can watch the rich clip after this race too. Take a quick intermission from racing. Why people don't season they cousin? That's right. Don't seed they cousin. More like it. Oops. Let's see. SNK nostalgia with the 2. Lad, Xenoblade 1 got a Switch 2, 60 FPS, 4K update. I know, I haven't played 1 or 3 yet, so it's perfect for me. But yeah, I would have loved to have that for Xenoblade 2 when I recently finished that up, but oh well. But yeah, I think it's nice. So those games definitely needed the boost, for sure. They were pretty rough. Especially resolution-wise, they dropped down to like 300p. Let's see. I'm sorry, Griffin, with the 2. Thanks for that Optimus Wiggo video. I laughed all day. Yeah, dude, that shit is just... Dude, the Epstein files. It's like, none of them can ever actually name anything in the Epstein files that was actually damning. It's like just the mere existence of a file with the word Epstein on it is somehow an explanation for all the woes in this world, which really does lead me to believe that this entire thing was a fucking psyop, because it just oversimplifies all the actual problems into one fucking scapegoat, which is, in theory, a greatest ally tactic that's literally biblical. So... You know, the evil, satanic West, dude. We need to burn down Western civilization because it's evil and satanic by Jewish standards. And it's just retarded. It's fucking retarded. Alright, hold on. I'll be back. I'm gonna go grab something real quick. Give me a few minutes. I'm just gonna go fill my drink back up.
either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Alright, I'm back. Damn, man. Ugh. I was checking to see if I had any Sudafed or something, but I don't. Unfortunately. Oh, man. I hate having a sore throat, bro. It makes streaming, like, just literally miserable. But the show must go on, right? Let's see. So El Rosario Soul with the 62 months. Really appreciate it, man. I'm surprised Fire Emblem Fortunes Weave is 80 bucks. I was thinking 70, but the new Zelda remake is definitely going to be 80 bucks for sure. Yeah, I think Nintendo's really trying to get people to buy digital because not only do they save 16 bucks on the actual, you know, physical cartridge cost, but they don't have to pay any sort of retailer cut either. So, you know, I think they're really trying to push people to buy digital by giving that $10 discount on the digital copies, because it saves them probably like 20 or 30 bucks per copy of a game sold if you buy it digital. So, yeah, the game carts for Switch right now cost $16, I think, to produce because of the component shortage. Like, memory has gotten really expensive. Like, if you look at that one stock SanDisk, I think it is, like, their stock has, like, 8x'd in, like, a year because of the memory costs now. So it's not even just RAM that's going up, it's like SSDs and SD cards and all that type of shit too that's going up in price. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy, man. Yeah, the hard drives are just going up because the companies can charge more. Because relatively speaking, they're still a cheaper option than like a solid state, for example. So, because solid states are so expensive now, they can raise the hard drive price just by virtue of the only alternative being expensive. So, that's what happens. You know, inflation is almost always inflicted, not out of necessity, but out of because we can, basically. But yeah, that's why the key cards are so appealing to the third-party publishers, because, you know, it saves them $16. I think the key cards are only like $4 versus the 16 for the actual storage chips. So, it's a pretty significant per unit saving when it comes to producing games on a key card versus an actual cartridge. You know, it's not like a $1 Blu-ray disc for the other consoles. Yeah, I remember I used to have one of those. I think it was a Western Digital 8 terabyte hard drive for my Xbox. I don't know what I ever did with that. Should probably find it. But yeah, I used to have an 8 terabyte hard drive I had plugged into my Xbox Series, or not Series, Xbox One X. So that was ballin' back in the day, man. Now you see why you need a girlfriend, Griffin. Right now, you would have your head rested in her lap as she strokes your hair with one hand while plucking at a harp with the other. Damn, dude, that just gave me a boner. But, no, probably not, dude. I highly doubt that. SSHDD. I don't remember those. I don't know if I ever had an SSHDD. What was that? Like the SSDs that weren't M2? I don't remember. I don't remember that. It's pretty much a hard drive with a small NAND that functioned as an SSD. Okay. So it's like a hybrid drive. I think that's what the Xbox actually had. Maybe. It sounds vaguely familiar now. Hey Griffin, normal post was blocked by your chat filter? I don't know, man. If it does that, just try like putting a random like space in between like the letters or something. I don't know. YouTube just is very weird. So they're finicky about the chat for whatever reason. So I don't know. That one's out of my control. Also, make sure you're on live chat too, because that also might be the problem. If you're on top chat, it filters out a bunch of stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, there's not really much I can do about the filters until it's just built in.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Unfortunately. Let's see, Nero with the 5. What's up, gamers? Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen. Took them 2 years, and they just released an update today that added Eternal Fairy Stones. Very nice. Yeah, I need to pick that game up on PC at some point. I'm wondering if they're going to do like a bundle with the DLC, so I might hold off, but I've been wanting to replay Dragon's Dogma 2 for a while, so it might actually be a good time to do so. I actually really like Dragon's Dogma 2. I thought it was pretty well done. But, you know, definitely needed some more end-game content for sure. But yeah, I really enjoyed the game personally. You know, once I actually get my PC back, I might pick up Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma 2. And then Forza Horizon 6. And there's something else too. Forgot. Dude, I'm telling you, these Japanese devs are loving the Switch 2 right now. So, the Switch 2 is priority #1 for Japan. So, they are finally free of being stuck on PlayStation when it comes to console gaming. So, Nintendo is top dog in Japan by like a factor of fucking 15. So, you know, even the Switch 1 outsells the PS5 regularly by like 4 to 5 times the sales. Like, it's pretty brutal in Japan, man. Sony is like completely fucking dead. Why is Cloud such a stick in the mud? Because he's like literally mind raped. He got mind raped by the Genova cells, dude. You know, try injecting yourself with alien DNA and being, you know, submerged in a fucking test tube for 4 years and see how you come out on the other side after being basically mortally wounded. And then you go through a traumatic experience prior to that where not only your mom dies, but the entire village in which you grew up. The so-called hero that you looked up to turns out to be this fucking, you know, murdering psychopath. And then your best friend dies in front of you. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked, man. You know, Cloud went through quite a bit, so... That's why he's such a, you know, kind of emotionless, blank slate personality-wise. Well, yeah, dude, Zach got prime Aerith, so... You know? Zach got in when she was at the peak of her fertility. But yeah. I don't know, man. That shit's funny as fuck. Yeah, bro, he never got to taste the promised land. Brutal, dude. I'm not putting the power supply in myself. because that involves taking apart the entire computer. And I'm not fucking doing that shit. So, they can do it. At this point, you know, I might as well just wait.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see, Nero with the 5. Still want to switch to. Might use my profit shares this month for that investment. I hope Stellar Cheeks performs well on it. Yeah, I don't know how well it's going to do. It kind of looked a little rough around the edges based on the screenshots I saw, but I don't know. I mean, it probably runs fine. But yeah, anything that runs on the Switch 2, you're kind of going to have to make a graphical, you know, sacrifice. So that's kind of given, but I don't know. I would imagine it would. They've taken their time with the port, so it's usually a good sign. Oski Woski with a 5. You're playing on a portable device, so it's not going to be top dog, but regardless of that, I've grown used to it being a day one Switch owner, that is. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is anytime you have portability, you're gonna, you know, sacrifice on the performance. But I think, you know, for the most part, Switch 2 ports have been pretty damn good across the board. I can't really think of one that's been like a disaster. Am I getting the green
All right,
Xbox?
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I think so. Because then I'll just sell my other one and swap it out. If I can get it, yes. I'm not going to pay resell for it, but if I can get it for retail, then sure. I'll buy one. I'll at least get a controller, because those are not going to be hard to get. I have a few of the 20th anniversary Xbox controllers, too. There we go. Well, the thing is just buy Fire Emblem Digital if you don't want to pay the $80 for it. Like, it's still $70 digital, so at least you have that option if it really matters that much. But, yeah, my guess is Nintendo deems it to be a big game. So, I mean, that could be interpreted as a good or bad thing, I guess, depending on how you look at it. If you're a Fire Emblem fan, it means they have a lot of faith in it doing well. But at the same time, yeah, you do have to pay up for it. But, yeah. I don't know. Positive and negative, I guess. Hey, let's go. Let's see. So, Nero with the 5, Xbox Fanooks. We're ripping into Shift Up about no Xbox port. How do we know it's going to sell well on hardware that doesn't sell games? Exactly. I don't really think the Koreans care much about Xbox at all, so it's probably not a high priority for them. You know, it'd be nice if Xbox got it, but at the same time, yeah, it's like, if it's like Final Fantasy 16, for example, where it sells 25,000 copies, like, is it really worth the effort? And especially if the next Xbox is just gonna play PC games anyway, like, why would you even make Xbox-specific ports? Just wait it out, and eventually it can, you know, buy the PC.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Mad the Ice Villain with the 5. Brutal. Did I bullet bill past you at the last second? I don't think Remake sold well on Xbox at all. Nothing sells well on Xbox at all. You know, the mentality is, I'll play it in Game Pass. Yeah, $1,200 for the PS6 and Xbox. It's so exciting, man. Just for a bunch of games you don't really even want to play that much anyway. That's the worst part. Is it's like the games that they'll have aren't even anything that's special. Yeah, I think Remake sold like 100,000 copies on Xbox, and Final Fantasy 16 sold like 25,000. It was pretty bad. I don't think either of the games cracked the top 5 when they dropped. I know Final Fantasy 16 peaked at like number 40 or something like that. And I think Remake peaked at number 6, if I remember correctly. So the games didn't even make it into the top 5 the day that they came out. So Xbox love to talk about how, you know, they need all these games on Xbox. But then when the said games come out, they're nowhere to be found. Well, yeah, the thing is exclusivity on PlayStation is like a death sentence in Japan. Like, just put it this way, like, Final Fantasy 16 is a game that Square Enix loves to famously say underperformed, right? Well, Final Fantasy 16 to this day is the highest selling game for PS5 in Japan. So that game on PS5 has sold more than all other games, but Square Enix still considered it to be a failure. So that shows you how little the Japanese market gives a shit about the PS5. So without Nintendo, you know, you're basically abandoning the Japanese console market. So now that Nintendo has a console that's capable of running most of Square Enix's games, they're going to fully take advantage of that. Dude, I got shafted so fucking hard. A squid? Like, really? The lose button. I might be able to. Oh, shit. Let's see, Oski with the 10. Appreciate it, man. I don't know if you've been paying attention, but a couple of the directors on the game were in New York for the launch of Rebirth. Yeah, they did the same thing with
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my
I know
face to shut the fuck
Hamaguchi
up!
was signing like little posters because I was bidding on one on eBay back when that came out. Square definitely has a favorite, and I'm so happy for it. Well, that's what the creator of Final Fantasy was saying, is that, you know, Nintendo was their home. So yeah, Square Enix definitely views Nintendo as like its primary like home platform, which makes sense because during the Switch 1 generation there was all those exclusive you know, JRPGs and stuff like Harvestella, for example, or the Dragon Quest monster games, and, you know, just a bunch of random stuff like that. So but yeah, Nintendo is definitely, especially with the Japanese market, Square Enix's priority. No, Final Fantasy was originally on the NES. So, it was an NES and SNES game, I believe. Wasn't it NES for the first one? I don't quote me on that. I'm not a retro gamer, dude, in that regard, but yeah, Nintendo was the primary release console for Final Fantasy for the first 6 games. The only reason they went with PS1 is because, you know, they couldn't fit it on the cartridge. So Final Fantasy VII famously had 3 discs, which was huge back then. So they literally couldn't fit it on the, you know, cartridge for the N64. So they had to go with PlayStation. Alright, we'll do one more race. And Nero with the 2. The Final Fantasy 2D game looks fire. I agree. We'll see how many of these real Final Fantasy fans come out to support it on day one. you know, they've been begging Square Enix to go back to turn-based Final Fantasy, dude, so, you know, I expect that entire crowd to be, you know, seal clapping to the moon and back about how heckin' amazing it is that we're getting yet another turn-based Final Fantasy game after all these years. So, we'll see. We'll see what the excuse is, dude. And Oski Woski with the 10, Square and Capcom relationship with Nintendo has been crazy. Just hoping they take this opportunity to release some of their older games, like I've been saying before, but time will tell. Yeah, I think it'd be smart. I mean, I think like Final Fantasy 16 and 15 probably will get ported. If they are going to do a 13 remaster, obviously that'll go to the Switch as well. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff they can go back and do.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Lost Planet 2 is all you want? Well, I hope you get it, U-Generation, but I don't know if Capcom cares about Lost Planet anymore. They seem to just basically have left it out to fucking die. Trash item. Dead air maxing. I'm trying not to talk as much as possible because my fucking throat is like in pain. So I'm not just gonna talk for the sake of talking. If I have to lock in, I'm not just gonna blabber on.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Yeah, Lost Planet's kind of just one of those, you know, product of its time, 360, kind of just, you know, no frills, basic action shooter that, you know, you either love or you hate, which personally I like. So I love casual third-person shooters and first-person shooters and hack and slashes and all that type of stuff, so... Let's see. So, Oski Woski with D5. Appreciate it, man. Apparently, a lot of Square's younger developers are Final Fantasy 13 fans, so maybe it could be a possibility, but 15 is still a question of if they'll do it. I don't see why they wouldn't, because 15 has sold incredibly well, and I think it would do very well on the Switch too. But yeah, it's kind of one of those things where we'll just have to wait and see what happens, but I would love for it to happen, personally. I would rebuy 15 for sure. Tony Esquire with a 5. Yo, Griffin, what are your thoughts on the $80 games? It depends on the game, honestly. Like, this game I'm currently playing, I feel like it's definitely worth $80. Like, just for reference. I've got almost 500 hours in it, so I would say that's worth $80 if you ask me. But yeah, it really just depends on what it is. And Wolverine pretty much being an R or rated R Spider-Man. Yeah, that was the exact vibe I got. It looks like a copy paste of Spider-Man, just basically with blood squirts. But yeah, I don't know. I was very unimpressed with the Wolverine footage. It doesn't look that good to me. You know, it looks exactly like the Spider-Man games, just with little blood spurts here and there. Let's see, in my opinion, God of War has been mid since God of War 3 Remastered. Yeah, I think that's basically true for all of Sony's first-party games. God of War 3 truly was, like, their peak. Like, that was the best game PlayStation probably ever put out from a first-party studio, is God of War 3. But, you know, they quite literally don't make them like they used to when it comes to that franchise, for sure. And Nero at the 10, the story of Final Fantasy is pretty crazy. Creator wanted to make one last game following Square filing bankruptcy. Only it ended up breaking them out of it and became a beloved JRPG franchise. Yeah, it is pretty neat. I mean, that's back in the day when you could basically, you know, throw together a game in a couple months, realistically, so. A different time, for sure, but it's a good thing it stuck, because, you know, it's arguably one of the most important video game franchises of all time. But, yeah. I'm glad it was around, personally. It's probably my favorite franchise after Pokemon overall. Although maybe it's probably... Actually, yeah, it's probably more so Final Fantasy nowadays, because Pokemon sucks now. And luckily, Final Fantasy's still good. Chaga Shaga Gaming with the 3. How many copies of Rebirth did you buy on the Switch? 10. To match my remake copies. So I have 10 sets of the Day 1 editions with the exclusive cards. Nah, Halo's not even in my top 5 franchises, probably. I like Gears more than I like Halo, overall. But, yeah, I mean, it used to be my favorite video game franchises were something like, you know, Call of Duty, Pokemon, Final Fantasy. You know, those are like my top 3. You know, Call of Duty has completely fucking fallen off. Pokemon has completely fucking fallen off. Final Fantasy is the only one that remains, so... Alright, so let's see, give me a second here. Oh my god, bro. Oops. Wrong thing, there we go. Alrighty. You play against the same people every time you play hardcore S&D on Black Ops 7? Yeah, that game really is dead, man. Like, what's the player count on Steam nowadays for COD? Let's see. Took it out of my favorites because I don't even play it anymore. $17,000. That's atrocious. That's actually fucking terrible. Chagashogi Gaming with the 8, buying 10 copies of Rebirth when you already own it.
All
and
right,
everything
awesome.
is
Thanks,
very
nigga. All right.
autistic. No, it's because it comes with an exclusive card, so if the card value goes up, the games by extension go up, so that's why. So it's a special edition. It's like buying the deluxe editions for Rebirth when it first came out. Alright, let's see. So watch this.
Entertaining anything right now that anyone is trying to say that elections are rigged, okay? The man got 2 terms in office. He got everything he wanted. If anyone is buying into anything that the elections are fucking rigged right now, you are being a tool. You are a tool in his tool chest. I don't want to hear it. I'm not even going to entertain it. I will just laugh at people who are still, well, maybe it is stolen. Well, maybe you should check if you have above an 80 IQ. It's not rigged, Horrid 7. It's not rigged. Don't...
See, he's got his black Troon flag behind him because that's his favorite category.
Get the fuck out of my chat. Go away.
You know, that's why he says that you wouldn't last 5 minutes on Cherry Street because the Troons would suck you off faster than that.
I'm not even entertaining this shit anymore. Go get a fucking clue somewhere. Go get one. Go find one. Go find your fucking brain, too. I'm not entertaining that shit. Not entertaining this shit. Like, I'm just so fucking tired of it, man. I'm not trying to have conversations with people that aren't even the same fucking species as me. I'm not.
Whoa, Rich, that's pretty racist. What does that even mean, dude?
Anyone who is still supporting this, who is still MAGA, you are subhuman. You are shit that comes out of my ass.
Yeah, that's right, Rich. There's plenty of shit that comes out of your ass, which is probably why you lost.
I'm done. I am so beyond fucking done with these fucking cultist, billionaire fucking lunatics.
Billionaire lunatics? Well, if the shoe fits, I guess I'm a billionaire now, dude.
Well, maybe because they brainwashed me. Why don't you listen to my stupid fucking takes that have no basis in reality? Nope, not doing it.
Rich, the flag that you have behind your fucking self has no basis in reality. Maybe you want to turn around and take a cold, hard look in that reflective screen.
You're dumb, and you should question why you're so fucking stupid.
I can't afford this
Anyway,
shit.
like, how do you share it's like trying to coexist with baboons. We're not the
Whoa, Rich. Hold on a second. Baboons? Whoa, buddy. Be careful. Be careful there, Rich. You know, someone might misinterpret what you're saying here. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Rich is alive. Broken family. Hates people. Yep, well, you know, he lives, I guess, off and on with his baby mama, who he has 3 kids with, but she also has kids with 3 other men. So, yeah, it's a real winning situation.
same species. Baboons eat their shit and throw it at each other.
So does another group of people. Maddie J with E2, 2020 Pennsylvania Constitution. Broke? Oh, okay. It's a video. Never mind.
Like, what are we supposed to do? Like, oh, well, you know, we could see both sides. Throw some more shit at me. See if that makes... It doesn't make sense. You don't make sense. You don't think like a normal human being. How am I supposed to work with you on anything? I don't want to. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you so much. You people being useful idiots are helping keeping this going. I don't want to fuck with you. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to talk to you. If you are still supporting Trump, just assume that I fucking despise you. Clip this, put it out there. You are the ones with Trump derangement syndrome. You see shit like this and you're like, well, I don't know.
What? So wait, the people who support Trump are the ones with Trump derangement syndrome? Buddy, I don't fucking think so. I don't think so.
You're dumb, you're stupid, and you probably should get fucking...
Go to therapy! Like me, I turned out so great.
Anyway. You're saying I don't want to work with him. I don't want... How am I going to work with someone who sees this and thinks this reality? COD. If you support this, I hate you. It's that simple.
Support what?
I hate you, and you deserve to be ridiculed. There you go.
The bridge builder.
It's that simple. It
The tolerant left.
is black and white. It is crystal clear. If
I agree, it is black and white.
you support this, I can't fucking stand you, and I will never stand you.
What is he talking about, I wonder?
You are unreasonable assholes. I'm not pretending that's your fucking fantasy. I have to sit there and debate it with you. You are fucking delusional. You are obsessed with him. You have a cult built around a half-dead, child-raping piece of shit, and I'm not holding my tongue back anymore. I've done it for years. Fuck you and go to hell.
Rich, there's more evidence of you being a PDF than there is of Trump, bro. Like, did Donald Trump get caught with bikini pictures of another man's children in his porn folder in Dropbox? I don't think so. There's literally zero evidence that Trump did anything to anyone underage. But there is self-admitted evidence that you had some pretty suspect pictures in a Dropbox along with BBC porn. So, yeah. Again, those in their glass house probably should not be throwing stones, but, you know, that's just my 2 cents.
I can't afford this shit!
Tony Esquire with the 5, Mario Wonders is the best game I've played in years. Yeah, that game is really good, man. I like Mario Wonder a lot. Sony, Microsoft, and Valve got some balls raising the prices of their consoles. Yeah, I think in the case of Sony and Nintendo and maybe Microsoft to a degree, they kind of have to. So I don't really blame them necessarily for it because in reality, they want to sell their console for as cheap as possible so that people can get it as cheaply as possible so they buy more software, which is how they make more of the money versus off hardware sales. But yeah, unfortunately, component pricing is a real problem that everybody's running into right now. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, at this point, Quantum TV is way more safe. I think so, honestly. You know? Yeah, Rich goes off the fucking deep end when he talks about politics. It's funny.
Hell. There you go. Fuck you. Clip this, send it everywhere.
I was
say
informed by the
crashed out.
cameraman.
Yeah, say something racist too. 2 fucking messages. You're dumb. You are absolutely, if you still support this shit, you are beneath me. You are inferior to me.
That's right, dude. Rich is the fucking Ubermensch or whatever the fuck. You know, he is the master race. Rich, what do you mean by that? Why? Is it because you're white?
That is not, it's not even subjective. It's not an opinion. It's a fact. If you support this,
I really want to know what he's talking about as far as support.
the only thing you're worth is coming to shine my fucking shoes. And that's it. Don't talk.
That's right, boy. You better shut your mouth and get to shining.
Fuck, you
All right,
shouldn't have
awesome.
the privilege
Thanks,
to
nigga.
talk.
All right.
You're too
All
fucking
right,
dumb.
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right. All right, awesome.
You set
Thanks,
yourself
nigga.
on
All right.
fire turning
All
on
right,
a light
awesome.
switch
Thanks,
in your
nigga.
room,
All right.
fucking fools. Fuck you in every way possible.
I really want to know what the topic was.
Horrid, I am not entertaining.
Yeah, I don't know what set him off, but Jesus, man. Good Lord. Tony Esquire with the 5. Based on the footage I'm seeing, Rich also hates anyone who eats vegetables and drinks water. Yeah, exactly. You know, he is a rage pig through and through. No matter how much weight he loses, he'll always be that fat, spurgy retard who just has to run his mouth about how superior he is because of his politics. You know, Rich is a real inspiration. He's
All right,
accomplished
awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
absolutely nothing in life. The only thing he did to some degree of success was have a YouTube channel, which he fucking deleted in a manic depressive episode. It's just, like, he's a fucking joke, dude. If there's any metric of how not to judge success in life, it's fucking Richard Masucci. Like, the dude has literally accomplished nothing. He is a fucking failed YouTuber who now just screams into the fucking void to collect enough super shekels to pay his child support bills. Like, it's fucking pathetic, honestly. So the guys who build nothing, work towards nothing, accomplish nothing, are always the most vocal. It's funny how that works. And Doom Studios with the $5.99. Appreciate it, bro. Do you think Activision has the balls to bring back emblems into those rumored Black Ops 1 and 2 port? No, I don't think so, man. Nope. And even if they did, the moderation would probably be fucking hell. You know, no more swastika emblems or sax emblems or, you know, Sharingans and all that crazy shit back in the day. Those were good times, though. I remember looking up, like, the Naked Woman one and all that other shit. So it was fun, but yeah, I don't think they'll be back. Microsoft's way too soft for that nowadays. And not Naya with D5. I wish Pokemon was good. I like the older games a lot more. Gen 1 through 5 also tempted to pick up Pokemon Legends Arceus and get Ace Combat 8. Yeah, I'm probably going to get Ace Combat 8 as well. I played a little bit of 7 and I liked it, so I'll probably check it out. But yeah, Arceus I've heard mixed things on. Personally, it's not to my liking, but if you like the more, I guess, open world exploration type games, then maybe it'll be up your alley. And let's see, Nero at the 5. If I remember, Trump called out Epstein in the past and even kicked him out for being a creep during a party. Yeah, and he's one of the ones who ratted him out originally back in 2008 when Epstein had his first conviction. So, yeah, Trump literally, you know, snitched on him, which if Epstein had compromising information on you, why the fuck would you snitch him, like, out to the fucking feds? That's exactly what blackmail is used to prevent from happening. So if they actually had blackmail on Trump, he wouldn't go to the fucking feds to tell them what Epstein was doing. So it just makes no sense. Not to mention, does anyone actually think Trump could have run for office if there was actual damning evidence like that? No, they would have fucking said, you're going to drop out now or we're releasing this shit. Because remember, Biden had all this stuff the entire time. So if there was actually anything damning, they would have used it against him. They tried to put Trump in jail for his accountant miscategorizing payments on a fucking tax return. And that's what they tried to throw him in prison for. Yeah, I think if they had videos or pictures of him raping kids, then I think they would have gone with that. But, you know, call me crazy. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, inferior to running 10 feet without dropping fast. Yeah, exactly. A flight of stairs is all it takes to make old Richard sweat. And Chagashaki aiming with the 8. I hope he loses weight so I can watch him fly around with this loose skin like Batman's cape. Anyone beneath Rich would get crushed, by the way. Well, luckily, hopefully, that will never be an issue for me. I don't know, man. That's kind of a scary image, to be honest. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Rich thinks he is God now. So weak and sad. Yeah, he really does, dude. He thinks he's like the fucking alpha specimen of mankind. Like, Chud, you ain't nothing. You know, you knocked up a woman who already had kids with 3 other men. You deleted your only claim to fame in your fucking female-coded manic depressive episode. Like, you're a clown, bro. You dance for shekels on the internet now and spurg the fuck out. So, some life. Nero with the 5. Did you also see Low Tier God went to court for a restraining order on his baby mom, represented himself in court and won? Sadly, it's a 3-year order on her. Yeah, it's still a W for Low Tier God, though, so hopefully she violates it and then it can get extended, or she goes to jail. So that's kind of the whole point. You want to trip them up and, you know, being able to execute on the restraining order and be like, hey, she's not following it. Throw her ass in jail. Oh, DSP is absolutely better than Rich. He's way more stable.
What it do, bruh? Talk of the town, Nintendo, Dr. A still holding it down, still make the best games, and you know this, bro. It's the truth. You don't like it, you can have it.
Alright, so now that we finally got that Nintendo Direct, we have to talk about Nintendo and GTA 6 again, because I'm still seeing people say that, oh, you know, Nintendo don't care about GTA 6, and they're on their own schedule, and blah, blah, blah. But after that Nintendo Direct, it should be apparent that they indeed...
Griffin was one of the other 3 men? Oh, hell nah. Hell nah, bro.
Just like everyone else. Not just Nintendo. Just like everybody else in the industry. Oh, they definitely care about GTA 6. So I know that a lot of Nintendo fans, especially the ones that only play on Nintendo systems, because...
I play on everything, and I genuinely could not give a fucking damn about GTA 6. Fuck that.
As they believe, or most believe, that GTA 6 won't hit the Switch 2, or won't hit the Switch 2 at least at the game's launch, that Nintendo doesn't care about GTA 6. They couldn't care less and all this stuff. And they say this stuff to make themselves feel better. But the reality is, everyone in the game industry cares about this game and how it affects their bottom line. Every single one of them. And this should be painfully obvious after this past E3 style events that have gone on in the last week, because all these major games, none of them coming out near GTA 6. Everything's September this, September. Or stealth announced for stuff, oh, coming out next week, coming out right now. Nobody wants to come out around GTA 6. And I've seen people in the past say, oh, well, no, that's them. Nintendo's different. Nintendo doesn't care about GTA. They put out a major game right after GTA 5.
Well, Ocarina of Time will probably come, out around the same time as GTA.
GTA 5 came out in 2013. Nintendo released Legend of Zelda Wind Waker HD 3 days later. And because of that, people say, see? Nintendo doesn't care. They don't care about GTA. They released Zelda 3 days after GTA. First of all, in 2013, Nintendo's game system was the Wii U. The Wii U. Nintendo could not afford to hold off on releasing games for the Wii U in 2013. Second, while no one back then could have possibly known that GTA 5 would sell like 200 million units, the previous game, GTA 4, sold about 28 million units, and that's nothing to sneeze at. But 28 million and 200 million are completely different things. This is nowhere near the same comparison. Nintendo definitely cares about when GTA 6 comes out. And watching that Nintendo Direct should show you exactly that. Because when we look at the upcoming schedule of first-party games coming to the Nintendo Switch 2, it's fairly light. And it may not be light compared to, say, Sony, well, with their PlayStation 5, where they, you know, barely have any freaking exclusives coming out. That's the norm for them, but that isn't the norm for Nintendo. And you look at the upcoming first-party releases.
I don't know. Nintendo still has a bunch of stuff. They got, what, Star Fox, Splatoon, Fire Emblem, Zelda. What was the other one? There's another game I can't remember. But they have a pretty decent amount of stuff coming out.
That will be released between now and the end of the year, and it's not that many. We have Star Fox that comes out this month. We have Nintendo Switch Sports Resort that comes out in October. And then we have The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Remake that comes out this year, presumably this November. Now, first of all...
And Fire Emblem. And Splatoon.
In hindsight, to me, it looks like Star Fox may have actually gotten pushed up. I'm starting to think that actually with the delay of GTA 6 was originally supposed to come out in May. But it's not. It's coming out in November. It's supposed to come out like the end of May. Now it's coming out in November. Star Fox in June? Right after GTA?
Well, it makes sense why Star Fox is coming out now, because it's coming off the, you know, whatever the fuck it's called, Mario Galaxy movie. I couldn't think of the fucking name. But yeah, I mean, that's more so why they probably moved Star Fox up, is to capitalize on the movie.
I don't think so. I think this game was probably originally supposed to come out maybe in September. And when GTA got delayed, they said, oh, well, we could put this out in the summer. And they put Nintendo Switch Sports Resort in October. Now, and you're probably wondering, like, well, if they're afraid of their sales with GTA 6, why would they put Nintendo Switch Sports Resort at the end of October? Isn't that close to GTA 6? Sure, but it's Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. I can almost guarantee you that this game has been sitting there for a long time. Matter of fact, looking at the game, it probably was a freaking prototype for the Switch 2 controller. This game more than likely could have been out at launch. And they didn't want to put it out at launch because they didn't want niggas asking for it for free. But yeah, I don't think that this game before GTA's delay was actually not only even supposed to come out at this time frame, but it was probably didn't even have a release date. This is probably one of those games that Nintendo just sat on until they needed a game for that spot. And you're probably still wondering, okay, even if that's the case, why would they risk putting this game in that spot close to GTA? Well, it's simple. Look at the game. They probably spent the least amount of money and time developing this game than any first-party Switch 2 game. Besides that other, what was that other game that was like $10 or something that launched for Switch 2? That crap that nobody bought. Other than that, look, they didn't spend nothing making this game. So even if it came out and it bombed, and it's still not gonna bomb because it's a Wii Sports, it's a Switch Sports, so it's still gonna do okay. But even if it doesn't do okay, Nintendo's still gonna make out like a fat rat because the research and development that's gone into this game was like probably barely anything. So even if the sales disappoint, they still made a ton of money, trust me. So they pretty much put this in that spot as a sacrificial lamb, right? So then you're probably asking yourself, well, Trey, why would Nintendo put Ocarina of Time Remake near the same spot as GTA 6's release? Well, it's because it's Ocarina of Time. Okay, notice that they didn't put a new game in that spot, an unproven game in that spot.
Well, it doesn't matter, because if it's Zelda or Mario, whether it's a new or old game, it's still gonna sell. Like, I don't really think it's relevant that it's an old game. So if they put out Breath of the Wild 2 or Tears of the fucking Kingdom 2, whatever they call it, if it was a new 3D Zelda game, that shit would do fucking well. If it's a new 3D Mario game, that game would do well. Whether it's a remaster, re-release, or a new game, those two franchises will always sell.
They made sure that that's
just like if it was Pokemon, too.
Spot was held by their highest rated game of all time. And that matters because when it comes to, it's not just a when and what these game companies want to release. they actually have to negotiate with the retailers for retail space. Now, GTA 6 is expected to sell something.
They do not have to negotiate for retail space when there's a literal Switch section. Most retailers have a Nintendo section and an Xbox and PlayStation section. The only space that's going to be occupied by GTA is PlayStation and Xbox. So, again, that's not an issue.
Crazy like 10 million in the first day or first 24, probably first 48 hours or something crazy like that. Do you realize how much retail space has to be dedicated to stores for that to be possible, right?
Do you think they're actually going to sell more physical than digital? Again, nah, that's not going to be the case.
So then
most people are going to buy digital anyway. I think like what, PlayStation's 80% digital and Xbox is like 90 something percent, so yeah, I don't think they're going to need 10,000 or 10 million physical copies on day one.
If Nintendo releases a game in that time frame, they have to convince retailers that their game is worth giving up retail space that could go to GTA 6.
But like, what retail space are you talking about? There only needs to be one slot for GTA on retail shelves. Like, that's just so weird. Like, that's what restocking is. I don't know. This is just a really retarded, like, there's a Switch section, there's a PlayStation section, there's an Xbox section. The PS5 and, you know, Xbox section will have GTA. The Switch section won't. So why would it matter? GTA is not going to be in the Switch section.
Something that's going to guarantee sell out in order to put their game there. And something like Ocarina of Time is the type of game that Nintendo could successfully convince retailers they're like, well, why should we dedicate all this space to you instead of GTA? This is going to make us a bunch of money. And they're like, well, it's a Zelda game. It's the highest rated game of all time. It has great graphics, blah, 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 blah. And then so the retailers was like, all right, if they tried that with Star Fox, it wasn't going to happen, okay? It's the reason why Star Fox is pitched as a budget title. It's because of the length of the game, and it's also because the last Star Fox game did not sell well at all. So there was no bargaining chips there. But with Ocarina of Time, they have the bargaining chips. They have the backup. They have the pedigree. And you're probably also saying, well, I mean, couldn't that have been like the new Mario game? Or first of all, the new Mario game probably ain't ready to be shown yet. Second, this is Zelda's anniversary, okay? So the end of the year is going to be all about Zelda no matter what. Also, the reason why they probably couldn't really move this title too much, even if they tried, is because they actually have probably contractual obligations and deals with other companies outside of the game industry regarding Zelda. For instance, there's a Zelda movie that's coming out next year. I'm sure that Nintendo and Universal have already worked out marketing and things like that with the movie, and the first trailer for the movie will more than likely be shown by the end of the year, around the same time that this game is coming out, or right before it's coming out. There's for sure going to be some kind of Zelda anniversary direct, and it'll probably have this game and the movie trailer and maybe some other goodies in it. It was too much to try to move this game versus other games, but they definitely care. I think that if Nintendo really did not care or was not concerned with GTA 6, we probably would have had a game that I expected to be released around this October, before the delay, the GTA delay in Luigi's Mansion 4. But you notice no announcement of that game, and in its October slot is Nintendo Switch Sports Resort. I mean, even Rockstar appears to be concerned even with its own games relating to GTA 6. I mean, where is Red Dead Redemption 2 Remaster? That is a thing. It is a real thing. It is coming out. And honestly, I would have thought that this game would have been announced and released by now, but it's a no-show. And now it's looking like it may not even come out until after GTA 6. Now, I know there's going to be somebody out there, but Godzilla is coming out at the same month as GTA 6. Why would Nintendo be worried? They're even coming out with Godzilla. Yes, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee Remake is coming out in November. This is true. But Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee ain't going to sell 10 million units in a year, let alone a day. It's going to barely have shelf space during that time. And matter of fact, if you want that game physically, you're probably...
Dude, what is he talking about shelf space? Like, they're gonna put one copy on the shelf, and then they'll pull it out of the back if you want it. Like, that's how my Best Buy is, at least, or Target, or whatever. They just put, like, one fucking little, like, unit up front, and then they either get it from behind the display case, or they get it out of the back. Like, what is he talking about? They're not going to take up shelf space. It's one game. You don't need to have a row of 85 copies of GTA. You can just put one case out and then just give it to people at the checkout. Like, I don't know.
Probably better off pre-ordering it right now because it's probably going to be somewhat hard to find around that month. The reason why Zelda appears to be the only game, first-party game from Nintendo releasing around GTA is because it's Zelda's anniversary and because Nintendo has to have at least one AAA full-price title for the holidays. Period.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. That was pretty nonsensical. Oh, man. Meet DeJounte Wings, who was arrested by Baton Rouge police in Louisiana after he allegedly broke into an oil change business and stole $200 from the safe. DeJounte. Oh, imagine naming your kid DeJounte. But yeah, if you ever see eyes like this, obviously this is an extreme case, but the further away from the nose that the eyes are, the stupider somebody is. So like that one chick, I don't know her name. Black Little Mermaid. This chick. Hold on. This one. You see how far her eyes are over to the side of her head? That's a sign of low IQ. So if somebody's got like fish eyes like that, that's associated with a genetic disorder. That is, you know, quite literally a sign of low IQ. But yeah, another case example of that. Where is PK? You want his thoughts on this? Yeah, PK is a renowned geneticist, so, you know, his insight would be invaluable. I agree. Hold on, let me see. I'm trying to get to this. Bruh, I don't know if we're gonna watch this entire thing. An hour? Yeah. That might be pushing it.
Oh,
I don't know if I can stand the gay cat boy for fucking an hour. So, we'll see how this goes. Let's see. So let me scroll back down. Here we go. So SNK nostalgia with the 2, Zelda 3, SNES, the 3DS reimagined, Switch Awakened. Yeah, I've never played like any of the old Zelda games really. Breath of the Wild was literally the first Zelda game I ever had. So I didn't play any of them previously, really. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. First cuz. Shit. That's right. Maybe even closer. You never know.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
Big story for the night. Very relevant. Our featured story is all about Carmelo Anthony. And I am satisfied that he got the justice that was coming to him. But let us recognize that this is the bare minimum.
Yeah, it should have been a bullet to the back of the head, if you ask me, but, you know.
Minimum. Absolute bare minimum.
Dude, we should just start publicly hanging violent criminals, period. Like, you know, you're convicted, there's overwhelming video evidence, you get hung immediately after you're found guilty.
Mom. It might even be less than that. So, the big story tonight is that Carmelo Anthony, you might remember last year, he was a 17-year-old track and field athlete in high school. He was confronted for being in the wrong side of the bleachers at football practice by another teenager, a white teenager by the name of Austin Metcalf. This happened in Frisco, Texas, about around the same time last year. So Austin Metcalf, who is a twin, 17-year-old, good-looking young white guy, great football player, he approaches Carmelo Anthony, who's in the wrong...
Good-looking, he had to throw that one in there.
...seat, who's in the wrong side of the field, because he comes from a different school. Austin Metcalf approaches Carmelo Anthony.
Yeah, that white boy be clumsy as fuck. Carmelo Anthony be holding his knife out, and that dumb cracker done fell on the blade.
Says, hey, pal, you're in the wrong side of the bleachers. And that's not like a racial thing. The kid was from a different school. So he was sitting on the home team side of the bleachers. He belongs in the away team side of the bleachers. So Austin Metcalf comes up to him and says, hey, pal, you're in the wrong side of the field.
Isn't this like a thing we've all seen, though? I mean, admit it. You've all seen this where a rude, obnoxious, loud black person refuses to leave when they're asked to leave by an establishment or a person of authority. I'm not going anywhere. You can't make me leave. You know, like that kind of attitude. We all know it. It's super common. All right. Like, I'm not moving. It's everywhere. And that is so toxic.
And Carmelo Anthony says, well, make me move. I'm not moving. Causes a altercation. Austin Metcalf gives him a shove. Carmelo Anthony reaches into his backpack, pulls out a knife, and stabs Austin Metcalf in the neck and in the chest, piercing his heart and breaking his ribs. He dies instantly in the arms of his twin brother. Brutal, heinous, unbelievable attack. And today, finally, the trial concluded, and Carmelo Anthony was found guilty of murder and sentenced to 35 years in prison. And this is a story, this is from the New York Times. It says,
yeah, it goes without saying. I think he should have gotten a life without the possibility of parole, you know.
Hopefully the cholos in Texas prison take care of him.
Come on, 35 years and he only has to serve half of it? Ridiculous.
Quote, a black teenager was sentenced to 35 years in prison on Tuesday after a jury convicted him of murder in the fatal stabbing of a white peer in Texas. The defendant, Carmelo Anthony, now 19, stabbed Austin Metcalf after an altercation at a track meet in April 2025 in Frisco, Texas, on a rainy day. Both were aged 17 at the time. Witnesses said that Mr. Anthony, who attended Centennial High School, sought shelter in a tent belonging to Memorial High School, Mr. Metcalf's team, and was repeatedly asked to leave. We've never heard of anything like that before. Wait a second, you're telling me a black person thought the rules didn't apply to them? They were in the wrong place, they were told to behave, and they repeatedly protested? Oh, I've never seen or heard of anything like that before.
Bro, following the rules is so damn easy. I don't know why people have a problem with that, man. It's just like, maybe that's just like my gamer mind, but I can just follow instructions, you know? I don't know. Maybe people have just an issue with that. Like, they can't get anywhere in life, you know?
It says Mr. Anthony reportedly grabbed his backpack, reached inside, and said, touch me and see what happens. One witness told the police that Mr. Metcalf had pushed Mr. Anthony to get him to leave the tent. Mr. Anthony took out a pocket knife and stabbed Mr. Metcalf in the chest. He died while cradled by his twin brother, Hunter. Appearing on Fox News, Jeff Metcalf, Mr. Metcalf's father, admonished those who had injected racial animus into the case. He said, do not turn this into a racial thing. It was not. Do not politicize this. This was a human being thing. This person made a bad choice, and it affected both his family and my family forever.
Dude, his dad is such a fucking cock. He truly is, man.
From the beginning, Mr. Anthony did not deny that he had stabbed Mr. Metcalf, but maintained that he had done so in self-defense. He told the police, I was protecting myself. He put his hands on me. The prosecutor asked why Mr. Anthony had brought a knife to a track meet. He said, you don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke the shove. The jury apparently put little stock in the self-defense argument, deliberating for less than 3 hours before finding Anthony guilty of murder. The jury could have instead convicted him of the lesser offense of manslaughter or deeming the killing a crime of sudden passion, which would have given Mr. Anthony a much lower sentence, but they did not. And thank God they didn't. Finally, some accountability. I saw this, and it's a huge relief. Let's.
I don't know, bro. The only fitting punishment is a hot piece of lead, if you ask me. I don't know why we're going to pay to fucking house this guy, pay for his rehabilitation, his food, his medical care. Like, why are we keeping these people alive, dude? Honest question. There is no actual argument in the case of keeping someone like this Carmelo Anthony retard alive. You know, he's fucking scum. And like all trash, it should be gotten rid of.
Say that. It is a relief that this animal that took the life of a handsome, young, white guy with his whole life ahead of him, it is a relief that this piece of human garbage was held accountable.
I mean, listen, if he serves his full 35 years and he'll be like, what, like 55 by the time he gets out, somewhere around that age, that's still, you know, age, that's still like a lifetime like left, essentially, right? You can still grow old. That Austin Metcalf does not get to experience whatsoever. So, you know, I mean, this guy has completely ruined his...
He had to point out handsome twice. SNK nostalgia with the 35 years was not enough. Fuck him. Yeah, exactly. You know, I say put him under the jail instead of in it, but, you know. That's not Christian. SNK nostalgia with the 2, suicidal empathy is why. Exactly. Yeah, Nick can't come out in favor of the death penalty, dude, because that's not Catholic.
Own life, this Carmelo Anthony character. I just don't see the reason why a 17-year-old should get such leniency when it comes to sentencing. You do such a heinous crime like this, I think you should be in prison the rest of your life.
Because it wasn't a crime of sudden passion. It wasn't manslaughter.
I think you should just be swinging from a fucking rope, personally, but, you know, that's just me.
Murder. He brought a knife to a track meet. Who does that? Who are these people in our cities, in our communities, in our schools, with our families, your children? Who does that? He brought a pocket knife to a track...
Bring back public executions for this type of shit, bro. You know, people need to see what happens.
He's in the wrong place. He's asked politely to leave. He gets shoved. He escalates it to lethal force. People like this do not belong in our society. They either should be in prison forever or they should be dead.
Yeah, and I think somebody like this, like the death penalty, it actually makes me question my stance on the death penalty. You know, I kind of go back and forth on it. It's not something like that I would say that I'm actually 100% made up on. Some days I'm more pro, some days I'm like completely against it. I would say, like, you know, right now I'm probably against it, you know, mostly, but...
Why? Let's hear.
I don't know, it's a lot of challenging situations in different contexts where you learn about, like, you know, what could really change your mind when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Like what? Like what, bro?
I don't want to live in a society with
If you're on camera stabbing someone for no fucking reason, you deserve to be shot on sight. Sorry, you have forfeited your life because you've taken someone else's.
Animals, 17-year-olds that bring guns and knives to a high school sports outing. I don't want to live in a society, I don't think anybody does for that matter, with their wives and their children, or even themselves for that matter, where that kind of thing is going on. What kind of 17-year-old has that kind of hatred and violence in their heart? What kind of 17-year-old?
SNK nostalgia with the 2, suicidal empathy is why. Yeah, pretty much, man. So, I don't know. I have no problem just, you know, mass executing violent criminals, personally. We would live in paradise if we just got rid of the 1 to 2% of people that cause all the fucking problems. You know? El Salvador did the same fucking shit. It worked out wonderful for them. Why can't we do the same? Put the problem 1 to 2% of the population either in prison or in the fucking dirt, and then the rest of us can live a happy, healthy life. Not fucking hard, man. We should not have to suffer in order to cater to the scum of society. An SNK nostalgia with the 2, electric chair is funny as fuck. Yeah, it would be.
Is capable of doing something like that. I don't think any white person, with maybe some exceptions, knows anybody in their family, their extended family, in their community who's capable of doing something like this. So somebody that is willing and able to carry out a vicious attack like that does not belong in our society. He should not be going to college. He should not be living a life, making a family of his own, having kids, God forbid. He belongs in a cage or under the ground. And that's it for people like that.
Hey, I mean, at least Carmelo Anthony's bloodline will probably end with him. I mean, he'll be going straight to prison, gets out. I mean, you have zero prospects once you get out of that age. And I don't know, just the way that he's been carrying himself, at least when we've seen him. And
What do you mean zero prospects? Him and his fucking bum-ass family are probably on fucking welfare, and he will be when he gets out.
His family just squander his legal defense fund, something like $600,000, spent it on vehicles and like a house and stuff like that.
The only reason
his mom got a nose job.
reason they sentenced him to 35 years with the possibility of parole is because he was charged as a minor, and so he's ineligible for a life sentence without parole. But I think that's ultimately what he deserves. But I want to add on to this. So, like I said at the beginning, this is the bare minimum. It's a relief that in this case, justice was done. The killer was found guilty. He's going to prison. He's
Nero with the 2 death penalty needs to come back. You know what? We should do the old English style execution where they're forced to kneel and like the executioner takes out a long sword and just in one stroke swipes their head clean off their shoulders. And then the head rolls into the crowd and blood squirts out of the neck, trenching the front row. You think that would send a strong message? Like, hey, don't fucking do this shit. You know? But no, dude. Oh, you go to jail for 17 years. Don't do it again. Fuck that. Oh, dude, I would happily be the public executioner. I don't fucking care. Yeah, absolutely I'd do it. President HMV with the 35 months. Appreciate it, man. An idiot Craig with the 2. Carmelo comes from an upper middle class family. Then why did they have to e-bag on GoFundMe? And then they blew all the money and then pled poverty and used a public defender. No, they're just yet another example of welfare warriors. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Parents are Kangs now. Yeah, they spent the money on a fucking mansion rental, an Escalade, and the mom got a nose job. So, yeah, classic. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I wouldn't wear the hood doing it. Oh, yeah, I'd want to look him in the eyes. You will know who takes your life.
Facing accountability, as he should. I actually saw there was one right-wing TikToker who's not a big fan of mine, this fat-headed doofus. He went on TikTok grinning and smiling like an idiot, and he goes, Carmelo Anthony was found guilty. Haha, this is great. And you go, you're celebrating the bare minimum? Some sociopathic killer murders a white person, goes to jail. You're hooting and hollering. You're saying hip, hip, hooray. Why?
And then these people, their justification for feeling like that would be like, well...
I mean, if we wanted to get real creative, we could flog him to death or, you know... I don't know, bro. We need to bring back some real punishments.
You know, prison is so horrible. You know, it's like living in hell. And granted, yeah, a lot of prison, yeah, it sucks ass. I wouldn't want to live in prison at all. But that's like completely ignoring that he will get out. He will live a normal life by the time he gets out. You know, there's going to be people, tons of black people that want to support him, probably.
It's a horrible situation.
There already are.
Is going on because this happens all the time. This now happens with regularity. That white people are out there in the world living their lives, riding the subway, at the high school football practice, at the airport, in an Uber, at a bar, wherever, when they are suddenly and viciously attacked, have their lives permanently altered or ended forever by these maniacs with nothing to lose. You're celebrating he was found guilty and put in jail? You should be angry. That's the bare minimum. Now, last week, we had a similar situation with Henry Novak.
This is also an option. You know, we could also do this. Rip them limb from limb with a horse on each. So, that's also an option. We could also do the brazen bull, the Pope's pear, the Judas cradle, bamboo torture. There's a lot of options. So, yeah, I mean, you could do hang, drawn, and quartered, too. That would work. The rack. You know, flayed alive. Blood eagle. I mean, there's a lot of stuff you could do. And do you think that would, I mean, crucifixion could work as well, too. It worked for the Romans. Or we could skewer them like Vlad the Impaler, so.
I can't afford this shit!
I mean, we have a lot of wonderful methods that have worked in the past that, you know, we could mix it up even. We could do one of each. Now, people don't fear going to jail. Oh no, I get to watch TV and get 3 meals a day. Holy shit, dude. Yeah, most of these people who go to jail don't have anything fucking going on in their life anyway. They don't care. So, it's like, not even a punishment to them. And let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2, bring back the Viking Lung. Oh yeah, the Blood Eagle. Yeah, that's a pretty cool one. Let's see, Resident Evil Zombify with the 2, bring back medieval torture, iron bullshit. Yeah, the Brazen Bull. Yeah, that would work.
That was the teenage British white guy who was killed back in December by a Sikh Indian. Similar situation. This was a young man who was walking home, riding the subway. He was stabbed repeatedly by a Sikh Indian, seemingly with little or no provocation. He called the police. Police arrived. They actually started to arrest the victim. They started to arrest the stabbing victim, placing him in...
That's exactly what happened in Germany, where that one guy was attacked by a Muslim with a knife. The cops started to arrest the German dude who was being attacked by the Muslim. And then the cop gets stabbed in the neck by the Muslim. It's like, you know, it's fucking insane, bro. Absolutely fucking insane. It's beyond parody at that point. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, Judge Dredd should be I agree, absolutely, man. You know, I kind of look forward to the day when we have police bots that just automatically subdue, if you know what I mean, perpetrators of violent crime on the spot. Let's see, Nero with the 5, the Japanese still do capital punishment primarily through a long drop hanging. Nice. I think they should just take the samurai sword and cut their guts open first. But, you know, hanging works too. Midnight Mallwell with the 10. The game shows were good all around. I'm excited for Stellar Blade 2, Gears of War E-Day. I already pre-ordered the game. Also the news that Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3 is multi-platform. Is a bliss. Or is a bliss. Ear rate, please. Alright, you got it. Oh, here we go.
Fucking sucks, bro. He's
pussy, so I have to do it to shut them the fuck up. Jesus fucking Christ.
You shut the fuck up. Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up.
handcuffs until they realized too late that he was bleeding to death, and then he died in their custody.
Yeah, in that just over a minute between the cops arriving and them handcuffing him and him passing out and essentially dying right in front of them, that was like the most critical time to administer him aid. They could have put pressure on a wound. They could have started to actually save his life in that amount of time, but they chose to handcuff him, restrain him, you know, put him like, you just can't even think of like the horror that went through this young man's mind, you know, in his final moments.
Similarly, in that situation, the killer was arrested and charged with murder, and surely he will be given a lengthy sentence in prison as well. But these situations have something in common. Whether it's Irina Zarutska, the young girl who was stabbed to death on the subway in North Carolina, Austin Metcalf, who was stabbed to death at the track and field practice in Frisco, Texas, or Henry Novak, where the body cam footage was just released last week, stabbed to death by a Sikh Indian who had a special provision in British law that he was even able to carry a murder weapon and was able to deflect what should have been his own arrest by accusing his own victim of being racist. What you have in common in each of these situations?
The greatest crime of all, guys. Racism.
Is this. It is actually somewhat normal in the course of human events that there will be conflict. It's tragic, and every death is a tragedy, and we—
No, it's not.
—mourn the people that we lose, whether they're from our own race or from a different race, actually. I really believe it's—
There's plenty of people we don't need alive.
When anybody is murdered. And there is something to be said about the fact that it is human, that from time to time people get killed and people die and horrific things happen, and these evil things go on in the world, and we don't really have a great explanation for it.
Yeah, ultimately, when people go on racist tangents about like specific groups, it's like, okay, well, you don't want to ignore the actual origin point where it actually comes from, and that may be like harder for people to examine. And there is something dark within humans, within humanity. There is something there that I don't think a lot of people really want to address, right? And I think we're all human, and I think all people are capable actually of a lot of violence. I just think that when we're examining like these racial questions, it's like, you shouldn't get like so ignorant, caught up and not look at any of the other factors as well and be like hateful towards people, if you understand what I'm saying.
But the expectation of, I think, any decent and righteous people is that there is a sense of justice. that is done to the evildoers. What we find happening in our civilization is that these are not actually human stories. These are not stories of human altercations. What we find emerging is a pattern. It's a pattern. Do white people kill sometimes? Yes. Do white people kill each other sometimes? Certainly. Do they kill non-white people? Rarely.
Yeah, I think the stat was what? 3.4 black people are killed per 10,000 whites compared to 153 white people per 10,000 blacks. So you're 50 times more likely to be killed by a black person than a black person is to be killed by a white person. Like, that's not just that's just a coincidence, dude. Yeah, if someone is 50 times more likely to attack another race, yeah, that's not just the darkness of humanity, dude. No, that's a day culture moment. So that is not a fucking, shared trait across humanity. That is a racial problem. So, period. Where you want to say that stems from is a whole nother argument, but yeah, if someone is 150 out of 10,000, like, think about that. That's over 1% of people within a population kill a white person. That's not statistically insignificant. Think about that, dude. If there's, 50 million black people? That's an insane number of people dying. Like, yeah. That's per 10,000. 153 or something. I think even Elon tweeted that out today. So let's see. 50 million divided by 10,000. I'm too retarded to do math right now. Times 154. 770,000. There you go. 770,000. That's your per capita number. So that's fucking crazy, bro. Let's see. So Essenke nostalgia with the two long pigs and farva beans and Chianti. Nice, man. Hold on, let me see if I can find the Elon tweeted it out. I'll pull it up real quick. Let me just scroll through. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I can't afford this shit!
Here, we'll pull it up real quick, but I mean, even Elon's normie ass is like signal boosting this shit now, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, okay, sorry. It wasn't 154, it's 153. But yeah, dude, that shit's crazy. For every 10,000 blacks, 153 violent crimes are committed against a white person. Versus 3.4. Like, that shit's crazy, bro. That's 50 times more likely to occur. That is not a, statistically insignificant figure there. That shit's fucking crazy. So I think it's interesting that Elon's hopping on this conversation, though. You know, typically he likes to kind of toe the centrist line, but I guess not on this one.
We find emerging is a pattern where it is always, the interracial violence is always non-white people killing white people. Non-white people killing white people at a much higher rate than white people ever kill non-white people, and in a much higher frequency. There's just so much more violence being perpetrated by non-white people, whether it's blacks and Hispanics in America or Muslims and sub-Saharan Africans in Europe and the United Kingdom. A pattern is emerging. They're doing all the violence, and consequently, because they're doing all the violence, they're doing a lot of interracial violence. They're crossing over into our communities and killing our own people. They're migrating to our countries and turning our countries into war zones, centers of conflict.
Well, it's also their own race wars that they have between each other. So
and every major city is a fucking shithole now.
You have in like religious wars, you have Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, you know, all hating each other. They all show up here in the West, and then they shoot it out with each other. You know, we have this problem in Canada here, where it's Indian gangs and Sikh gangs and Muslim gangs and black gangs. Like, they're all shooting at each other in our streets, killing each other, hitting civilians, doing all sorts of crime, extortion, robbery, like, you name it, scamming, you know, carjackings. You know, we know who it is, and we can go after them if we really wanted to. Like, we actually have well-funded police services, but they just choose not to.
And again,
U generation the 2, let's see. I'll pull it up real quick.
Family's tragedy and grief, the horrendous murder of Henry Novak. And Elon Musk first posted about this last month. But because of the way he boosts far-right accounts on his platform, he's now accused by the PM of whipping up division. And the thing is, as a journalist, you cover these stories and you end up becoming embroiled in it all. So ever since Tuesday, when I interviewed Reform UK's Zia Yusuf about this whole story, I've been deluged with misogynistic abuse and death threats on X, but also on Instagram. And I just wanted
you traitorous cunts deserve far more.
To show you some of them. So this one's on X. It says, "Suck my big white you dumb, ugly, broad." This one says, "You're a racist that needs to be eliminated," in capital letters. This one's a pretty sinister. You need something between the eyes with a target sign. Another one from the same poster saying, "Time to retire. She should be hunted down for her racist feeling towards her own kind. Make her an example, for sake." Someone.
That's a traitor's fate that they deserve.
Says, "Just watched your interview with Zia. You're a vile, rotten." Another one saying, "Kathy Newman just painted a bullseye on her forehead and acted like she has a bulletproof skull on television. R.I.P. Kathy. You done up. Write your last will and testament. Your DNA is pollution." And this one's on Instagram. "Rot in hell, you slag. White lives matter." And finally, another one on Instagram. "Eat dirt, you stupid whore. I hope you die a slow death, suffering dearly, you stupid you whore. Despicable." I mean, some of the language used is pretty chilling there, and that's just a really small sample of the torrent of abuse that's been coming in. We have a platform, I have a platform that I can use to address this, and I think it's really important to call it out and say, this shouldn't be happening, this shouldn't be allowed.
That's right, guys. The mean comments shouldn't be allowed, but, you know, white people getting stabbed by foreigners in their own nations, that's A-okay, dude. We don't want to be racist after all. That's a bridge too far, dude. Holy shit. That would just be way out of the realm of what's acceptable. You know, children being raped on their way home from school, you know, that's just one of the side effects of diversity. I got mean comments on Twitter. We need to ban this shit now. It's just incredible, bro. It really is. The victimhood.
Throughout history, these things happen too. Tribal conflict happens.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and read the rest of these. Let's see. Nero with the 5. The Twitter freaks upset over Stellar Blade 2 MC is pretty funny. A lot of self-reporting as usual. Apparently to them, a tomboy looks like a child. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of the way she looks. She looks like a boy to me. Like, you know, Asian girls with short hair look kind of like boys, but yeah, I don't know. I definitely think the character design is a pretty big downgrade, especially from the first game. So that's my beef with it personally, is, you know, she's not quite nearly as fuckable as I'd like. And Midnight Mobile with the 10. Take another 10. My apologies for waking everyone up, lol. Also, Xenoblade 2 is finally getting an upgrade. And I will play the fuck out of it because I had bad motion sickness and couldn't... Yeah, that game had really bad, like, you know, performance issues and shit.
Thanks,
I know
nigga.
exactly what you're talking about. When I played on the original Switch, I had that issue too at times. So, yeah, it'll be nice. I haven't played 1 or 3 yet, so perfect timing. Let's see. Resident Evil Zombify with the 5. Friend told me I'm a PDF for wanting to play Stellar Blade 2. Yet he's excited for God of War Woman with a talking cube for his Reddit humor and uglies. Well, he's just Goyim maxing, bro, so there's not really much you can do about them. You know, just tell him to watch Sports Ball or something, I don't know. But yeah, that just sounds like, you know, Goyim maxing behavior. SNK Nostalgia with the 2 victimize themselves every time. Oh yeah, dude. They cry out as they strike you. Another group does that too. Midnight Mobile with the 5. Also, I don't even like the Series X, but the new green Xbox they showed is sexy as fuck. I almost want to buy one just to own it. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can get one, and then I'm going to sell my normal Series X and recoup some of the money, if possible. But yeah, it does look nice, so... Xbox used to have the best looking custom consoles around, so it's nice to see that they're once again producing cool looking consoles. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, now you understand why Second Amendment is sacred to me, brother. Oh yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
I can't afford this shit!
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, look up Irish in the North. Yeah, I've seen the Irish stuff.
All
like
right,
them
awesome.
burning
Thanks,
the
nigga. All right.
buses and all that other shit. I think they like lit a building on fire or something too, but yeah. You know, it's too bad we can't drop some toys to the, you know, wonderful Irish citizens. You know, they do have a certain affinity towards using weapons against their government, so, you know, a few cases of Jameson and a few cases of, you know, fun toys. And then Azure Tormenta with the 5. Was there other... Wait, what was the other Pokemon card you recommend to buy? I needed more context than that. I don't know what you mean by other Pokemon card. I plan on getting those 2 once I get paid again. Thanks again. I mean, I don't remember exactly which one it was. So I would need a little more details than that. Nadia Krager with the 2. These Timmies are all talk. I guess. It's a problem with a lot of things, honestly. And Nero with the 5. Most tomboys could be wrong, but they tend to go more the masculine route in personality. It's more of a quirk, but everyone has their own taste. Screw. I don't really think she's a tomboy, dude. It's just that's the Korean haircut. So, you know. It's like that one... Oh, what was that fucking bitch's name? Squid Game Girl. What was her name? Yeah, it's like literally this shit. This looks like a boy to me, dude. I never understood the simping for this hoe. Like, that looks like a man. That looks like a fucking man, bro. Like, I never understood why dudes were like, oh my god, she's so hot. It's like, no, it looks like a fucking boy. Asian women, when they get this short haircut, look like men. Because Asian men also have very feminine facial features. So, yeah. It's either long hair or bust, if you ask me. Like here.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see if I can find a good picture. Yeah, it's like basically the same look. So, it's not even like a tomboy look, it's just the Korean haircut that they get. So, it gives me the same vibes as that. It looks like a fucking boy. So, a very feminine boy, but still, it looks like a boy to me. So, yeah, I'm not really a fan of the character design. Like, let me just show you how different it looks if I can find this image real quick. Like, it's a night and day difference. God, dude, I fucking hate this shit. It's so hard to find anything nowadays. Alright, whatever. It's low res, but you'll get the point. Look how much better that looks. Look how much better that looks, dude. Here, side by side. But do you see what I'm saying? Like, that could very easily be a fucking man. Like, yes, a very feminine man. But without the tits in view, which there's not even really much to look at in that aspect, this almost looks like a boy. So, the long hair makes, you know, Asian women look feminine, more so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really a fan of the character design, personally. Not really a fan. But, yeah, I agree. The collective losing of people's shit over it is pretty fucking retarded. But, yeah. I definitely think it's a massive step back in the wrong direction compared to the first game. Azure Tormented with the 2, I remembered Gengar. Okay, yeah. Make sure it's the one with the Cosmos foil. But yeah, the Miyazaki Gengar. Or no, Komiya Gengar.
Sometimes the barbarians breach the perimeter and get inside the city gates, get inside the city walls. But it is what happens next, which is actually what counts. When this happens, it is incumbent on a people, and in particular its government, to get together and protect the sovereignty and safety and the well-being of our polity, of our society, of our people, of our communities, of our space. If violent foreigners are invading our country and they start killing and raping everybody, it's our job to kick them out. It is our job to push them out. And we don't care if everybody's guilty or everybody's innocent.
Oh, but Nick, you said just a few weeks ago that immigration was a dead issue and we need to vote for the Democrats. And why does anyone even care about immigration at this point as long as they're Catholic, right? Oh, now we're changing tune yet again. We're changing tune yet again. Hold on. I can easily find this clip. Yeah, here we go. The Mexican wants white people to give up on immigration. Here it is. And this is from one of his glazers, too, which is pretty wild that they think this makes him look good.
The immigration issue is over. I know that's controversial. I know you don't like to hear that. And I know what people are going to say. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a dead issue. Maybe there was a time when we could have stopped it. Maybe there was a time when we could have built a wall and deported everybody, but
That's right, dude. But now we need to deport them. We need to deport them now. But just a few weeks ago, he was saying it's a dead issue. It's too late. We can't do it. Building the wall's pointless. It's just insane, man.
time is sure.
Again, Nick will never be taken seriously if he can't actually fucking just pick a fucking stance and stick with it. The constant flip-flopping is just retarded.
Early past. And Trump blew it. Trump blew it both times. We had a chance if they got it together in 16, they could have built the wall. They could have deported a bunch of people. They didn't. We had our one last chance. We had one last shake in 24. He got elected in the popular vote. For whatever reason, it's cultural, it's the pendulum, whatever you want to say. He got back in, even with Hispanics. And he made it a poisonous issue.
You notice how he says we had a real shot, right? This dumb fuck was literally campaigning against Trump in the final days of the election. Now he wants to act like he's some betrayed voter, that Trump didn't live up to his fucking You told people to vote against him, you fucking halfwit. Like, this is what he does constantly. You know, it's like right after Trump won in 2024, he goes, "We did it, guys." It's like, you did what? Lost? You told all your little fucking gremlins not to vote for him.
And now I don't know that it's ever going to go back in the other direction. I don't know that that'll ever happen. And even if it does, it's almost too late. It's almost too late. The damage has been done. It's set in. And now we have to change how we think about the issue. That old America, heritage America, sorry, it is dead. I know people don't like to hear that. America's not going to be a Norman Rockwell painting. We're not going to be a republic, not an empire. It's done. It's done, and we lost. Okay, you had 30 years to get your act together between Pat Buchanan and Donald Trump and Ann Coulter and all these different nativist groups, and it just never materialized. And I think that's finished. And I think that now...
But now, guys, we need to start deporting. But it's a dead issue less than a month ago.
What we're playing for is to regain control over our empire, to try to improve the quality of life within the empire, to try to ameliorate the worst effects of diversity. Honestly, I think it's time for a little dose of reality, because at this point, I'm gonna say something else you're not gonna like. Immigration is becoming one of these issues that is used almost exclusively just to trick white people.
To trick white people.
It is the MacGuffin.
Says the non-white.
It is this thing that we are always chasing, always trying to get, always elusive. We're ignoring everything else.
We're ignoring everything. Well, Nick, that's because most of the problems in the U.S. are caused by unlimited immigration. It's amazing what happens when you get rid of tens of millions of people from the equation who compete for housing, jobs, and government assistance. Not really rocket science.
In pursuit of this thing that we're just never going to get. And so, for example, Trump brought with him in this administration all these corporate raiders and cronies and plutocrats. He brought with him all the oligarchs and the Zionists and Jared Kushner and Wars for Israel and digital currency and Palantir coming in on the
Nah, his dad's Mexican, bro. He's half Mexican.
hills of Doge. All these different things, they're so bad. It's like we're gonna not have privacy. We're not.
If you've ever seen his sister, she looks like the average Latina. So, no, Nick is Mexican. Like, what is that guy's name who does the fucking Doomer slop content? Remember, I was like, he looks like Nick if he was white? What was that guy's name? You guys remember? I don't fucking remember his name. Shit. Jet Franzen? That might be it. Yeah, that's him. That's him. Like, hold on. This is what you have to do.
We need to address the fact that our generation...
Like, just hold on. Give me a second. Why can I not resize this? There we go. Like, when you compare... Hold on, let me make this large. Like, when you compare Nick with, like, an actual white person, you can really see it. You can see it. But you have to put... Because, like, his skin tone is deceptive. But he has distinctly Hispanic facial features. So, once you put him next to, like, an actual white guy that looks similar to him, you know, you can definitely see the difference. Hold on, let me try to get a better frame here.
Not gonna have a Fourth Amendment. The military is banning Anthropic because they want to militarize ChatGPT.
Perfect. That's like the same pose for both of them. See what I mean? I'm trying to see if I can make this larger. Of course, this dude's like...
I can't afford this shit!
But you can see, like, the mouth is completely different. Like, it's definitely, you know, a case of him having the Hispanic, you know, facial features. When you put him up next to, like, an actual white person, you can see it. But, yeah, his skin tone is deceptive in that front. Like, you would assume he's white at first glance. But then when you see him next to, like, an actual white guy, you're like, oh, yeah, no, he's definitely Hispanic.
We're at war with Iran. You got this big, beautiful bill, which is a monstrosity. We're moving towards digital currency. Tether is in the White House. You got the shit coins being sold by the Trump family. So many horrible things have been unleashed, and all of you white nativists are willing to take it all, swallow it all, because you say, well, as long as we're doing something about immigration, and you go, are we doing anything about immigration?
Yes, Nick, we are. We already built the fucking wall. We got rid of 3 million people, and we have net negative immigration for the first time in 60 years. And also, for the past 6 months, the only asylum claims that we've approved are white South Africans. So, yeah, we have done things about immigration. So, to act like nothing's being done is just beyond disingenuous.
What are we doing about immigration? Is it really worth it? They go, well, anything is gonna help.
Yes! Yes! Anything is going to help.
No, I don't think it is. I mean, at a certain point, you have diminishing returns, you have a concept of marginal utility. If you got 50 million illegals, no, I'm sorry, deporting 400,000 doesn't do a damn thing.
It's not 400,000, it's like 3.5 million, I think, to date.
We have 30, 40 million illegals. We're bringing in millions of legal immigrants.
No, we're not. We have net negative immigration.
What we're playing for is to remove 300,000.
Like, he's just being disingenuous, and, you know, this is a common Nick tendency.
people per year, that we're gonna kill everything else on that basis. War with Iran, big beautiful bill, no restrictions on AI, all of that for 200,000 deportations, and you're seriously gonna tell yourself?
Oh, we went from 400,000 to 200,000 within a sentence. You caught that, right? It's now down from 400,000 to 200,000 in the span of 10 seconds. Again, this is what people like Nick do, is they just throw out numbers and then try and downplay it, but they don't actually have anything they're actually citing. It's just pure fucking smoke and mirrors, pretty much.
Every little bit counts.
Yeah, it'll be 50,000.
That's delusional. That's totally insane. And it doesn't even...
Hold on, let's see. How many immigrants have been removed from the U.S. since Trump has been in office, including self-deportation? Let's see. When was this dated? So, as of December 10th. So, what is that? 6 months ago? Or 5 months ago? Over 200, or not 200, over 2.5 million illegal aliens have left the United States. 600,000 have been arrested and deported, and 1.9 million illegals have self-deported since January of 2025. So that was 5 or 6 months ago, and that's 2.5 million. So this is what they don't tell you, is what is considered a self-deportation is if ICE arrests you and you don't go through the court process and you agree to just go back. That is a self-deportation, even if they have arrested you. So people go, oh, well, that doesn't count. Yo, no, it does count, because those people are apprehended in most cases. So 2.5 million people in less than a year is not insignificant. That's what, 1/20th of all the illegals in less than a year? That is significant, whether you want to admit it or not. So that's not a small number of people to remove from a country in less than a year. Like, 2.5 million people is more than most people could even comprehend from a logistics standpoint. Like, that's an insane number of people. So, yeah, this is just like this defeatist, retarded fucking, you know, shtick that he does, where he tries to downplay genuinely good things that are happening. Oh, well, we shouldn't care about it anymore, guys. Just open the fucking floodgates. At least they're Catholic, dude.
Matter, because in 4 years, eventually we're going to get another Democrat, and they're just going to undo everything we did.
That's right, guys. Why try? Why try?
1,000-fold. Like
it's all over, dude. It's all over. Vote Democrat, though.
What Biden did. So, being perfectly honest with you, and again, you're not going to like this, but you need to hear it. So much of the nativist politics, it really is a race hustle. It really is. And it doesn't mean that I don't believe in it. I think immigration is ruinous. It is terrible. It is
then leave.
It's objectively destroyed our quality of life. It has alienated us within our own country. It is a disaster. And if I could wave a magic...
Yeah, exactly. Says the Mexican. Like, that's the ultimate irony of this entire fucking thing.
And undo it, I would do that in a second. You know? I do think that this is a white country. I do think this flowered from European civilization. I wish it was still that way. Okay?
Well, do your part, Chud.
With that being said, these issues are being used to get us angry. These issues are
yeah, they should make you angry.
Being dangled in front of us, always out of reach, no intention of following through, so they can distract us and get us angry, so that we will not pay attention to and ignore everything else, And then in the end, we don't even get what we're promised. That is what it feels like to me.
Yeah, but now we need to deport them. So remember, this was what? Like a month or two ago? So yeah, here we are now.
If your community is responsible for all or most of the violence, and you have turned the community into a hotbed of violence, and it's spilling over into predatory racial violence against our own, then I'm sorry, you have worn out your welcome.
And this is
Oh! But dude, it's a dead issue. They're just jangling the fucking keys in front of our face. But now we need to start deporting people because they've outstayed their welcome. Which one is it, Nikki? You know? You can't really switch up that fucking dramatically in the span of a couple weeks, bro. That's fucking insane. There's zero fucking consistency with this dipshit.
How you know it's true is when you ask liberals, why can't these people be deported? And they go, well, their home countries are just so violent. And you go, exactly. Like they're all they're very violent. Like that's the problem, right? It's like we're not trying to...
Yeah, it's ridiculous, bro.
Ignore the truth. We want to see what is actually true out here, and that's actually what's happening. It's like, show that to any liberal, though. They'll tell you. Those countries are full of violent people, so you can't send them back there. It's like, okay, well, why are they coming here then?
You gotta go now. And so it is the job of the state, which has a monopoly on the legitimate use of violence, to get the guns and get the police and get the soldiers and get these people and kick them out. That's their job.
Wait a second. I thought it was a lost cause. I thought it was a lost cause there, Nick. They're incapable of doing it. They're just jingling the keys in front of your face, right?
And if the government isn't doing it, it is the job of the people to get together and appoint a government that will do it. So in other words...
That's right, guys. When we vote Democrat in 2026 and in 2028, dude, you know, never Vance. We will elect a government that will, you know, finally remove the foreign invasion on our shores. Oh, wait, they're the ones who let them in the first place.
What is supposed to happen next? Well, when you see enough grooming gangs and rapes of children and murders of your own people, eventually you elect a far-right government in the United Kingdom that starts deporting the communities responsible for the violence. We don't care if you're illegal, legal, we don't care if you did the violence or you didn't do the violence. You are
No, dude, it's a dead issue. Stop. Stop voting. Guys, stop voting for immigration. It's over. Just let all the cultural enrichment happen. Because all that's going to happen, dude, is even if you get rid of some of them, they're just going to let more in. So become defeatist.
Problem, you got to go. And same thing in the United States. If black people are committing 60% of the murders, if young black men, which are, let's say, 4% actually of the population, people say it's 13%, but it's the men. So that's half. And it's the young men.
No, it's the women too, dude. Black women are more violent than every single other group of men other than black men. So black women commit more violent crime than white, Hispanic, and Asian men by a long shot. So it's not just the men, but the women and the children.
So maybe that's a quarter. If 3 to 4% of the population is committing 50 to 60% of the murders, then yeah, you need to racially profile them.
And they're killing other black men too. That's a thing that no liberal actually wants to tackle the issue of gun violence in the hood. Right? It's a massive problem. Talk to black people. They don't want to live in places
where... dude, Thomas Massey tried. He wanted to give them more guns. A truly genius idea.
Bullets are flying, but that's the reality. And so it's crazy to me that liberals will just ignore that and go like, well, it's not even a problem. If it is a problem, it's white supremacy. To me, that's just insane.
We need lots of police, and we're going to need to arrest a lot of black people. As long as they are the ones committing the violence and doing the carjackings and doing the smash and grab robberies and the teen takeovers, then that's going to be the demographic of the prison population. That's going to be the demographic of the people that are getting chased around on the body cam footage and sometimes shot and frequently arrested. That's how it's got to be. This is where the problem arises. Instead, you have the government going out of their way to suppress this natural response from the population. Now, what is the job of the FBI? Is it to solve murders? Is it to shut down anti-white racialized violence? Is it to make sure that black people and Hispanics aren't ganging together to kill white people? No, it's the job of the FBI to make sure white people don't react. That's why the FBI and the Homeland Security's mandate is policing so-called domestic violent extremism. And they believe the biggest categories of that is white nationalism, neo-Nazism,
And they will just classify you as that if you believe in white identitarianism, if you believe that you as a white person belong to the group of white people, of Europeans, that you should move as a group, that you should politic as a group, that you should look out for your own kind, they want to shut you down. Like, that's straight up turns you, in the eyes of the government, you're a violent extremist, you're a neo-Nazi.
So in every major city, if you're a white person, or even just a law-abiding person for that matter, what are you worried about? You're worried about being mugged or carjacked or stabbed or shot by a black person or some gangbanger. But what is the FBI and DHS worried about? They're worried about the small cells where white people might be getting together somewhere in the country to organize politically to stop that. You might call the police. You might.
Can we get an example of how they're, you know, as of late, targeting white groups? I don't think there's any of that happening right now.
Call 911 and the phone will ring and ring. They'll tell you to file an online report about the homeless or the criminals or the carjackers or smash and grab robbers. But if you see a swastika graffiti on a wall, well, bring in the FBI, bring in Homeland Security, call the Secret Service. If there's a racist incident, if Jussie Smollett has a piece of string around his neck, call the Department of Justice. Get Merrick Garland on the phone. What's the FBI doing? Are they actually out there trying to solve these crimes? Or are they infiltrating trailer parks looking for phantom Ku Klux Klan members and neo-Confederates and racists?
America is demographically screwed. Griffin, earlier this stream, what do you mean you're giving up? Pointing out a fact is not saying that you should not try to fix it. That is like a complete false equivalency, bro. But keep fucking glazing. You know, Nick is into boys, so he might give you a shot.
See, this is the problem. And here in this case, you have Austin Metcalf. Good-looking, athletic, young guy from an affluent neighborhood. It shouldn't be like this. This is what our civilization is all about. These white suburbs that exist, this is like the pinnacle of civilization. Beautiful homes, green grass. You have kids driving around in Jeeps, each one more beautiful than the last, carpooling and picking each other up and going to the beach and hanging out, getting ready to go to college, and then they're going to get a great job and start families of their own. Is it better anywhere in the world than here? Is it better anywhere in the world than in those communities?
I mean, I think to not enjoy it is actually crazy. I think people that, like, they huff and puff and they go, I don't want a McMansion. Well, I don't want a nice suburban house. Like, you are so ungrateful. Do you realize how much, like, tears and blood has been shed? Like, literally, for all of this. To not enjoy it, you're a piece of shit, to be honest.
And this young guy is stabbed in the heart for basically no reason.
All right, we're looping at this point. We're looping. All right, that's enough. We're already back to something we talked about, what, at the very beginning? So, yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't like Nick. I think he's a flip-flopping loser who literally just counter-signals any genuine progress because the only way he makes money and stays relevant is complaining. So he's like a woman, bro. Women love to complain, and Nick is spiritually feminine. So, you know, he's just a chronic complainer. He doesn't actually offer any real solutions other than, guys, let's heckin' vote for the people who want to kill us all. You know, vote Democrat in 2026, but if the Democrats win, I'm leaving the country. You know, immigration's a dead issue, but we need to deport troublemakers. I don't know, man. And then he still tries to attach himself to, like, Trump. Like, he's somewhat responsible for that when he literally counter-signaled Trump in every single instance during each of the 3 elections in which he ran. So, it's just... yeah. Nick is not to be taken seriously. He's an entertainer at best, and that's it. He is not a serious political mind. He's like, basically, I guess, maybe a more well-read version of Tucker. I would say that's probably. It's like, you know, politainment content. You don't watch it to actually get any sort of real, hard-hitting, serious political commentary and or analysis. You just watch it to get your news in an entertaining fashion. So... Like me, I'm not a political streamer, so that's not my shtick. I'm only watching that because it got recommended, so it's not my my political, I guess my political, I guess, analysis is not the main draw, but you know, maybe for some it is. But yeah, that's not the purpose of me being live. So I would have never watched that if somebody hadn't donated for it, so that's the difference. Let's see. So SNK Nostalgia with D2 just made a glorious poop. I am back. Nice. And also with the 2, Poland doesn't fuck around slightly. I mean, Poland has a lot of issues. They have, I think, the second lowest birth rate in the world, only behind Korea, interestingly enough. Griffin loves his Mario Kart slop. Exactly, dude. I'd much rather play Mario Kart than watch fucking Nick, to be honest. So, I feel like Mario Kart's a better use of your time. So, personally, I think Mario Kart's a better use of your time. SNK Nostalgia with the 2, play that video of Poland Trump guy. I don't know who that is. What is the guy's name? Poland Trump guy. This? This is all I can find. Dude, I don't think Trump is religious at all.
All right, awesome.
Like,
Thanks,
that's
nigga.
the
All right.
I really don't think Trump is even Christian, bro. I think Trump believes in himself, which is admirable as a leader, so. Yeah, I don't think Trump is any sort of religious at, like, any capacity.
Ready doors? Ready pop? Ready open? Ready close? Ready shut? Ready face? Forward punch.
Yeah, I don't really, like, this is the thing, is I don't really look for Christian values in my leaders, to be honest. I don't really care about that, to be honest. I care more about effectiveness. So, I mean, look at what the fucking cucked Pope just put out today. Oh, there's no such thing as a child. Hold on, wait, I think I have it. Let me see. Here we go, yeah, this. Now, Pope says Christians cannot promote war. Like, what the fuck? Dude, what type of cuckery is this? Like, that is some absolute just fucking cocked bullshit, man. That is the definition of Christ cocked. But yeah, I love that. You know? Wait, where are we? There it is.
Skip it up, fucking loser faggot.
Like, that shit's crazy, man. The Pope says Christians cannot promote war. That's right, Western civilization. Let the foreign hordes swarm you and invade your beautiful lands. Don't fight back. Turn the other cheek. That shit's crazy, bro. But yeah. Again, I don't want Christian values from my leaders. I want effectiveness. You know? Period. I want shit to get done. The only loyalty Trump should have is to the nation, or any leader for that matter. You know, this whole mentality on the right of God over country. No, that's exactly what got us into this fucking mess. You know, this is one of the biggest issues I have with Charlie Kirk. You know, that famous clip of him saying that if America was made up of Christian Indians, it would still be just as American as it is today. Like, fuck no, dude. No. No! That is not the litmus test we should have to let people into the fucking country. If Indians were so great, why is India so shitty? You bring them here, what's going to happen? Well, we're going to get India 2.0. So, some places are bad because of the people who live there. Shocking, I know. Some places are great because of the people that live there. Again, shocking. Who would have guessed? It's almost like the entire world wants to move to one area, and that's it. Well, dude, the thing is Indians consider themselves Christian because they believe Jesus is Vishnu. So they'll, like, skinwalk that they're Christians and say, like, oh, yes, I believe in God and Jesus. Because they believe that Jesus is an avatar of fucking Vishnu. Like, so they literally will skinwalk as Christians because they believe that Jesus is a fucking avatar of Vishnu. So they can say with a straight face that yes, they believe in Jesus Christ because he's an avatar of Vishnu. So, yeah. Hold on, let me see if I can find that clip. Might not be on YouTube. Alright, I'll look for it. We'll go ahead and watch this. Let's see. So SNK Nostalgia with the 2, armed and no shitbags around anymore. Very nice, man. And Nero with the 5. I will not be surprised if Halo Campaign Evolve sells like hotcakes on PS5. Would be pretty funny, however, an Xbox game selling more on PS. Oh, it definitely will. People will just play it in Game Pass, man. People will just play that shit in Game Pass. But I don't know. I mean, Gears flopped, so we'll see. $50 for just the campaign is kind of a big ask. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2, guns greater than religion. Yeah. And then also the 2, road rage times 100 when India lives. Yeah, dude, look at Indian roads. It's a fucking mess. So, yeah.
Like, seriously,
like that
what
was,
have I ever done?
That's why I was never really a Charlie Kirk fan, because he made everything about religion. And it's like, dude, politics and religion were separated for a reason, because if you're too adherent to a religion, the leader of that church or whatever its teaching is at the time can completely fucking, you know, handcuff you and prevent you from actually taking action that's necessary because of some Middle Eastern moral code that may or may not have any application in the current situation you're dealing with. So, you know, this whole mentality of putting God over country is literally what led us to the rationale for mass immigration. Leftist Christians are the ones who opened the fucking floodgates. because, you know, we're all equal under God, and that's how it was sold to everybody. So we now live in the end result of that. Did things get better? I don't think so.
Well, you haven't slept with me yet. There is that. If you don't like my videos, you simply can choose to not watch them. I know it's probably just part of the show you put on, but I don't get why you have to warrant what I've done to warrant you trying to make me feel bad about myself. I think I'm very unproblematic and have chosen to stay out of drama on here regarding you and others. Jesus. There's a lot I could say, but I just don't even care enough. You should have ignored him. Now you have become his permanent enemy, and he will talk shit about you every stream, and his trolls will harass you. He's a creep. He's a stalker. There's Scotty. Damn, maybe I should duck and cover as well. Bald cell alert. Janny alert. Janny for what? Janny? What am I jannying for? Janny? What am I jannying for?
Something that could be gained or lost. And well, I've had a lot of experiences over my life that has changed the way that
I got a good laugh out of the one Simon. This is an amazing representation of Simon's brand. Okay. Well, you're going to be timed out then. Goodbye.
Delilah.
Separation of church and state is what cucks think? Okay, well, let me know what you think of this. Here we go. Do you agree with this statement? If Christianity is the answer, do you agree with this statement? No, I don't want to hear if you think he's a cock. Do you agree with this statement? Because this is a prominent belief held by most Christian denominations. So, honest question. If anything, the Catholic Church has been traditionally the most militant branch of Christianity. So, most Protestant churches are vehemently anti-war. So, do you agree with this statement? War is good. Okay, so there you go. You are in complete and total conflict with the teachings of Christianity. Congratulations, bro. That's why we have separation of church and state. I'm glad we settled that.
Hey there, Delilah. You are much cuter in this video of man, she's a lot cuter in this video. Damn. Like, Jesus. What is it? Like, why is she so much more attractive in this than this one? Like, ugh. Like, what happened? What happened? What happened?
But eventually, Delilah, I highly doubt anyone will ever
Hey there, Delilah.
this. But eventually, people started to watch.
War is not against Christianity. Yes, Christianity universally views war as a tragic consequence of human sin.
I can't afford this shit!
Just war theory, advocated mainly by the Catholic Church, no longer, by the way. This view states that war is evil, but can be a necessary evil to stop a greater harm, such as protecting the innocent. It requires strict conditions, such as being a last resort and fighting only defensively. And remember, the Catholic Church is the most pro-militant. So, Protestant churches are far more anti-war than the Catholic Church, historically speaking. So, yeah, no, your beliefs are in direct conflict with Christianity when it comes to warfare. Hate to break it to you.
But, of course, I get lectured in my own fucking...
This is why the Founding Fathers, Christian they might have been, knew that it was smart to separate the two.
Discord and on Twitter when I post about it. And they're like, well, Raymond, if you wouldn't...
Well, a lot of them also were deist as well. Not necessarily Christian, but...
If you would have only just smoked weed for 12 years instead of drinking, your life would have been so much better. I'm so much better than you, Raymond. I'm so much better than you. Oh, yeah, I'm so much better than you. I didn't drink for 12 years, Raymond. I'm so much better than you. I still have my hair, Raymond. Oh! We gotta get off on...
Good lord, man.
On fucking up with Raymond, huh? Gotta make sure we know he knows how much he fucked his life up and he's not allowed to have any fucking opinions about anybody else, huh? God damn it. Quit fucking lecturing me about that shit. I don't think it's acceptable to fucking smoke weed in front of your goddamn kids like that. Especially if they're like 4. That's a little unpleasant, quite frankly. And quite frankly, I never drank in front of my niece or anybody's kids. And I always had a problem with the kids being in the bar thing.
This is why I'm a Christian that doesn't follow Catholics. What denomination of Christianity do you adhere to? I'll look it up. You know, feel free to put... If you think that your denomination of Christianity does not discourage war, let me know, and we will look this up. And I'm telling you, it is going to be blanket across the board that it discourages fighting wars. Period. So, I am more than happy to do it. But you're not going to like the answer.
I am so tired of this faux moral faggotry that gets fucking passed around as some kind of like cudgel that gets used to beat me over the head with every chance somebody fucking gets. I got a legitimate gripe with neighbors of mine, and I'm somehow the bad guy. Fuck off, first of all.
Why is he even talking about his beef with the neighbors?
God. I never thought I'd see the day, you know, in rural Ohio, where fucking, it's just, they're acting like you-know-whats out in the yard. Puff, puff, pass. So my day, I mean, not ruined or anything like that. It's just, it was, and I talked about this in the Rumble video that I published today. It was so...
Doesn't
right,
change
awesome.
the
Thanks,
fact
nigga.
that
All right.
Nazi Germany was 95% Christian. Its leadership wasn't. But that's another discussion. SNK Nostalgia the 2. The sun in the sky is my fucking god. So Sol Invictus. The I'm gonna look up what Sol Invictus means. It's like the eternal invincible sun or something like that. Invictus meaning. The invincible sun. Okay. Or unconquered sun. That's what it was. Okay. The invincible unconquered sun. There we go. I forgot what it stood for. I really should learn Latin, bro. I would actually be interested in doing that. That shit would be cool as fuck. Then you could read, like, ancient Roman shit, just, you know, in your own head versus having to use Google. I'm not even a Christian. These are just historical facts. Nope. Let's see. So in 1937, Goebbels wrote in his personal diary, "The Fuhrer thinks Christianity is ripe for destruction. Hitler believed Jesus originally wanted to fight Jewish dominance, but teachings were corrupted and subverted by the Apostle Paul." Then Hitler confessed privately that he was an absolute opponent of the church and a, quote, heathen who rejected Christian theology, though he maintained a vague belief in a cosmic almighty. So that's straight from one of his closest confidants, so... You know... There's a reason why, you know, they literally put fucking runes on everything. You know, the swastika is an old Germanic rune. The SS logo is the sun rune, which they rebranded as the Sieg rune. which meant, you know, either the sun or victory. You know, every aspect of like the Nazi military was just filled with ancient Germanic runic iconography. So, yeah. A little inconvenient if you're trying to push the narrative that it was this based in Christ pilled movement. Like, no, it was not. Like, Hitler even was like, I'm pretty sure on record saying that he admired Islam because it had created a race of warriors, and he wishes that, you know, his, you know, people would embrace such a mentality. Or I forgot what the exact quote was, but yeah, no. You are very much delusional if you think that the Nazis were like some sort of super Christian pilled movement. They absolutely were not. Is Giga Doomer really claiming that the Nazis were Christians when they were working on tearing it down and reinstalling Germanic pagan religion? Germany would be pagan if they want. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, dude. Like, that's some revisionist ass history. But hey, you know, that's the thing is like Nazi leadership knew they couldn't just say like, all right, no more Christianity. Like, obviously that'd be a culture shock, and that would lead to mass revolt. So, of course, they were going to try and ease people into it over a prolonged period of time. So, it wasn't like they would go out publicly and say, Christianity's a lie, worship fucking Odin instead. Like, obviously that wouldn't work. You have to slowly integrate it in order to not have people resist it vehemently. But yeah, I don't know. That's like a crazy, you know, rewriting of history if we're going to claim that the Nazis were a Christian movement. Like, that's wild, bro. Yes, they would call themselves Christian because German... Do you guys not understand optics? Do you guys, like, do you understand optics, right? Right? Like, no politician can come out and say, I hate democracy, even if they actually do. You guys get that, right? You have to play the game. So, there's a difference between what you say publicly and what you believe in private. So if you're trying to win hearts and minds, you don't lay it all out there. You have to make the case and build up to it. You don't just dump it on people. You know, it's like boiling the frog, dude. Drop it in the water, it jumps out. You got to slowly heat it up over time. Griffin is a massive history nerd. Wow. I do like history. We'll just restart this video because we're already off on a massive tangent here. We're already off on a massive tangent. We'll restart this, but anyway, let's just see real quick. Let's see. Yeah, right here. Look, so he complained to his architect, Albert Speer. Why did it have to be Christianity? Oh, wait. It has been our misfortune to have the wrong religion, Hitler complained to his architect, Albert Speer. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness? Islam was a manner religion, a religion of men, and hygienic too. The soldiers of Islam received a warrior's heaven, a real earthly paradise with Horus and wine flowing. This, Hitler argued, was much more suited to the Germanic temperament than the Jewish filth and priestly twaddle of Christianity. Like, you guys need to actually research this shit. Like, you're crazy if you think that this was like a Christian group of guys getting together and saying, yeah, based in Crusader pilled, dude. Hell yeah, brother, based in Christ pilled. Like, no. You need to, like, actually look into this shit, man. Hitler routinely belittled Himmler's weird obsession. We'll pull up this picture from that one video we watched a while back. Look familiar? Reminiscent of anything? Does this remind you of anything? I don't know, man. It kind of looks like a painter from history that I can think of off the top of my head. But, yeah. Anyway, you get the point. Hitler basically modeled himself after this painting. So. Here, does this sound very Christian?
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Is this based in Christ build, guys?
Donate, or get the fuck out. Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
This is really in line with Christian theology, huh? This is super duper heckin' Christian, right? Like, again, like, I don't know why y'all are gonna play pretend. It's very obvious, you know, the Nazi leadership was not Christian. Sorry. Like, I don't understand why this is hard to accept. Like, there's far more evidence that they were not Christian behind the scenes and portrayed themselves as Christian because the majority of the population still was at that point. So, again, it's about optics. You don't dump the frog into boiling water. You slowly turn up the heat. So, But anyway. We can spend all night getting into this shit. The SS used birchwood algas runes instead of crosses for their... Yeah, exactly. I mean, even the SS logo was 2 Sieg runes, which were associated with the god of the sun, and they rebranded as the sign for victory. I mean, the entire Nazi movement was a glorification of, like, basically, you know, celebrating and embracing your ancestry and lineage and the fatherland. That's incredibly fucking pagan. You know, reverence for the dead is literally the foundation of paganism. So your heritage, your people, your blood, your people is literally the fucking, like, foundational belief structure of especially Germanic paganism. So, again, it's like, I don't know. You can literally lead the horse to the fucking water, but you can't make it drink. The Nazi high command was overwhelmingly Christian. Hitler, Göring, Hess, all baptized Catholics or Lutherans. Okay, Gigadoomer, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to think long and hard about this. When do you get baptized? I want you to think long and hard about this before you answer this question. Why is it that maybe those people were baptized as Christians, but later were not? I want you to think long and hard about when this baptism might have taken place. You know, just let it, you know, simmer a little bit in the brain, marinate a little bit. You know, just think it through. But, you know, there might be a reason. I'm still not seeing anything. Just think about it, man. We'll wait for your response. He's asking ChatGPT. I don't know, man. We've got radio silence. What's that video? If you wait here, we'll watch it real quick while we wait.
If you marry a white man, you're a sellout. It's funny how love turns political when you're seen as a representation of something rather than just someone. The other day I got criticized, again, for dating a white man. Ironically, the man in question is mixed race, but that's beside the point. Half the world thinks I'm not black enough to understand struggle. The other half thinks I'm personally setting back the revolution by playing in the snow. But why is there pressure to pick a side, as if bloodlines come with borders? The irony of being mixed race is that you're everyone's bridge until you choose who to walk across to. Stop dating colonizers. You're so whitewashed. But when I date black men, I'm an African queen. So what exactly am I selling out? The lineage I was never invited to, only blamed for not preserving. The pressure to divide is like trying to twerk in a pencil skirt. Restrictive, awkward, and a tragic waste of potential. The truth is, I date all men. White, black, brown, broke, unhinged. The only consistent thing about my type is their ability to ruin my life. So if I'm a sellout, then perhaps it's the market that's broken. Winning. If you marry a white man, you're a sellout. It's funny how love turns political when you're seen.
Okay, well that was a big fat nothing. So apparently she's dating a mixed raced guy anyway, so a big fat nothing burger. Hooray. Yeah, I see 0 replies in the chat, so I'm guessing, you know, it's okay, wait. He banned the Thule Society and had them exiled. No. Nope, that's not what I asked you, Chud. I want you to respond to the fucking question. I asked you because you brought that up as a defense. Why might all of those people have been baptized as Christians, but later in life been pagans? When would that baptism typically take place? This is a really bad point for you, and I think you know that, which is why you're trying to change the topic to something completely fucking unrelated to what we were talking about. Mind you, you brought that shit up, not me. So you were using that as evidence. So defend that evidence. Alright, well, you know, we've wasted enough time. Just in case you guys don't know, usually when you get baptized, you're about a month old. You know, not really a great time to consent to being signed up for a religion. You know, it's kind of one of those things that you're thrust into. It's not really something you get to pick. Just like you don't get to pick if Rabbi Sheckelberg takes your foreskin at the hospital. You know, your parents decide that for you. So, yeah. It's not really a thing you have any real say in the matter over. But anyway. Yeah. Not really the best piece of evidence, dude. Let's see. Alright, let me read the super chats.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
My bad. Alright. Let's see. SNK Nostalgia with the 10. George Carlin's Sun Worship video. It's 8 minutes and based. Alright, yeah, we can watch it real quick. That's fine. I don't have all morning. I literally don't have all morning, so... I don't know what time the AC repair guy is gonna get here. So, I might have to hop off suddenly. I really have no clue. So, he could get here at 7, at 6, just before noon is all I was told. So, no clue. I'm gonna speed this up just in case it's copyright, since it's kind of long.
Something, this is sincere. I want you to know, when it comes to believing in God, I really...
Let me just read the rest of these real quick before we get too backed up. Nero at the 5, remember the Crusades, something the Catholics did 3 times between 12th and 13th century, so I guess it's kind of ironic. Yeah, dude, that's the thing, is the Catholic Church has always been the most pro-militant branch of Christianity. You know, more so than even the Orthodox Church. You know, Catholic monarchs and, you know, the Crusades, colonization, all of that was justified in the church. Like, the church has always been very pro-militant up until recently. So, yeah, again, Catholicism was kind of the last stronghold of, you know, Christian warfare, so to speak. You know, Protestant churches are far more liberal when it comes to the topic of conflict. But anyway, yeah, it is very fucking ironic. Which now, if they're even pushing that, that means everybody else is much worse. And let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Yep, we're watching it. And then also with the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, man. Very, very kind of you. Appreciate that positivity, bro. Thanks for spreading the love in the chat, dude. And also, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. George Carlin. Yeah, we're getting to it, man. I apologize. And Alex with the 50. Can we watch? Well, yeah, we can check it out.
Tried. I really, really tried. I tried to believe that there is a God who created each of us in his own image and likeness, loves us very much, and keeps a close eye on things. I really tried to believe that, but I gotta tell you, the longer you live, the more you look around, the more you realize something is fucked up. Something is wrong here. War, disease, death, destruction, hunger, filth, poverty, torture, crime, corruption, and the ice-capades. Something is definitely wrong. This is not good work. If this is the best God can do, I am not impressed. Results like these do not belong on the resume of a supreme being. This is the kind of shit you'd expect from an office temp with a bad attitude. And just between you and me, in any decently run universe, this guy would have been out on his all-powerful ass a long time ago. By the way, I say this guy because I firmly believe, looking at these results, that if there is a God, it has to be a man. No woman could or would ever fuck things up like this. If there is a God, if there is, I think most reasonable people might agree that he's at least incompetent and maybe, just maybe, doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit, which I admire in a person and which would explain a lot of these bad results. So rather than be just another mindless religious robot, mindlessly and aimlessly and blindly believing that all of this is in the hands of some spooky, incompetent father figure who doesn't give a shit, I decided to look around for something else to worship, something I could really count on. And immediately, I thought of the sun. Happened like that.
Praise the sun.
Overnight, I became a sun worshiper. Well, not overnight, you can't see the sun at night. The first thing the next morning.
Nero with the 5, I began to notice the Catholic Church became uber liberal. Yeah, that happened in the 60s, just like every other institution. Apparently gay men can become priests. I don't know how accurate that is. I think they, I don't know. I'm not really an expert on Catholicism to that degree, but I don't know if that's actually accurate. I know that you can bless gay men in the church, but I don't know if they can become priests. Well, they become priests either way, but yeah. That's heretical to God. Well, the thing is, bro, it's like... This is where it gets real fun. Because even, you know, Jewish... Because, like, you know, the whole anti-gay stuff comes from the Old Testament, right? Even the Jews acknowledge that, you know, there's 6 genders and all this other... Like, I don't know. It's a mess, bro. It's a mess. It is a mess. Hold on, wait, I just... Fuck. There we go. Okay, where did it get... Fuck. Hold on, let me refresh this. I thought I saw something I wanted to read and I lost it. Shit. Oh, well.
I became a sun worshiper. Several reasons. First of all, I can see the sun, okay? Yeah. Unlike some other gods I could mention, I can actually see the sun. I'm big on that. If I can see something, I don't know, kind of helps the credibility along, you know? So every day I can see the sun as it gives me...
Oh, here it is. Okay, Catholics believe that God's presence, truth, and goodness can be found reflected in other religions. I mean, this is a hot... Like, this brought up something I wanted to touch on. It's a hotly contested topic that Jews, Christians, and Muslims worship the same God. I mean, one would assume that's common sense, right? Each of the three religions is based on the Old Testament. So therefore, it's the same God. They just, you know, Muslims call, you know, God, just in Arabic. You know, if you were an Arab Christian, you would still call God Allah. You know, Jews call him Yahweh or, what's the other one? It doesn't matter. And then Christians, you know, whatever various... Yeah, Hashem, that's it, Hashem. And, you know, Christians use whatever their local tongue is in order to say the word God. So it's all the same God. But if you ask Christians, you know, some of them will deny that fact. And it's like, no? Like, I don't know, bro. It's a super fucking messy topic. It's wild, bro. It's very fucking wild.
Everything I need: heat, light, food, flowers in the park, reflections on the lake, and occasional skin cancer. But hey, at least there are no crucifixions, and we're not setting people on fire simply because they don't agree with us. Sun worship is fairly simple. There's no mystery, no miracles, no pageantry, no one asks for money, there are no songs to learn, and we don't have a special building where we all gather once a week to compare clothing. And the best thing about the sun, it never tells me I'm unworthy. Doesn't tell me I'm a bad person who needs to be saved. Hasn't said an unkind word. Treats me fine. So I worship the sun. But I don't pray to the sun. Know why? I wouldn't presume on our friendship. It's not polite. I've often thought people treat God rather rudely, don't you? Asking, you know, trillions and trillions of prayers every day, asking and pleading and begging for favors, do this, give me that, I need a new car, I want a better job. And most of this praying takes place on Sunday, his day off. It's not nice, and it's no way to treat a friend. But people do pray, and they pray for a lot of different things. You know, your sister needs an operation on her crotch. Your brother was arrested for defecating in a mall. But most of all, you'd really like to fuck that hot little redhead down at the convenience store. You know, the one
Raymond Maxing
with the eye patch and the club foot, huh? Can you pray for that? I think you'd have to. And I say, fine, pray for anything you want. Pray for anything. But what about the divine plan? Remember that? The divine plan. Long time ago, God made a divine plan. Gave it a lot of thought, decided it was a good plan, put it into practice. And for billions and billions of years, the divine plan has been doing just fine. Now you come along and pray for something. Well, suppose the thing you want isn't in God's divine plan. What do you want him to do? Change his plan? Just for you? Doesn't it seem a little arrogant? It's a divine plan. What's the use of being God if every rundown schmuck with a $2 prayer book can come along and fuck up your plan? And here's something else, another problem you might have. Suppose your prayers aren't answered. What do you say? Well, it's God's will. Thy will be done. Fine, but if it's God's will and he's going to do what he wants to anyway, why the fuck bother praying in the first place? Seems like a big waste of time to me. Couldn't you just skip the praying part and go right to his will? It's all very confusing. So to get around a lot of this, I decided to worship the sun. But as I said, I don't pray to the sun. You know who I pray to? Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci. Joe Pesci. Two reasons. First of all, I think he's a good actor, okay? To me, that counts. Second, he looks like a guy who can get things done. Joe Pesci doesn't fuck around. Doesn't fuck around. In fact, Joe Pesci came through on a couple of things that God was having trouble with. For years, I asked God to do something about my noisy neighbor with the barking dog. Joe Pesci straightened that cocksucker out with one visit. It's amazing what you can accomplish with a simple baseball bat. So I've been praying to Joe for about a year now. And I noticed something. I noticed that all the prayers I used to offer to God and all the prayers I now offer to Joe Pesci are being answered at about the same 50% rate. Half the time I get what I want, half the time I don't. Same as God, 50-50. Same as the four-leaf clover and the horseshoe, the wishing well and the rabbit's foot. Same as the mojo man. Same as the voodoo lady who tells you your fortune by squeezing the goat's testicles. It's all the same, 50-50. So just pick your superstition, sit back, make a wish, and enjoy yourself. And for those of you who look to the Bible for moral lessons and literary qualities, I might suggest a couple of other stories for you. You might want to look at The Three Little Pigs. That's a good one. Has a nice, happy ending. I'm sure you'll like that. Then there's Little Red Riding Hood, although it does have that X-rated part where the big bad wolf actually eats the grandmother, which I didn't care for, by the way.
And rapes the well, we don't need to get into that.
And finally, I've often always drawn a great deal of moral comfort from Humpty Dumpty. The part I like the best, all the kings...
Yeah, bro, most of those, like, nursery rhymes and, like, children's stories are super fucking dark.
Horses and all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's because there is no Humpty Dumpty and there is no God. None, not one, no God, never was. In fact, I'm gonna put it this way. If there is a God, may he strike this audience dead. See, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Everybody's okay. All right. Tell you what. I'll raise the stakes. I'll raise the stakes a little bit. If there is a God, may he strike me dead. See, nothing happened. Oh, wait, got a little cramp in my leg. And my balls hurt. Plus, I'm blind. Oh, now I'm okay again. Must have been Joe Pesci, huh? God bless Joe Pesci. Thank you all very much. Joe bless you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, he said Republican bankers rule the world, which was fucking comical. Let's see, where am I? The groovy truth of the 5, I let people believe what they want. In practicality, like SNK Nostalgia pointed out, whoever has the biggest stick wins in this life. Exactly, man. Exactly. So... yeah, I don't know, man. You know, the more and more I look into shit, I think, you know, Thomas Jefferson had the right idea about religion, to be completely honest, you know. Read as much as you can, draw spiritual inspiration from where you find it, and, you know, for the most part, if there is a divine, they're pretty much hands-off at this point. So... I think that is a general good way to look at things. So. Goyferson fucked black girls. Fact? Well, 1, that's not a fact. And 2, even if he did, that was to save money, bro. You know, it's cheaper to have them have kids than to go buy more at the docks, so... that's why there's so many light-skinned blacks in the United States. Fun fact for you. Connect 200 with the 2. Have you heard of Game Hub PC emulator for mobile? I have not, no. I have not. Oh, it's used for the Iron... oh, I guess that makes sense, because, yeah, it's an Android device, so... yeah, that makes sense if it was used for the Iron Thor. I don't really do much emulation, so I'm not really too familiar with it, especially on my phone. I don't know. I use my phone pretty much for YouTube and eBay nowadays. That's about it. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. My god is Edward Jones now. I don't know if you want that god, bro. At that point, just open the Torah. SNK Nostalgia with 5 gifted memberships. I appreciate it, man. Griffin, the
subscribe,
wolf,
donate, or
grapes,
get the fuck
red.
out.
Is that a... Yeah, no, I'm dead
Either
serious on
subscribe,
that.
donate,
Hold on, let
or
me
get
look
the
it
fuck
up.
out.
I'll look it up.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out. Either
Here, let me
subscribe,
find
donate,
it.
or get the fuck out.
The old version is...
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Okay, yeah, here we go. So, the older rural versions of the tale, dating back to the 14th century, featured a big bad wolf that tricks the young girl into cannibalism and disrobes her before attacking her. The red cloak symbolizes coming of age, menstruation, or nascent female sexuality, marking the girl as a potential target for predators. Straying the path represents deviating from societal rules of chastity, obedience, or safety, which then leaves the girl vulnerable to danger. The wolf serves as a personification of a sexual predator who gains the victim's trust before attacking, and the wolf demanding the girl to undress and get into bed with him in earlier versions is viewed by critics as a direct metaphor for rape. There you go. But yeah, most of those old fucking stories are about that shit. So... You know, it's like Ring Around the Rosie was literally about burning plague bodies. So... You know, the old world was a much darker place in a lot of ways. You know, you didn't stay innocent very long. Yeah, Hansel and Gretel, there's all sorts of them, so... Well, I mean, basically at 13, you were expected to be an adult. I don't know if I read this out, but SNK Nostalgia, I think I did, but I'll do it again. With the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate it, dude. Just in case I missed it, I don't want to miss that, bro, because that's very generous of you, sir. So I really do appreciate it. You are overly kind as usual. So thank you, dude. And, you know, appreciate you sharing the love in the chat as well. So big ups. Nero with the 5. Shit, wasn't Alice in Wonderland about a schizo? And I think
awesome.
American
Thanks,
McGee's Alice story was more inspired off the Brothers Grimm's tale. So, the Mad Hatter, for example, in Alice in Wonderland, you know why they were called Mad Hatters, right? So, like, back in the day, the hat makers would use mercury, I believe. And because of that, they would go fucking crazy because of mercury poisoning. So that's why they were called the Mad Hatter, is because after so many years in the trade of making hats and, like, touching the mercury, they would literally go fucking mental. So, yeah, there's a lot of dark themes. I forget exactly what Alice in Wonderland is about, but... yeah, there's a lot of dark shit in a lot of those old stories, especially the original versions. Yeah, it's pretty fascinating, dude. I don't know. You know, so much of your old, heckin' wholesome childhood memories are actually dark as shit. Which is kind of funny. Let's see. Here, we'll look it up real quick. I'm actually curious. Original. Okay, so apparently there was not any darker meaning for Alice in Wonderland. Just an FYI. Apparently it was just written for his daughter. And he wrote it on a boat trip. Let's see. Merc with the 2. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for that gay pair, bro. Always happy to see it. Oh, yeah, the Big Bad Wolf was a rabbi in the Disney cartoon. Yep. He was. That's like, you know, an allegory for OnlyFans nowadays.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Mr. 10 years in the joint with the 8 months.
Either subscribe,
pills.
donate, or get the
Sorry,
fuck out.
you gotta take your pills, man. Otherwise, you'll go crazy. And SNK Nostalgia with the 2. I'm on a big history binge about U-boats in World War II. Nice, man. It is kind of weird to think that they did have that shit all the way back then. Like, you know, most people have never even been inside of a submarine, but it's kind of wild to think that it's like, you know, 100-year-old technology at this point. It's like one of those things where it like seems high-tech even to this day, but in reality it's relatively low-tech, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Cake 9 with the 6 months. Can we finish the raid? Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. Yogi Bear with the 3. Appreciate it, bro. Even though you sent that damn fucking look. Brutal, man. Alright, let me grab this other video. And I guess we can do the Raymond stuff. What if the AC guy shows up? Then I will have to get off because that is more important than watching YouTube videos. Are you sure that's the title of the video? I don't see anything. Alright, we'll just go ahead and watch this. Yup, it's the first one. Alright, we'll see if we have time. I mean, that's like an hour, so. We'll see. Alrighty. We should be good to go now.
Like, seriously, Raymond, what have I ever done to you? Well, you haven't slept with me yet. There is that. If you don't like my videos, you simply can choose to not watch them. I know it's probably just part of the show you put on, but I don't get why you have to warrant what I've done to warrant you trying to make me feel bad about myself. I think I'm very...
I just can't imagine, like, how does he think women are gonna react after he watches them on stream, talks about how much he wants to splooge all over their face, then leaves a shit ton of fucking comments on their video publicly to encourage his fan base to then go interact with said comment. And then he's surprised when he, like, just openly insults her. You are boring. That she finally lashes out and says, alright, enough is enough. I don't want to fucking deal with this shit anymore. Like, that seems logical to me.
Unproblematic and have chosen to stay out of drama on here regarding you and others. Jesus. There's a lot I could say, but I just don't even care enough. You should have ignored him. Now you have become his permanent enemy, and he will talk shit about you every stream, and his trolls will harass you. He's a creep. He's a stalker. There's Scotty. Damn, maybe I should duck and cover as well. Bald cell alert. Janny alert. Janny for what? Janny? What am I jannying for? Janny? What am I jannying for?
Something that could be gained or lost. And while I've had a lot of experiences over my life that has changed the way that
I got a good laugh out of the one Simon. This is an amazing representation of Simon's brand. Okay. Well, you're just You're gonna be timed out then. Goodbye.
Delilah, how
Hey there, Delilah. You are much cuter in this video of man, she is a lot cuter in this video. Damn. Like, Jesus. What is it? Like, why is she so much more attractive in this than this one? Like, ugh. Like, what happened? What happened? What happened?
But eventually, Delilah, I highly doubt anyone will ever
Hey there,
watch
Delilah.
this. But eventually, people started to watch.
But, of course, I get lectured in my own fucking Discord and on Twitter when I post about it, and they're like, well, Raymond, if you would have only just smoked weed for 12 years instead of drinking, your life would have been so much better. I'm so much better than you, Raymond. I'm so much better than you. Yeah, I'm so much better than you. I didn't drink for 12 years, Raymond.
I mean, it could have been better or worse, to be honest. Like, you know, one of my friends developed like a severe case of BPD because of, you know, his constant weed use.
It's better than you. I smelled my hair, Raymond. Oh. We gotta get off on fucking up with Raymond, huh? Gotta make sure he knows how much he fucked his life up, and he's not allowed to have any fucking opinions about anybody else, huh? God damn it. Quit fucking lecturing me about that shit.
But, okay, this is the problem, though, is you constantly bring it up. Like, if you don't... This is the thing I don't think he understands, and I don't get it. He wants to be treated like a woman. Like, he wants to get on the internet and vent his frustrations, and people go, oh, yes, Raymond, you're validated. You're correct, sir. You know, your emotions are valid. You know, we're here to listen. The problem is you're a guy, and you have a male audience. What is the male instinct when somebody has something that they need fixed? It's to offer advice, look for a solution. You know, that's basically how men's minds work. We're very analytical. We want to solve the problem. You know, we want to get to the root of the issue and understand the situation. And he, like, lashes out at people who are just honestly probably saying things with good intentions a lot of the time. But I don't know. It's just... It's dumb, man. This is not how you act on the internet.
I don't think it's acceptable to fucking smoke weed in front of your goddamn kids like that. Especially if they're like 4. That's a little unpleasant, quite frankly. And quite frankly, I never drank in front of my niece.
Dude, my grandma used to rip cigs in front of my mom when she was a kid. So, I don't know, dude. Like, you know, it's a different world out there. I mean, I don't really see an issue with smoking weed in front of your kids as long as they're not getting secondhand smoke. But, you know, grandmas used to rip cigs in front of everybody. And nobody even batted an eye. And everybody drank when I was a kid. Like, I would go and fix my parents' drinks. Like, I'd make them mix drinks and shit at, like, 6 years old. So, I don't know, bro. Like, that to me has never been, like, a taboo.
Or anybody's kids. And I always had a problem with the kids being in the bar thing. I am so tired of this faux moral faggotry that gets fucking passed around as some kind of, like, cudgel that gets used to beat me over the head with every chance somebody fucking gets. I got a legitimate gripe with neighbors of mine, and I'm somehow the bad guy. Fuck off, first of all. God. I never thought I'd see the day, you know, in rural Ohio.
That's not normal? Why? At 6 years old, you weren't trusted with liquid in a glass? Like, the thing is my parents told me I wasn't allowed to drink it, so, you know, because I actually respected them and listened, I didn't drink it. So, I don't know. I don't really see an issue with that. Getting ice out of the freezer, pouring whatever in, you know, maybe putting like a splash of water or juice or, you know, a mixer or whatever it might be, like, and then bringing it over to them. Like, I don't really know what the issue is with that. Like, if anything, it conditioned me to not think alcohol is a big deal. So when I was able to drink, I didn't go fucking crazy and become an alcoholic. So, you know, the taboo nature of substances is what leads kids to want to use them in excess. You know, it's the forbidden fruit fallacy. By making something forbidden, you encourage its use more. But if you expose people to stuff and act like it's no big deal, then it's not a big deal. It's just another part of life, and it's not like anything that's, you know, special. You know, alcohol is not really a special thing. You know, it's something that everyone can consume in moderation. So, I don't know. I never went fucking crazy as like a teenager or a 20-something-year-old partying and getting fucking blackout drunk. You know, I had a bunch of friends who drank all the time and shit. I had every opportunity to smoke weed. I just didn't give a fuck. Like, it never really, you know, was something I wanted to do where I would just get like fucking blackout drunk or, you know, super high or whatever it might have been.
Where fucking, it's just, they're acting like you-know-what's out in the yard. Puff, puff, pass. So my day, I mean, not ruined or anything like that. It's just...
I mean, I sipped red wine a couple times. Because, like, when we used to go to church with my parents way back in the day. When we still had, like, a church we went to. Like, I would do, like, the communion thing. And, like, taste the wine, so... Every once in a while, they'd let me have, like, a sip of wine or beer or whatever. Like, again... Not really a big deal. So if I wanted to taste it, I could, but most of the time I didn't want to because I thought it smelled like shit. The only alcohol I ever consistently liked throughout my entire life was red wine. So I would take a sip of that if I was allowed to. But beer, you know, like fucking whiskey and shit like that, no thanks.
It was, and I talked about this in the Rumble video that I published today. It was so obvious. Like every time I turn around, I get another reminder that I am not normal and not like anybody else. I am so, yeah, ghetto culture is everywhere now. It's just acceptable now. It's just casual use of fucking buds and shit. And it smells like shit. It smells like shit. And like I gotta
agree.
gag on that stench as I pass. It's like, fuck you people.
He would fucking hate DC, bro. He would absolutely fucking hate DC. Holy shit, bro. Everywhere you go in my area, it's just either piss in a parking garage or weed. So it's fucking disgusting.
No, but I live in a little house. Fuck you. So it served as another reminder, and I made a video about it on Rumble. It served as another reminder of I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Dude, I don't know why you're posting that in my chat. I don't care.
Chaka Shaka Gaming with the 3, pushing 40 and wearing a Still Emo shirt is wild. I think at any age it's pretty wild. To be completely honest, but, you know, to each their own. Asake Nostalgia with the 2, why are we watching this thirsty biznitch boy? Because someone decided to...
Give me monies!
So it's one of our recommended videos for the night. I am going to speed this up a little bit. Because some of these we have seen from a different channel. Let's see. Nero with the 5. Red wine's not bad, Griffin. I like Scotch too. I know it's cheap, but Johnny Walker isn't bad. No, it's fine. I mean, I like whatever that shit's called, Doers, which is even cheaper, I think. But yeah, I like Scotch personally. I just don't like sweet alcohol. Like, that's my big thing. Although I say that, and I bought that mead recently, and I did like that. But, you know, that's more of a wine than like a liquor. But anyway. Yeah, I do like Scotch. Pretty much anything that doesn't have like a sweetness to it is the type of alcohol I like.
I have nothing to do with that. Thomas White, I'm pretty sure Thomas White fucking fucked my YouTube.
I like Hennessy too, but only the VSOP kind. VSOP and up, I like. I don't like regular Hennessy.
Channel, okay? I want proof that he didn't get me shadow banned, first of all.
Yeah, hold on. Wait, I'll pull it up real quick. Like, I was very pleasantly surprised by this. It's 19%, so it's like a fortified wine almost, but this shit was pretty fire, man, I must say. I was pleasantly surprised. I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, this. Viking Blood. It's actually pretty fire, man. It's not too sweet, but you can definitely taste the sweetness from the honey. But the aftertaste is really good. So, yeah, kind of interesting. I'd never tried mead before, so I was like, whatever. I had a 50% off thing on Uber, if you ordered $60 or more from Total Wine. So I was like, fuck it, I'll try it. And yeah, I got 2 bottles of it, and I have now drank both of them. And it was pretty solid.
I'm allowed to have whatever fucking opinions I have. And I'm pretty sure his Discord got me fucking mass flagged and mass reported and took it off the fucking platform. Between him, Shelby, and Revenge Star, which we have a Shelby video to watch tonight. Don't let me forget. We got a Chadlet Maxing video to watch tonight.
I wish he would forget, dude. Why is he watching that nasty freaking hag? Like, stop, bro. Don't poison your eyes.
It's fucking great. I haven't watched it yet. He's finally coming out anti-trans. It's a bold move for his situation. I'm very excited to watch that. I have not watched it yet. I've got a couple other talking bipsies for you tonight. Eleanor is going to make an appearance again. She literally is sleeping in a field alone in a sleeping bag. I think she's having some problem. And I got this chick who apparently is clueless. Look at this. I left the tech bubble to discover everyone hates AI. Oh no, everyone hates me. So, which one do we want to start with tonight? I'm going to pull these up. I'm going to pull up. You don't realize, guys, when you make it clear to me that it does not matter what I do, you don't think highly of me, I stop complying in any capacity with your fucking wishes, and I will purposely go in the opposite direction of what you think you're trying to control me to do. That's why I didn't want to go on Lambrey's stupid fucking show. Was because the last 2 times I did, all he wanted to talk about was the Philippines and passport bros and hair transplants.
Yeah, dude, what is that old saying? It's like, you know, hurt your nose to spite, or cut your nose to spite your face. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. That's literally what he's describing. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking ruin my situation just to fucking, you know, show you that I don't need to listen to it. It's like pathetic. Dude, self-destructive shit.
And it was very obvious what he was doing. He was mocking me the entire time. Just like Jonathan Aiden Scott was banned from my chat on here, even though he drops hundreds of dollars. But every time he does, it's in a mocking way.
Who cares? Holy fuck, man. If somebody wants to make fun of me for $100 fucking dollars, I will take the money every single fucking time. Holy shit, dude.
And the last one, the $20 for a video about goddamn lawnmowers. No, I'm done with this.
Why do you fucking care? Dude, take the fucking money. Oh my god, bro. Watch your fucking shitty lawnmower video and collect the shekels. Who cares? It just shows you, man, he can't be the butt of a joke. He's turning into DSP for real, man, where everything is super serious.
We're not doing this. He told me the best advice is do not pick up a side, stay gray. What? What are you talking about?
This would be like if I banned Chaka Shaka for saying that I have diabetes 800 times, you know? Like, it's stupid. Who cares? Like, it's not... I don't know, bro. You gotta not take things seriously on the internet. Otherwise, you'll go fucking insane. Case in point.
Get nothing but endless lectures from men that purport to want to help other guys. But I'm the creep. I'm the persona non grata. I'm the one who gave up hope. Paul Elam, who can't help people that have given up hope. Fuck you, you old fucking coot. Fuck you. I don't give a shit if you ran a blog in 2014 about MGTOW, MRAs. What shit have you ever done for anybody? And you still have a wife, and you're really going to sit there and tell me you don't try to appease that bitch? You're lying. All these manosphere red pill dudes who sit there telling you you need to do everything for yourself and disregard women completely. And if you just hold frame in yourself and you live for your own, the women will just show up. You're just still groveling at the validation of women. They all have girlfriends. They all have daughters. They all have wives. We all grovel for the validation of females. It's one of the only things that keeps us alive. And the people that... Griffin, they said, there's other things to live for than that. You get to fail an army. Griffin, you're a loser that collects Pokemon cards.
Yeah, so what? And they're worth more than both of your fucking houses. Cope.
Okay? You need to lose about 100 pounds too, by the way, bucko. You're gonna die.
That's right, dude. I'm on death's door. I'm on death's fucking door. It's more so I need to sleep more than anything nowadays, but, you know. That's what'll get me.
All right. I will say this. Chadlet texted me after I should send him a text right now. Chadlet did text me after, I can't ever remember.
Oh, Raymond, you say way too much personal stuff all the time, Raymond. You just always say something that's way too personal.
That is good advice. That's not even coming from a mean place. You shouldn't reveal personal shit that you don't want thrown back in your face. I mean, that feels like Internet Rules 101. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but maybe don't divulge personal information that you don't want people using against you in the future? I don't know, man.
He sounds like a loser. I'm fucking I live in New York. I'm not a loser. I'm totally not a loser. And that Raymond, he just says stuff that's way too personal. He says way too personal things all that time. And I'm just the arbiter of wisdom and interest and things that are just so cool all the fucking time.
Holy, man.
Oh yeah, I gotta stretch, man. You gotta stretch it out.
Raymond, he's just too personal. He just says things that are so personal.
Griff, I'm the one who called him a failed normie. That's right, PK. You invented the word. Or, I'm sorry, phrase. Before I get corrected. It's true. That's why he's still hung up on... Well, that's the thing, bro. If it don't apply, let it fly. That's number one rule on the internet, if you ask me. If it don't apply, let it fly. Because who fucking gives a shit? Like, you know, if somebody came on here and said, you're a murderer, I'd be like, okay, yeah, bro, and I'm gonna kill you next. So, like, who fucking cares? You know, if somebody makes some crazy accusation against you, why do you fucking give a shit? Or they say some fucking, you know, just, you know, provably false thing, like, oh, yeah, you're a fucking retard. And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, dude, yeah, I'm fucking retarded, whatever. You know, just let it bounce off, you know? Like water droplets on a freshly waxed car. You know, let it bead right off of you. Who gives a shit? You will go fucking insane if you try and refute every single fucking thing somebody says about you on the internet. And the fact that he had comment notifications to the point where he was getting emails for each individual comment left on his videos, bro. Like, that's not healthy. That's not fucking healthy behavior. Your cards are worth more than his houses? Yeah. You want to see? I got receipts, dude. And I'm not even trying to flex on him, bro. But, you know, he's acting like my Pokemon cards are like some sort of fucking L. But yeah, that's my portfolio value as of 1:30 a.m. So, what, about 5 hours ago? So, there you go. Massive L.
It's like on the side. It's like on the... It's where it
Should
was...
have collected empty beer bottles instead.
Like the hip flexor was tender there for a while, and then I was screaming, and of course I... Figure out a way to take care of your guys' bodies if you're younger. Like that is one thing I will say. Figure out a way to take care of your bodies. And, because you're...
Still poor maxing? Dude, I live well below my means, you know? I try to accumulate as much wealth in whatever form, you know, I see fit in that particular instance, and as of right now, the Pokemon cards are doing wonders, man. You know? The Pokemon cards have outperformed everything else I've put money into, so I'm sticking with a winning strategy.
I have a weird pain in my hip flexor on my right side, on my inner thigh. I would have never thought that was something that I was just going to start having at 36. You know, I've got weird chronic heartburn if I eat, like, I think I figured out what it was. It was pineapples, at least once a day, that I need to just fuck troons. You have to pay me money and then tell me who the hell you're talking about. I'm not playing this fucking game with you tonight. We're not doing this.
Whoa, mama.
God. I mean, that's true. The shame is not working for me. I'm still here talking to 165 people. I've got $56 so far tonight. Thank you, by the way. Really appreciate that. Can we get the 100 tonight? That's the question. Let me put it this way. Fucking Griffin has stated that he gets $100 every night he talks about me.
Dude, I have never said this. I have never once said this. Like, have I ever said that I get paid $100 to talk about him? No. I get like $5 to $10 depending on the video. I get like $5 or $10 to watch the video, like every other video.
We get my support up to $100. A fuck Griffin fund. That's what we need. We need a fuck Griffin fund. I should put his little face on a little counter in the... That was good.
He probably does want to fuck me, bro.
That was good. That's great. Look at that. Checkmate fish with the mouth.
Yeah, dude, the only time I ever got close to $100 related to Raymond was when people paid to skip the video someone recommended. I got almost $100 to not watch him. So it was the opposite.
Dude, that's phenomenal. Where's my little snipping tool? Where's my little snipping tool? Okay, I like that. That's great. I'm saving that down. I'm saving that. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. Hell yeah. Say hell to the yeah. Hell yeah.
Checkmate, bitch.
Hell to the yeah. Hell yeah. There is that. If you don't like...
Hey, like Scotty said, Dell is Chad only, okay?
Oh, you would know, Baldy.
She's got so many fucking simps.
A guy who can't use proper grammar has the audacity to call you a midwit. You can't make this shit up.
That she had, I seen one guy, he gave her a super chat in her comments. Gave her a $25 super chat. You don't see that usually in videos.
He only got $10.
This Drew guy has given over 100K. Is that not real, like 10K?
100K.
Money? 100K what?
My videos, you simply can choose to not watch them. I know it's probably just part of the show.
This ain't the first time he read it. And look at this response. You should have ignored him. Now you have become his permanent enemy, and he will...
That's not true. I'll still goon to you, Dell.
Talk shit about you.
Sarah with the full set.
I will still goon to you. Gee, why did they respond hostilely?
And my future wife is in the chat giving me money.
On every stream, and his trolls will harass you. Oh, there's Scotty. Damn, maybe I should duck and cover.
What I've done to warrant you trying to make me feel... Okay, these guys, they keep berating me about my glasses. Like, they're not that thick.
His glasses?
Since fucking sliced bread.
Yeah, those are just like some standard Warby Parker frames, I'm pretty sure.
You might be sober, but you never recovered. How is that a dig? I don't fucking accept your bullshit, dude. I don't. Fuck you. Fuck you. It's the same damn criticism every damn time. Oh, you're counting days, but you're not sober. You're a dry drunk. You're dry drunk. You're dry drunk. You're dry drunk. Like that means something to me. Doesn't mean anything to me. You never recovered. Recovered how? I'm not fucking complying with your little fucking expectations of how I'm supposed to be living my fucking life? Huh? I pay my bills. I got a house over my head, and I fucking have multiple houses. I wanted to make a YouTube channel where I talked about my damn life. None of you were interested in it. All you did was ridicule me for 22 fucking months.
You never recovered. You're a dry drunk. You're not meeting the expectations of what's socially acceptable from a sober person.
Fuck you. Fuck you. I haven't drank for 1,748 days. Fucker. You do that. What exactly? Am I supposed to sit here and grovel on my hands and knees and ask for your fucking clemency? Ask for your fucking approval before I do anything? Is that what I'm supposed to do? Sock puppets. Real subtle. These people with made-up disorders will attack you for a legitimate issue. So all this dude will do is insult you? Yes, exactly. It's this fucking account right here. It would be a shame if you got mass reported. Let's just put it that way. Negative.
Jeez.
50. Raymond banned his dad and got wasted. Miserable YouTube chuds. Jesus. Gooner goblins are getting gaslit by normies.
Miserable YouTube chuds. Yo, literally me, for real, for real.
The brutal black bill truth. Raymond detractors cause an emergency crisis. Jesus. This fucking guy's the worst. I primarily make content on games. Does this look like gaming content? Some gaming content, huh? Endless content on me. Endless content. And this is what fucking Gryffindor, the faggot, fucking watches constantly. God.
Oh my God.
We watched that.
Hold on. You might be sober, but you never recovered. Simon.
They're trying to find chinks in Raymond's... But that's the thing. It's like, I never liked Alcoholics Anonymous. The only reason I quit drinking is because I was going to die. And yes, I deserve an award for not drinking for 1,748 days, okay? It's fucking hard.
I don't know, man. This is starting to hurt my feelings.
To not drink. You know why I do YouTube and do streams and do streaming? Is to stay sober. Wait, what? Shelby's mom came on the live... Whoa! All right. Do we want to stop watching it? Do we want to watch Small William instead? Let's pull down these horrible detractor channels and watch Small William instead. How about that? How about that? Field trip? Oh wow. What's with her owl? Oop.
Remember, guys, data centers are the greatest enemy to mankind. Proceeds to watch AI data center generated slop.
Hoot, howl hoot. It's like her little I'm a fucking thing. Wow, Small William's up to 68 subs. Can we get more? He always looks so happy. Hey, you gonna pay for that? Oh! Stop, thief! You got the gummy bears.
I didn't know that Small William was a black bear.
Night at the museum. Boner back up, thanks, Small. Brutal. Oh, don't lick the painting.
You can't do that!
Oh, he's on the train. Jesus.
License and registration?
That's it. That's the license. License to gum. I wish I met a woman licensed to gum me to death. Go ahead, baby. Choo choo. You motherfuckers, right? Exactly. Finds Chuff Chuff also. But at least they're clean. They're not falling out of my head like sticks, for God's sakes. Where it's kind of like a reminder.
That is true, bro. Styx Hexenhammer is looking rough these days, dude. Holy, he's like rot maxing.
That his dad watches and approves his behavior. I don't need my father's approval to make a YouTube channel. I'm 37 years old. And by the way, my dad actually loves me, which again is a concept that you fucking toadies obviously cannot comprehend. You know, this is the thing. It's like layers and layers and layers of shame and guilt and ridicule. All for what?
I wish I knew who my dad was.
For what? What's the end game like what's the end game goal here?
SNK Nostalgia with the 2, he likes your content. Y'all should hang out. Oh yeah, man. We should go to a Pokemon card convention together. And also SNK Nostalgia with the 2. This is beyond depressing. Any white pill stuff. We can watch a Dreamcast guy at some point if we have time.
To get me off myself? What do you get out of that? Like is that actually what you're trying to push me to do? Because a weaker person would have done that by now with 2 straight years of just nothing but ridicule. And don't say it's lighthearted ribbing from Anons for the lulz. It is heinous ridicule for years. Constant, non-stop, ever-flowing ridicule from fat fucks like Griffin, who has 0 room to fucking criticize anybody. That smarmy fat fuck. Lose some damn weight, dude.
No. You know what, Raymond? I'm going to take a page out of your book, dude. I'm going on a fucking McDonald's diet for the next 4 months. I'm gaining an extra 100 pounds just to fucking spite you, chud.
Those sugar coffee drinks making younger women fatter? The biggest problem is you somehow think that you have is that somehow you think you're intelligent, refuse to accept you're actually somewhere between a midwit at best and an actual...
When I'm fucking done, this chair will not only not fit me, but it won't be able to hold me either. So, I'll show him, dude.
Moron at worst. The world has obviously been telling you this your whole life. Look at you. You're so dumb you actually think you were wrongfully suspended from YouTube hate speech. You're building a channel berating women for no reason at all. Take a hint, dumbass. You can deny reality from Revenge Star. You can deny reality, but you can't avoid the consequences of denying reality. When did I ever make any goddamn fucking... Like, this is the biggest thing that bothers me. Let me fucking get this out. This is the biggest thing that fucking pisses me off the most. Where are they coming from with this framing?
Become a flesh
Where?
mound? That's
Where does
right.
it come from?
I'll become Jabba the Gut.
Like, what world would it be acceptable for you to sit there and tell a fat girl or an ugly girl that she's incapable of having anyone love her? That's not allowed. But it's okay if you're a bald fucking man with meth teeth, apparently. You're allowed to just berate him until he goes insane. That's all right. That's allowed. That's expected.
And see, the thing is I don't really even, like, I've been pretty positive, I would say, overall about Raymond's appearance. I'm pretty sure I'm on record saying that I don't even think he's, like, weird looking. The only thing you could probably say is his teeth. But aside from that, he's a pretty normal looking dude. So, I don't know why he thinks I'm out here as his greatest critic from a beauty standpoint. Like, I don't fucking care, bro. I'm not trying to have sex with you, bro. Like, you look like a normal white guy in his late 30s. So, I mean, the only thing you could say is the teeth, which really is not that big a deal. If it doesn't bother you, then, you know, whatever. That's up to you. I don't know. I'm like literally probably one of the few people that's been overall fairly positive on his appearance, but, you know, I can't even get credit for that.
Stupid Raymond. Yes, I know. It's the Soros, NGO, CIA-funded trolls. This is 37F, fucking
That's
fat.
right, dude. George Soros, with his Jew gold from Nazi Germany that he rounded up, you know, he decided, you know what this money should go towards? Troll comments in Raymond's fucking Rumble chat or whatever.
Who are attacking me constantly. They, for whatever reason, I was selected for gang stalking and deletion. They want me dead. My fucking neighbor. I've gone on a walk at 3 different distinct times. And that couple has been coming the same direction at the exact same way at the exact same time that I walk.
okay?
What?
It's almost like your neighbors.
The same time of day. The other day I took a walk at like 2:30. They were walking. I took a walk at noon. Yesterday they were
They're watching him, bro.
walking. I took a walk at 10:30 this morning, and they were walking.
They've got a spy satellite pointed right at his front door, so they know every time he walks out.
What the fuck? I don't know why I'm streaming. I don't know why I even thought it was a good idea to make a YouTube channel, because I'm basically the laughingstock of everybody. Even though, like, the shit that I get sent on Twitter, it's heinous. Look at this fucking thing. Let me see if I can find this. I got sent this the other day. You constantly contradict yourself. For example, you'll whine about not having kids, then in the next breath you'll say you're only looking for crazy monkey sex. How are those two things mutually exclusive, by the way? Aren't you supposed to enjoy your wife? That's biblical, by the way. Then in the next breath you'll say you're only looking for crazy monkey sex. Also, you were LARPing as a Christian. Now you're a pagan warrior, except the lolcow status, bud. Okay, whatever, dude. Go fuck yourselves, guys. You're just... A lot of big talk out of somebody that hides behind a fucking weeb-ass cosplay fucking avatar.
Yo, Chris is not weeb, nor is he anime.
A lot of big talk.
Come on, bruh.
From a bunch of anonymous chuds. Not even chuds. Not even chud status. Bunch of anonymous fucking Griffin fucks. Yeah, the thing is that the hipster board game shit, game night bullshit. Everyone knows. If anybody has ever in the last 20 years gone to one of those fucking game nights things that fucking Mike guy said, oh, go to this thing, I got 3 women. The women that are single at those things are heifers. Absolutely.
Who cares? Maybe go meet some friends. Again, the only thing that matters is if he gets something bouncing on his dick.
Absolutely disgusting slam pigs.
Why don't you go meet some friends first before you start? Again, it's just, I don't know, man. You can't help people who don't want to help themselves. He immediately shut down when that guy offered him help.
58 people watching right now. Can I get some goddamn support to keep going tonight? Because this is killing me. I don't think I can fucking keep going. Ugh. Should we keep watching this girl or this? Oh, damn it.
Oh, man. SNK Nostalgia with the 2. He should try looking into a woman's eyes first. But in his words, he can't get a woman to look at him. So easier said than done. Chakashaki Gaming with the 3. Ray is just a misunderstood quirk chungus. That's right. I'm a really nice guy once you get to know me.
I gotta set up my damn stream thing. Thank you, Sarah, for the $1. I appreciate that. Are you interested in a co-host or you prefer to keep going solo? Co-host for what? This show? Who? Who the hell would want to co-host with me? God. Wow. Now we're doing this, huh? Like, what is wrong with these people, really? I'm not even going to read that. You guys can pause the fucking video and figure out what that said. That was vile.
And why are you highlighting it? Dude, this is like fucking Streisand Effect 101 now. God, I hate when people say vile shit like this. Let me highlight it and draw your attention to it as the viewing audience. That'll totally get people to not repeat that behavior in the future. Dude, like, at this point, it's frustrating, because, like, you know, I feel like I'm offering decent advice, but just, you know, he thinks everything is, like, some backhanded comment. It's not. Like, dude, you gotta learn to just let it fucking roll off. Otherwise, you will drive yourself insane.
Done. Half, not even a fraction, of his heinous shit to Shelby or that bitch Revenge Tard, as you fuckers have done to me. No, it's their Aurora fag. That's who it is. That guy is pushing me and pushing me and pushing me because he wants me to show up at his house with a gun, because then he can fucking arrest me. A bunch of feds. They bait and they bait and they bait and they bait and they bait, and then they want you to break. They want you to snap. They want you to go off half-cocked. They're a bunch of... They have to be paid. Like, they cannot be this perpetually unemployed.
Yes, they can be. Dude, there are people that do this shit to everyone on the internet. You cannot operate this way. Like, you either have to be able to just let it go, or you will drive yourself off a fucking ledge. You know? Literally and physically in some cases. And then you're giving them exactly what they fucking want. Ah, man. An SNK nostalgia with the 2. Talk to a woman like a normal person? Nope, excuses. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know. I don't really have too much room to talk on that one, because I don't really talk to women either, but, you know. The trend I've noticed is anytime somebody reaches out a helping hand, it gets swatted away.
Can't be. Like, I literally just want somebody in my life. Like, I don't understand why that's a sin. I don't understand why that's a sin. Why? Because I'm bald? All right, can we get some more damn support to keep going tonight, please? What am I doing? There has got to be a chick that could stand the idea of going on a fucking date with me, for God's sakes. I'm not that bad. God, Shelby has people into her, for fuck's sake. This.
Talking to Foids and the Big 26? Exactly, bro. That's a no-go.
Yeah, Freemasons and Illuminati run everything, and we know.
The only chicks I'm trying to see are the ones in my card collection. Hell yeah.
Yes, I'm aware. I'm in the economic zone that has been selected for recalibration of resources. The only fucking thing they're doing here.
Yeah, Griffin wants a date with Shelby. Shit, bro. I'm gonna be like Carmelo Anthony's story and fall on my blade, you know? Shit, he don't fall on the blade. I ain't stabbed him. Yep, that'll be me, bro. I'll fall on a blade.
Is strip mining it for those giant things. People are still fucking commenting on my Rumble. Look at this. Look at this username. Raymond is a sub-bald cuckold dog. God. Can you just lay off, for God's sakes?
Dude, why does that bother him? Stop. Like, this is painful to watch, bro. Like, I actually feel bad now. And I don't want to feel bad about people online. I don't want to get emotionally invested. But it's like, dude, you just need some... But the problem is, if you tell him not to fucking take... What the fuck? Like, he'll fucking spurg out on you. Stop taking it personally. Who the fuck cares? It's a random person on the internet.
You know, you really need to lay off my dad. You need to lay off the family stuff. You guys are fucking awful.
But dude, you brought your dad into your content. It's too late for... Oh, man. I don't know. Like... It's just... Yeah.
I'll give this to YouTube. At least on YouTube, they hid those types of comments. Every comment is fair game on Rumble. And it's just... God, I can't believe she says so fucking nothing. Like, are you that vapid in your fucking head that you have to read ChatGPT all the time? Or just do that damn Ebonics TikTok goddamn fucking speak? It's Revenge Star, it's Shelby Simps, it's Scotty's, Thomas White, it's Chris, it's all the people that hate me. Aurora, Nostalgic, the Watch Party guy, Anabolic Steroids, fucking dildos, that fool. Still fucking up. It's nonstop. Griffins, ilk.
No, I have specifically gone out of my way to tell people to not fuck with you, to not dox you, or do anything that would impact you in real life. So, no. I have never once encouraged that type of shit. In fact, I've gone out of my way to disavow all the negative shit that's happening to you outside of basic, you know, pointing and laugh behavior. Because that is fair game on the internet, you know.
I can't afford
but yeah, you know, at every opportunity, I have said that it's fucked up that people are doxing you, or that they're bringing in fucking, you know, personal shit into it, or talking about your family, or doxing where you live, and things like, no, like every single opportunity I've said that's fucked up. And I agree with you that that's fucked up. People should not do that. You know, leave internet drama on the fucking internet. You don't need to take it into the fucking real world. But apparently I'm the problem. So, I don't know. I feel like I've been very fair on that front, and I've gone out of my way to try and not have people do that.
Fuck you, Griffin.
Yep, there we go. It's still my fault, bro.
Then yeah, look, he's watching me again. Look at this. Very good. They're watching old content of mine. Where are they getting that? That's old shit of mine that's been off you. Somebody told me Griffin makes $100 a night that he features me.
I don't.
It just makes you... Like, what's the point? Like, I'm asking you guys, can you help me out? What's the point of this?
There is no point. That's the whole thing. This internet shit is fucking nothing. It's not real. Like, I don't even know. Like, the fact you can even make money from this is still fucking crazy to me. Like, it doesn't even feel real.
I'm not making a lot of money. I'm making him a lot of money.
Not really.
Man, $145 for 6.5 hours. That's terrible, actually. It's fucking heinous.
It's not that bad, honestly. What is that? Hold on, let's do the math. Because that's what he actually takes home. So 145 divided by 6. $25 an hour? That's pretty good for sitting in front of a microphone talking.
Griffin is a piece of shit, honestly.
I've never claimed to not be.
Listen to the guy's analysis. He is, like, everything about him is just disgusting. Like, I'm obviously not going to get a woman out of this. I'm miserable every day. I'm like, what's the point? I'm asking, actually. 1,000 subscriber YouTube channel that you can still fucking upload to, that you're not banned on. Seen and heard my ass. You danced on the grave of my YouTube channel the minute you heard I was banned. You couldn't wait to put a video out and then celebrate it. You couldn't wait. You want to feel seen and heard. What am I supposed to say to that?
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. How do I get a chick? Not being him. Brutal, man. Yeah, I don't know. Acting like this on the internet is definitely not a path to pussy. That's for sure. And Bud Sunny with the 2. Have you seen Obsession? It's really damn good. No, I don't really watch movies, to be honest. I have not seen that or the Back Room or whatever it's called. So no, I have not. If it comes to like a streaming service, maybe I'll watch it. But no, I have not. Jesus with the 2 saw Casino Royale for the first time. Pretty peak. Yeah, the best part of that movie is definitely Mads, but I don't know. I haven't seen most of the Daniel Craig James Bond movies. I think the last one I saw was Skyfall. I don't know how many there are after that, but that was the last one I saw, personally. But yeah, I think Daniel Craig's a good James Bond overall, but Quantum of Solace in particular was pretty fucking bad, if you ask me.
Did her parents take her to the Country Sizzler for strip steaks? Oh, who knows? Country Sizzler. I don't know why she scheduled this for 12:50 at night. Destroyed, I missed the videos too.
I seriously don't have the smoke detector. Okay, guys.
Chirp.
Sound is coming from because it's not coming from me. But continue to inspire me, and I'll see you guys in the next one. And I'll continue to inspire you and see you then. I love you. Peace out. Thank you so much for showing up, and remember to check me out on Instagram so that I can send you my art.
I know Porterhouse is a flex.
DM me.
Is
Bye.
a flex. Yeah, she's on to us. She's on to us, boys. Quick, everybody act natural. Fell destroyed. Yeah, sadly.
That ceiling bird be tweeting and shit.
My YouTube channel got mass reported. and I was suspended for 3 weeks. And it was made clear to me that if I continued to post things or left my channel up, I was going to get completely taken off YouTube, which I'm actually... Today was my first day technically back. I am half expecting to wake up tomorrow to no channel. Like that if past performance is any indicator of future results, I'll wake up tomorrow to that little screen that says your channel has been suspended for YouTube terms. Mass flagging campaigns and constant harassment from trolls, unfortunately, has proven completely effective. And they have infiltrated my Rumble channel. I basically can't upload anything on there without just getting pelted. Thank you again. I know that we went through it this stream. Thank you, as always, for being here for me. I really appreciate you guys from the bottom of my heart, seriously. You're keeping me going, for real. I'll see you tomorrow.
Again, man, you know, I think it's fucked up that he's lost his channel, personally. But doesn't matter what I say. Apparently it's my fault, even though I've literally never encouraged anybody to flag anyone. So, I don't know, dude. It is what it is, right? I feel like I was pretty kind in this particular reaction, but I'm sure it won't be taken that way. For the most part, at least. There's probably some negativity. Alright, we can get rid of that too. And let me close out of that. Alrighty. So we'll see what this is now. You were dog whistling? That's right, dude.
A DLC.
By saying that I think it's fucked up that he lost his channel, I was actually suggesting that everyone should go flag him right now.
Character for Tekken 8 got a bigger crowd pop than FF7 Remake Part 3's reveal. Like, that kind of tells you something. I think if they could have gotten away with making it a PS5 exclusive, they would have. And I think if they could have gotten away with making it a PS6 exclusive, they would have. Just think about it, Sonny Jim. 3 games, 3 consoles. Think of the profits. This guy looks weak, like a fucking asshole. All I wanted to say was the glorious OG Sid Highwind.
Wait, they wanted to make it PlayStation exclusive? I'm pretty sure that's like the complete opposite of what they said, but alright.
Just swear it up a storm, making Barrett look safe. Instead, we got this. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time.
Well, now it has come time for our final announcement. I know. What's it going to be, guys? Any guesses? No. Frankly, I don't know what I could say to set this moment up besides this. Get ready for the final battle.
Long ago, a shadow fell upon our planet. Guided by calamity, one man sought dominion through reunion. By his will, a star fell. A meteor
Sephiroth
called forth to bring ruin to all.
Sephiroth, my beloved, dude.
But our planet.
Sephiroth really does have mad aura, bro, in that trailer. Like, that shit looks so
upon
sick.
our planet. Guided by calamity, one man.
That shit looks so cool, bro.
sought dominion.
Like, that's a great picture right there. That's pretty fucking fire.
Through reunion, by his will, a star fell. A meteor called forth to bring ruin to all. But our planet answered, awakening mighty weapons to stand against the celestial threat. Now, hope endures in those who fight.
Long story short, the world's in trouble. It has been for a while.
So what are we waiting for? Let's give Sephiroth the beating of a lifetime.
Fortnite Fantasy 7, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, here's the thing. I don't really know how I feel about this either way. Maybe it'll be fun. I don't know. My friend has a theory that they just didn't want to animate the high wind landing and taking off, which I think is quite funny. Yeah.
Well, they couldn't physically because the open world has to be traversable.
I'm not sure how I feel about this. I just realized, man, his sword actually looks really dumb. I just noticed that just now. Yeah, it's not a deal breaker for me. I mean, it's just, you know, I can't unsee Fortnite when I see that. But whatever, let's keep going. Notice the texture pop in here. So I know that's really petty. I'm being an asshole on purpose. That's just like seeing spelling mistakes in your resume. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not the end of the world, but they also shouldn't be there.
You're mine. I'll make this quick.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Vincent is probably going to be fun players, and he's the kind of character who it's almost impossible to screw up. Like, he's such a cool idea. He looks awesome, and he's got like...
let's see. Nero with the 5. Didn't they make it multiplayer because Rebirth flopped? Also, the Legend of Dragoon music in the intro, even at 2x speed. Time to play Rebirth? Well, I don't think it flopped. It was more so didn't meet expectations, which for Square Enix, who fucking knows what that actually means? I think they were expecting it to sell as well as Remake did, which there's 2 reasons why Remake sold as well as it did. One, it came out during the COVID lockdown, like at the literal pinnacle of the lockdown, when everybody was looking for new video games to play. And also, everyone has the most nostalgia for the first part of Final Fantasy, because most people never made it out of Midgar who played Final Fantasy 7. So also it was on the PS4, which had a much larger install base too, if you want to add another cope in there. But yeah, you know, Square Enix was expecting it to sell as well as Remake, which Remake was a COVID game. So COVID games did very, very, very well, more so than most would normally. So yeah, they always have unrealistic expectations. Like, I think the Tomb Raider reboot, they expected to sell like 30 million copies or like something insane. So yeah, it's kind of a long-running meme with Square Enix. Didn't meet expectations. Didn't meet expectations. Didn't meet expectations. It's like, well, maybe the expectations are the problem at that point.
Various guns, and then he can transform into Galleon Beast, which is like a mini behemoth. Death Gygus, who is like a giant steroided Frankenstein who can shoot electricity out of his chest. Jason Voorhees mixed with Leatherface, because why not? And Chaos, a literal Diablo-esque demon. But really, you could just give Vincent's design to like any game company, like Capcom, From Software, Platinum Games, so on and so forth, and they would make him fun to play. I think it'll be fun. I think he's the main selling point of this game, and I think you'd have to intentionally sabotage him to make him not fun. So I reckon he'll be the standout of this.
Vincent is the main selling point of this game? I don't know about that one.
Good night.
The sky's the limit!
I can do this. I'll make you proud.
Just end your day.
Oh my, is that a weapon I see?
As far as I can tell, these things don't distinguish between friend and foe. I mean, is that a weapon? Yeah, this is one of like the new baby whale weapons you saw in Rebirth. I don't really think they're even necessary because the 5 OG weapons are more than enough. You've already got Emerald, Ruby, Diamond, Sapphire, and Ultimate Weapon. They're all basically the size of a skyscraper, except Ultima. He's like the Vegeta of the crew. He's like the smaller one, but he's not weak. I don't really think they needed these extra ones to begin with. But anyway, you know.
They're probably just normal enemies that you encounter in the overworld.
Whatever.
Save the planet by killing her protectors.
It's Ruby.
Let us put your faith to the test.
I'm gonna sound like a huge boomer here. It's not that I think this is bad. I just miss the original Ultimate Weapon design. I'll show you what I mean. See, let's have a look at that. And then look at that. It's not that I think
Oh, come on.
this is bad. I just feel like it loses a little bit of its soul and personality. Like, there's...
Come on. No. Dude, this shit looks like some fucking Bionicle bullshit. Come on, bro.
I don't know, I just love this. Now, I've heard some people say, like, bro, this sucks. This looks like it's out of Power Rangers. I'm like, well...
No, it looks like a fucking Bionicle.
I think it's weird if your way of defending the new game is by shitting on the original. That kind of tells me what you think of the OG, to be perfectly honest. I think you could have taken this design and basically made it with modern graphics. I don't think it needed to radically change as much. But at the end of the day, I'm probably just...
No, you can acknowledge that PS1 era character design is far more limited than modern character design. Like, they're limited on how many polygons they can use and how much detail and texture is present on the model. So, no shit, a PS1 game is going to have far less detail and look, you know, inferior. Like, that's not a dig against the original. It's just an objective fact. It was a technical limitation, I'm sure.
Nitpicking, this isn't like a deal breaker. It's not the end of the world. But I am also just saying that's what I think.
Let us put your faith to the test, Cloud.
Revelation.
Never would have made it this far without you guys. And I won't let you down. I promise.
There you have it. I know he's not done.
It's not really the biggest crowd pop, is it? I don't know. Like,
it's not really that big of a
but it also sounds a little bit lukewarm. Remember this way. Here's what a real crowd reaction sounds like.
It's a completely different event. Oh my god, dude. This is such a reach. Yeah, compare a crowd of games journalists to fighting game fans. I wonder why one is louder than the other.
A DLC character for Tekken 8 got a bigger crowd pop than FF7 Remake Part 3's reveal.
Because it's not the same venue.
Like, that kind of tells you something.
There you have it. I know he's not done yet. Please join me in welcoming back to Summer Game Fest the director of Final...
That's a hell of a reach, bro. That's like if you pulled up footage of a Taylor Swift concert and go, look how many more people are standing. Like, yeah, it's a completely different venue.
Fantasy 7, Revelation, Naoki Amaguchi-san.
I'm back! ようやくですね、このファイナルファンタジー7リベレーションをマルチプラットフォーム同時で発表できたことを本当に嬉しく思います。ここまで来れたのも、この物語を信じ待ち続けてくれた皆さんのおかげだと本当に感謝をしています。
I'm truly delighted to unveil Final Fantasy VII Revelation, which is launching simultaneously on all platforms.
That's crazy that it's launching on all platforms on release, because as we all know, Remake was a PS4 exclusive, then for like, what, a year and a half or something, Rebirth was a PS5 exclusive for the first year or year and a half, I forget. The fact that this is launching on PC, Xbox, Nintendo Switch 2, and PS5 all on day one, that's crazy, man. Maybe this is a harsh choice of words, but it feels desperate. It feels like they really want this game to sell. For all my
It's desperate that they want the game to sell? I have news for you, bro. That's pretty much what every single video game studio on, you know, this earth that we all inhabit wants to happen. Either that or Sony didn't want to pony up the right amount of money in order to make it exclusive again.
Of FF7 Rebirth, I think it would have sold more if it was PC Xbox day one. I really think that. Most modern FF games, there's a lot of hype sort of leading up to it. There's a lot of hype in the first few weeks or so, and then everyone realizes it's disappointing once again, and then no one buys it or recommends it to anyone else. That's like, that's Rebirth, that's FF16. Yeah. Will the PC version run well? I don't know, because here's the thing, right? It's Square Enix. With all due respect, man, the only PC ports of a Final Fantasy game that's ever really been good for me have been the Pixel remasters. Chrono Trigger crashed like 10 times when I streamed it. 13 doesn't even run. A lot of people complained about Rebirth when that was finally on PC. FF10 green screens during cutscenes.
Oh shit, it's doing the glitch! Oh no!
It's not looking great, man, but the thing is, Square Enix wants Part 3 to sell so badly that I think they will do their best at optimizing it for PC, maybe. Or who knows, maybe they'll half-ass it as an FU for making them do that. I don't know, I really don't know. I'm not sure.
And we've only been able to come this far thanks to every single one of you who continue to believe in the story and waited for this moment with us.
今作のテーマは決意です。クラウドたちは最後の戦いに進むため、それぞれの決意と向き合います。
The central theme of this title is resolve. Cloud and his companions each confront their own destinies and find the resolve to march toward the final battle.
そして私自身もこのシリーズを完結させるという決意を胸にこの作品と向き合ってきました。
I too have carried a promise in my heart throughout this journey, the resolve to see the series through to its very end.
皆さんに最高の形でお届けします。ぜひ見届けてください。
We're committed to delivering this experience in its ultimate form. Please stay with us and witness what lies beyond that resolve.
The last thing I'll say regarding the multi-platform release, I think if they could have gotten away with making it a PS5 exclusive, they would have. And I think if they...
No. I mean, what? Okay, if you want to sell the game, you want to put it on as many platforms as possible. I mean, yeah, if Sony wanted to cover all the potential lost sales, then maybe? But even then, it's kind of counterintuitive, because then you'd still just be making the same amount of money regardless.
Could have gotten away with making it a PS6 exclusive. They would have. Just think about it, Sunny Jim. 3 games, 3 consoles. Think of the profits. Although, it's so outrageous that even if the idea entered their heads, they were probably like, you know what, even that's going a bit far. It would be really funny, though. It would be hilarious if Part 3 was a PS6 exclusive. But I think they overestimated how popular the FF7 compilation is. The entire FF7 universe, it's carried entirely on the back of the OG FF7. Everything after OG, whether it's Seven Children, whether it's Crisis Core, whether it's The Kids Are Alright, Leslie novella, or Doja Cerberus, all of it reads like poorly written fanfiction. All of it you can just ignore. You may as well just treat the OG game as the primary source. With all due respect to the devs...
Is that why most Final Fantasy VII fans have never played the game?
Because they've done some great work. I don't even take what they say about the OG game as gospel either, because they contradict each other. For example, Kitase said that all the humans die at the end of OG FF7, whereas Najima says they survive. They contradict themselves, and sometimes, with all due respect, it just feels like they're just making stuff up on the spot. Like when Kitase said that OG FF7 and FF10 are set in the same universe, on the same planet. Sometimes, with all due respect, I just think they're just making stuff on the spot. I think you just got to treat the OG itself as the source. That's not saying it's perfect, but I'm just saying that, like, the more I hear the devs talk about it, it raises more questions than gives answers. So
today, to help guide us on our path, please show me in Welcome to the Stage, the voice of...
Let's see. So, SNK
Alright, awesome.
Nostalgia
Thanks,
with
nigga.
a 2. I remember playing Final Fantasy 1 NES, 1990, around August. Very nice, man. I like Final Fantasy 1 a lot. 2 is probably my favorite of, like, the retro titles I've played, though. Like, from the NES, SNES era. I think 2 was really well done, personally. I enjoyed that one, which I know is kind of a hot take, I guess, but... I liked it better than 1 and 3 for sure. And Nero with D5. I never played the original Final Fantasy VII, but was Sid basically the Dragoon of the party? And that one as well? Yeah. Also, spring 2027, 1 more year to survive. That's right. And then rope sales skyrocket. But yeah. At least after all the DLCs released, right? Let's see, SNK Nostalgia with the 2. Western video games need to fall faster. I agree. Absolutely agree.
Vincent Valentine, Matt Mercer.
Unlimited unemployment.
Bloody Mercer, top tier voice actor.
Thank you very much, Hamaguchi-san. It's truly a privilege to be here with you today, if you know me. There's honestly so much to see in Revelation. I think we just kind of need to dive right in. What do you say?
Let's do it. Take it away, Matt.
I don't mind if I do. As we reunite with our heroes, the meteor looms in the skies above, a constant reminder of your mission and the grave threats you'll confront as you embark upon your journey and face the epic conclusion of the remake series.
I'm holding your face with one hand and holding your hand with the other cloud. Ooh, ooh. Get ready to get shipped. I wonder who this is for. Is there a large Cloud and Sephiroth shipping community? Because I wonder if this is for them.
Yes, there is. The Foids.
Sorry. Look,
Final Fantasy has a very large female fan base, believe it or not. You know? And unfortunately, if you interact with Final Fantasy VII related shit on Twitter, you run into them.
Let's fucking debate. Let's get going.
The Remake series. Aboard the Highwind, your very own airship, and the pride of the Shinra fleet, you'll take to the skies and witness our most expansive open world yet. From the outskirts of Midgard, to the sun-drenched Nidil archipelago, to the warrior nation of Wutai.
I don't know if they're going to do this in Wutai, but I feel like they missed an opportunity to have all those huge Buddha statues and sort of Garudas and stuff carved into the mountains the way that it was in the OG. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we're just not seeing it. Maybe it'll be somewhere else, or maybe they just couldn't be stuffed, or they put it in like some cabin somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, whatever. It's only a glimpse of it. I also worry Wutai is going to do two things. One, I worry that there's going to be a huge, long, bloated, drawn-out Wutai War segment. It's going to go for ages. Two, I worry that there's going to be a 3-minute dance number when we arrive there. I don't know. I can't help it, chat. That's just the way my brain works. If they did in Gold Saucer, it's a tourist destination. I'm sure there's going to be some Disney musical dance number when we arrive there as well. I mean, you know, as Barrett said, there ain't no getting off of this train we're on. So I guess that might be a thing. Anyway, look, I don't think I'm being mean to this, guys. I don't think I'm being mean to this. I know that there's some people hate watching, just like, I can't wait for him to say something mean. No, I'm trying to be tough but fair. I'm trying to give credit where it's due. I'm just saying what I'm thinking out loud.
In a Wutai, simply pick a direction and set sail. But having you be expected to protect the whole world at once, you need to cover ground fast.
I am not jumping. No way, no how.
Don't worry. In parachutes, you're top of the line. Pull a cord. Up. You'll be floating through the air like a feather.
At any moment in the open world, simply pilot the Highwind to your destination and take a leap of faith. With the wind rushing past, you'll descend seamlessly from the sky above to the ground below.
Oh, just an FYI, guys. They've already confirmed that apparently Tifa's bathing suits are already in the game from launch. So, if you want to skydive with Tifa in a bikini, you can.
Is that how it's going to be? You jump out, there's a cutscene, fade to black, then you parachute?
Rushing past, you'll descend
seamlessly from the
sky above to the ground below.
It's a pity. I'd like it to be more seamless. It looked like it was potentially more seamless in the when Cloud was parachuting.
I want it to be more seamless. Literally a half-second black screen, bro. Yeah, let's draw out the cutscene by another 5 to 10 seconds so it's more seamless, quote-unquote. Like shimmying through the gap in the wall.
I don't know. Will this be fun? We'll just have to wait and see.
Where will the winds guide you first? That freedom is in your hand.
That's total paradise in Wutai. You can get all the flyers for it, or collect them for whatever reason in the OG. I get that it's a tourist destination in Wutai, but this also looks a bit Disney, to be perfectly honest. I know it's a tourist destination in the OG as well, but it felt a bit classier. But whatever, I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man yelling at Cloud. But anyway.
It felt a little It looks the exact same, pretty much.
To be perfectly honest, I know it's a tourist destination in the OG as well, but
it's like the same architecture.
Felt a bit classier, but whatever, I don't know. Maybe I'm just an old man yelling at Cloud. But anyway, that's just whatever. Let's keep going.
But no matter your destination, to defeat your enemy, you'll need a fighting chance.
Yeah, a lot of this feels just like a reach.
That starts with your trusted allies. At long last, with the world teetering on a blade's edge, everyone assembles at Cloud's side, forming an epic ensemble of...
Dude, they better start the game with the snowboarding minigame. For continuity's sake. You know, let it be the case.
Each with their own story that brings you closer together than ever. But a good unit needs more than friendship to save the day. It needs a disciplined combat regimen. The hybrid battle system, established in Remake and refined in Rebirth, is perfected in Revelation, putting even more power in your hands. In fluid, real-time action, seamlessly switch between party members to even the odds. Then, when the fight calls for strategy, enter tactical mode to unleash a suite of powerful new spells and abilities. Activate devastating synergy.
Yeah, there's a mini-game for slapping with Tifa and Scarlet, so yeah. That'll be funny, man. I don't know. Hopefully they add physics.
And of course,
I'm going to say right now, I had the most fun with the synergies in Remake Rebirth's combat system. You can't really go wrong when it's like these two characters like teaming up together and doing a Chrono Trigger attack. That isn't necessarily a win for action combat because that technique comes from turn-based games. It comes from Chrono Trigger. But as I say, Remake Rebirth's combat system is not my main complaint about the game. I don't think it's bad, but I also don't think it's this mystical, amazing, untouchable system that can never be explained. It was carved with a bolt of lightning and stone. No, it's a combat system like any other. Some people love it, some people hate it. Not my main complaint. I thought the synergies were fun.
Call on mighty summoned entities that can turn the tide of battle.
I think when you summon in this game, it looks cool, and it's mad having them rampage around the battlefield, just, you know, wrecking everything they see. I don't like that you have to fight them in a VR chamber to unlock them. It's just kind of, the whole VR thing is very uninspired, very boring. I wonder if it's like a time-saving or cost-cutting bit of design. How would you unlock the summons? Some people suggested that maybe you should find the summons just wandering around in the open world. You know, maybe find Shiva in a cold area or Ifrit near a volcano or something, or whatever, something like that. That's kind of a cool idea. I don't know, because it's true that in OG FF7, you just find some materia just lying around, and they are basically irrelevant to the story. In fact, FF7 is unique in the sense that I think it's the only FF where summons have basically no bearing on the story at all. That's not the case. Whereas in, say, like FF6, 9, 10, and so on, summons are extremely integral to the story. You can remove all the summons from OG FF7 and the story of the same. All I know is I don't like Chadley, and I don't like VR. Do we have to play all 3 games? I'm so disappointed with this release schedule and separating it into 3 games. It's purely a money grab. What do you mean? It had to be 3 games because the first game was 3 discs. You're crazy if you think otherwise. What I think is weird is how your progress is basically completely erased and reset entirely between games. You know what I mean? Like, Mass Effect figured this out 10 years ago. Why are we not just using that system? I feel sorry for people who max out Remake Part 1 and like, oh sh.
Well, you know, Mass Effect, not really. You still had to re-level up. That's a little bit of revisionist history there. Like, yeah, you got a bit of a bone, and yeah, you could not tackle the whole game.
shit, can't wait to smash Rebirth. You start Rebirth and it's just all gone, basically. Although I've heard that some people say something can carry over. I actually don't know the details of that too much, but yeah, by all accounts, you kind of just have a full reset when you do Rebirth. Now, I guess that can make sense because it's a whole different system they introduce in each one. Like, we're going to see how this does things differently from Part 1 and 2. All I'm trying to say is Mass Effect...
You could transfer materia, but Mass Effect does not have true continuity of stats.
...showed that you could carry over your progress between 3 parts of a game. I don't see why...
You could carry over your choices, but you still had to re-level up and everything.
Couldn't do something similar. Finding something
like literally in Mass Effect 2. That's the one where Shepard starts out dead. So you basically have to start from, you know, the ground up.
To unlock them was pulled straight out of Crisis Core. Well, here's the thing. That's because when I played Crisis Core for the first time a few months ago, I could not believe how much of FF7 Remake's DNA was in that game. You know, it was like the last piece of the puzzle falling into place. FF7 Remake makes no sense as a remake of OG FF7. It doesn't look like it, doesn't feel like it, doesn't play like it. However, if you look at the 7 Remake trilogy as a sequel to Crisis Core, it makes perfect sense. It has the same bad writing. It looks and feels like it when you're running around its world. It plays and fights like Crisis Core. You may as well call Crisis Core FF7R0. When you look at 7 Remake trilogy as a remake of OG FF7, there's all these questions that make no sense, but when you look at it as a sequel to Crisis Core, now it makes sense because it assumes you already know Crisis Core. That's why, after Cloud's flashback in Nibelheim, when Tifa and Eris are in bed, Tifa turns to Eris and said, "Oh, by the way, Cloud never came back 5 years ago." Those of you who know the OG story know how much of an atomic bomb of a piece of information that is. That is nuclear, that piece of information. And she basically drops it, like, as soon as you get out of Midgard. That is not supposed to be dropped until, like, the middle to the end of Disc 2. But the problem is, Remake Part 1 and 2 are basically Disc 1, so we're screwed. You know, and then when Cloud, I think, is back in Nibelheim, right before Cat Sith box throwing, my favorite segment.
Well, they re-released Crisis Core in between Part 1 and Part 2, so it's assumed that most people played it.
Cloud has a flashback of a soldier who gets washed down the river and he's like, "Hey, that was Zack." What do you mean you remember Zack? That's not supposed to happen yet. So the thing is, that doesn't make sense if it's a remake of OG FF7, but it makes perfect sense if it's a sequel to Crisis Core, because Crisis Core assumes you already know this, and you will never be able to unsee this now that you know this. Also, did you know that Zack is the God Emperor of Final Fantasy VII? Did you know that Zack is the reason Eris took up selling flowers? Did you know that Zack is the reason Eris wears a pink bow in her hair? Did you know that Zack is the reason Eris dresses the way she does? Did you know that Zack is the guy who names Tifa's bar 7th Heaven?
That's why Zack is Beast!
I didn't know that until Crisis Core correctly informed me of that about 10 years after the OG game. Fancy that.
Summoning Ifrit never gets old. There are truly some chill-inducing fights ahead in Revelation. I'm so excited to see all of your reactions. It's gonna be amazing.
I'm guessing you have a favorite character to play in battles?
I might be a little biased, but since you brought it up, let's have a look at our newest coffin-dwelling companion, Vincent Valentine.
Let's do this. I won't return to my coffin until we put Sephiroth in case.
Vincent is a deft gunslinger, capable of delivering precise, high-yield shots. But there's more to this secret.
First, we had Cat Sith box throwing. Are we going to have a Vincent crystal shooting cave? Because I'm wondering if we will. Here's the thing. It'll probably be cooler than Cat Sith. But we did see the tweet from the director, I think, saying that they are not cutting down the minigames at all. So I'm wondering if we're going to have a very long
Good. As a mini-game enjoyer, aka an enjoyer of gameplay, I don't have any problem with mini-games in Final Fantasy.
segment where we just have to do this for ages. I don't know. Hopefully I'm wrong, but let's keep going.
It's high-yield shots. But there's more to this secretive former Turk than meets the eye. The result of experimentation at the hands of Shinra. Vincent can transform into the Galleon Beast at the press of...
Yeah, they already said that the only things linked to minigames this time around are optional cosmetics, pretty much. So all of your, like, power-ups and materia that you need in order for, you know, I guess higher difficulty runs combat-wise, all of that will be unlocked externally to minigames this time around. So minigames will truly be if you want to play them and unlock, like, optional cosmetic shit and things of that nature, which is pretty cool.
Gain tremendous power while transformed.
Also, I think they said that there's, like, a normal difficulty, an easy difficulty, or you can just skip it altogether if you want.
This is a very smart idea, in my opinion, to have him be able to just transform into Galleon Beast whenever you want. In the original game, you could only transform when you had a limit break. His limit breaks will probably be the other transformations, maybe, I don't know. Either that, or maybe he unlocks the ability to instantly turn into Death Guide, Hellmaster Chaos, and then they each have their own individual limit breaks. I would prefer that. I don't want to be only doing Galleon Beast the whole time, but I think it's smart that you can do it straight away. Because the limit breaks in this game, they often kind of just take too long to come. Sometimes you just want to do it right away. So, yeah, whatever. I think he's going to be fun to play, and I think he's going to be one of the main draw cards of this game. Didn't they say minigames will be optional, though? I don't know. I haven't read the full tweet. All I know is the part I read was it said, we're not cutting down on minigames, but I have heard that maybe they could be optional as well. So maybe we'll be safe. I don't know. My personal opinion, right, is I think they should have saved most of the minigames in Rebirth for Gold Saucer. That's what I think. Because then you want to play minigame central, you got it, Sonny Jam. You got Gold Saucer, and then it's like...
they did. There really weren't that many minigames outside of the Golden Saucer. Like, I guess if you count Queen's Blood, but aside from that, like, what? I'm trying to think. I mean, maybe the fucking Kate shit. Box throwing, if you even call that a minigame. It was more so of an annoyance than anything, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like most of the minigames were at the Gold Saucer.
what you had in the PS1 game, where it was like this entire theme park within a video game itself. The problem is, because Rebirth has so many mini games literally everywhere, by the time you get the Gold Saucer, that's the last thing you want to do.
But does it really? Gold Saucer is pretty much where all of them are concentrated. I'm trying to think. Like, I wouldn't even call the Dolphin one a mini game because you just do it once. Like, the Dolphin you do for like 30 seconds and that's it. It's not a repeatable event. It's literally just, you know, a one-time thing.
And it also leaves Gold Saucer feeling a bit bare. There aren't as many minigames there as there should be, because they're all out in the rest of the story in the open world. I don't know, I feel like Gold Saucer was a missed opportunity. It could have been some incredible in-game spectacle. I did not think they would find a way to make it boring, but I just kind of didn't really care about that area when I was there, sadly.
And when combined with the skills of a certain ace pilot, their high-impact synergies disrupt the fight with ferocious results.
The Leaping Lancer, the Dashing Dragoon, the one and only Sid Highwind.
Sid Highwind.
The Flanderization of Sid Highwind is a thing to behold, isn't it? It's really something that needs to be studied. Because anyone who's played OG FF7 knows that that ain't Sid. OG FF7, Sid walks in and immediately explodes into a rage onto Shira. It's like, Shira, where's the fucking tea? We got guests. I'm pissed. And then Cloud's like, hey, it's all right, man, calm down. It's like, shut up, sit down and drink your goddamn tea. Or is my hospitality not good enough for you, mate? You know. And then when Palmer shows up and Sid's like, oh, well, but isn't the fat man Palmer? He's like, where's Rufus? He's like, he's outside. Ooh, he's like, you fat, stupid fucking son. Just like, Sid just calls Palmer this fat, and then like a string of expletives. And as he just walks out of rage, Palmer's like, don't say fat. You know what I mean? Where's that Sid? All I wanted to say was the glorious OG Sid Highwind. Just swearing up a storm, making Barrett look safe. Instead, we got this. It's very clear that Sid Highwind was toned down for modern audiences and for ratings. It's very clear. Anyone who says that this was an artistic decision, or don't worry, we're going to see him do this in part 3, you're on coke if you think it was an artistic decision.
Well, yeah, it was definitely toned down for ratings. They want to keep it T.
As for him being like this in part 3, I don't know. And I think that if they did, that would be even weirder, because it would be so tonally jarring with the previous 2 games. They've already committed to this Disney, Marvel, Kingdom Hearts tone. Oh yeah, and he doesn't smoke. I forgot about that. Listen, mate, real men smoke, because it's good for you. Also, without that cigarette, how's he supposed to light a stick of dynamite on it and then throw it into a bunch of enemies? All right? How can this man mechanically work without his ciggy, without his bloody smoke, without his packet of Paul Moores, without his packet of wee blues, mate? You robbed him of one of his weapons. Anyone who's pissed off at me saying this, don't shoot me, man. I'm the messenger, bro. I didn't make this happen. I'm just showing you what was already in front of your eyes.
Sid Highwind, the cantankerous pilot extraordinaire, joins the party and their mission to defeat Sephiroth. Sid's command of his lance allows him to rapidly close the distance for powerful strikes, or engage in sweeping area of effect attacks to bring a whole host of enemies to heel.
You know what the tragedy is? You know how I said Vincent is going to be a draw card for this game? Sid Highwind would have been a draw card for it as well if he wasn't so toned down and neutered and censored. Like, it's just true, man. And the tragedy is, we saw FF16, we saw the Sid in that, voiced by Finchie from The Office. He was rough, man. He was very unsafe at times. I think he told Clive to off himself. You know, he might judge you about being gay. And he smoked cigars and drank whiskey. So you can do a Sid who can do all those things. Well, why is he not in here?
But to fully control the
Because it's rated M.
battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so far. The further out...
Again, if they were going for a mature rating, then yeah, you could. But it's rated T, so...
Mention combat capabilities.
I don't think I'm being too old when I say that I think that looks like shit. It's like a gacha costume, Neo Armada skin or something. I don't think the idea of having them have... Oh, God. If I make an effort to try and like it, I'm failing. I don't know, it's just kind of what...
Well, the thing is you can equip the fits without actually changing the appearance. So if you want to use a default skin, you can. Or you can change, like, your skin into whatever you want it to be, while the class remains unattached to it. So they've already fixed that.
It's just kind of...
If people are worried about the aesthetic of the character, you can literally just keep the default look. You can pick whichever cosmetic appearance you want and, you know, the class independently.
Anyway, let's have a look at the next costume.
The battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so far.
I mean, look, he's a robot cat. I mean, he can just be a bit of a doofus at the end of the day. The thing is, Cat Sith is such a stupid character that you can just make him look stupid. But my main complaint about Cat Sith is that he's not riding around on his giant Moogle 24/7. Like, he should be. I'm sorry. He looks weak without it. And in the OG, in the real FF7, he's always riding his Moogle. I don't think there's a single shot of him being off it, to my memory. But Rebirth, he's just always off it. And while I actually enjoyed fighting...
That's probably because they didn't want to make 2 character models.
As Cat Sith, believe it or not, it annoyed me that I had to do something to get him onto it, and then I would always accidentally jump off it or knock myself off it. I'm like, oh, come on, mate, I won't be on this thing all the time. Because when he's on that big, silly, white, fluffy Moogle, yes, it looks dumb, but it also looks strong. Okay, now he looks like he's one of the boys. This guy looks weak, like a fucking asshole, but he's alright. You know, this costume's so dumb, it just complements his character. His character's dumbness. Do I think Rocket Town will be in here? They've said it will be. And I guess it should be, because you do have to blast off into space at one point. How much of it will be there, I don't know. I get the feeling they are going to seriously tone down Sid's scene with Shira, okay, for obvious reasons. Instead of what we got in the OG, he might just simply look mildly annoyed that the tea is not ready. Or perhaps they're like, you know, it's too hard. they just retcon it out, they just cut it out. I understand how OG Sid is a difficult character when you're aiming a game for modern audiences, but you know what? There's more normal audiences and there's more OG audience members than there are modern, all right? If you're gonna offend one or the other, offend the modern. I don't know. If you're going to put all your eggs in one basket, go for the normal people, go for the OG fans. Don't go for the modern fans. I'm sorry, it's just true. I'll tell you why you don't need to ever cater modern Final Fantasy for the modern fans, because they will buy it if you call it Final Fantasy. That's it. As long as you call it Final Fantasy, they'll buy it. Whereas like the OG fans or like outsiders, they're only going to buy it if it feels like an FF to them. Let me put it this way. The OG fans are only going to buy it if it feels like an OG FF. And outsiders are not going to buy a game that divides half the fan base. When you start your Devil May Cry journey, do you start on Devil May Cry 2? No, you don't, because that fandom knows that game sucks. When you start your Dark Souls journey, what game do you start on? DS2? Wrong! You start on like 1, 3, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, because even though DS2 isn't the worst game in the world, any outsider can see that.
Let's see. Bill Herb with the 5. Every time I see something on Halo, Goylin Evolved, it just looks worse. I don't know how.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
They run it? Ruined it? Same goes for games like Clockwork Revolution, Fable, or Foible, my bad. Yeah, I don't know, dude. The whole Halo shit, for $50 you can play a campaign that's available in the $10 Master Chief Collection. Like, yeah, no thank you. That's gonna be a hard pass for me. So, I don't think the value is there whatsoever. You know, they're essentially charging $10 more than the 360 remaster with less content that came with. So, yeah, fuck that, bro. And yeah, I don't think Unreal Engine 5 is a good enough selling point, personally. Like, sure, it looks good at times, but do you really want to play Halo 1 again? I sure don't. Bill Herb with the 5, apparently Ubisoft is doing more layoffs again and closing some studios. It's nice to finally have some good news in gaming again. Agreed, bro. I'm happy to see it. They need to pay. But yeah, a lot of this shit is gonna come crashing down, I think, pretty soon. Like, I think the video game collapse is, you know, imminently here. I don't think we have to wait much longer. You know, with the way that these studios are ballooning budgets and sales have basically plateaued, if not dropped off, something's gotta give. Something's got to give. Chaga Shaka Gaming with the 3 is Griffin flapping his arms to this game. No, but I think you are with Kingdom Hearts 4, to be honest. And Constructs Workshop with the 5, I love the fact that people have a go at you for not enjoying games, and next minute they have a go at you for enjoying games that you like. You can't win. Nah, you really can't, bro. It is what it is. So, if you actually worried about what everybody fucking said about you online, you'd end up like Raymond. And that's not healthy for any person. But yeah, I don't really care. I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't, bro. I get accused of being too negative if I don't like something, and I get accused of shilling or glazing or whatever if I do actually like something. All I can do is be honest. I have zero incentive to, you know, lie about whether or not I like a fucking video game or not. Like, how fucking retarded would you have to be to actually give a shit about lying? Like, oh god, dude, I gotta preserve my image online. I have to pretend like I like this video game, bro. Like, that shit's pathetic. Genuinely. Nero with the 2. You think we'll see Vegetable Cloud? We saw Vegetable Cloud in Sephiroth's hand at the very beginning of this video. So if you watch the trailer, yeah, Sephiroth is literally holding Vegetable Cloud. So yeah, we'll definitely see Vegetable Cloud. And SNK Nostalgia with the 5 gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, dude. That's very kind of you, sir. You're very generous as always, so thank you so much, bro. Appreciate you spreading the love in the chat as well as that positivity, dude.
That game is divisive. That is splitting the fandom. The problem with modern Final Fantasy is that literally every game for the last 25 years has been Dark Souls 2. That's the problem. Half the fandom thinks it's great and the other half doesn't. And any outsider can just look at how divisive all modern FF...
Yeah, but that's fine. Dude, he's acting like people loved Final Fantasy VIII. You know, unanimously. Or people loved Final Fantasy X and X-2 unanimously. Or people loved Final Fantasy XI unanimously. Or 12 unanimously. Like, no, dude. Final Fantasy has always had division. Because it's an anthology series. It's not a continuous franchise that uses the same battle system. Even Final Fantasy II is considered like the fucking redheaded stepchild of the original like Final Fantasy trilogy. Like, I can't remember even how many people were like, bro, Final Fantasy II sucks. You don't want to play that one. And it's like, I ended up liking Final Fantasy II. I thought it was better than 1 and 3, which, you know, is sacrilege among some people in the community. So it's always been a divisive franchise because they experiment and change things up constantly. You know, most people that like 10 hate 10 too. You know, Final Fantasy 13, you either love it or hate it. Final Fantasy 15, same thing. Final Fantasy 16, same thing. The remake trilogy, same fucking thing.
Awesome. Thanks, nigga.
You know,
All right.
Final Fantasy 8 with the weird-ass junction system. Some people love it, some people fucking hate it. You know, 7, maybe, and 10 were the two that had the most universal acclaim. But I'm sure there were people complaining about those back in the day, too. I mean, people called Final Fantasy X gay. I remember that shit because of how fucking homo Titus was, but, you know. This is not like some franchise that has had universal, like, acclaim from every single person that's ever played it. People have had very strong opinions about this franchise since the beginning. And Shaka Shaka Gaming with the 8, why are you attacking me for liking Kingdom Hearts 4? Arm Flapper. I haven't played Kingdom Hearts for 1,000 hours. I haven't played Rebirth for 1,000 hours. And 100 times like you have with Rebirth? Nope, I have exactly 370 hours in Rebirth, so nice try. Actually...
and they're not interested in it. That's the brutal truth. It's just true. No one wants to admit this, but it's true.
To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function Integrated Tactical Suitwear, or the FIT system for short, allows you to further customize your playstyle.
They did it, chat.
I love that Tifa costume, bro. You know? This might elevate Tifa in my rankings of Final Fantasy Voids, bro. Like, this is like the perfect outfit for Tifa. Because her normal outfit's not very feminine at all. This adds just enough feminine charm to where it activates the monkey brain much more than her previous outfit did.
They added FF10-2 dress spheres to Final Fantasy VII. Now, anyone who's played FF10-2 knows that the dress spheres are not actually the main weakness of the game. They're kind of fun. Whatever. The game doesn't get ripped on for its...
Or, hear me out, they added the classic job system from Final Fantasy II? I don't know.
That said, I don't like the idea of anything FF10-2 related being attached to FF7. Whether this is fun or not, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. I don't know how necessary it is because the characters are already differentiated. They've got unique limit breaks, they've got unique synergies. Each character has unique moves. Like Tifa has that uppercut, Barrett has that shot, you know, that overcharge thing. I don't know if you need this on top of that. One of my main complaints of this is that the costumes look like shit. All right, this looks stupid.
The battlefield, skill with a weapon only gets you so.
This looks dumb, but you know, Cat said it's already done.
To further augment your combat capabilities, try this on for size. Function Integrated.
Even that, I don't think that looks that good, to be honest. It looks like a bland modern AAA slot design, like a gacha skin or something. It's weird because when you look at FF10-2's dress spheres, they actually, from my memory at least, they all look quite cool. They all look quite stylish, all extremely specific and committed. This just kind of looks very forgettable. This is probably the least worst looking out of them all. It's Tifa, it's hard to make it look bad. It's whatever. This is not, I wouldn't put this in the same category as the others, but I also don't think it's necessary.
Playstyle with new uniforms imbued with unique movesets. Alongside your equipment and materia, Fits gives you an extra edge in battle. And to face what's coming, you'll need all the strength you can muster. Sensing its fate hanging in the balance, the planet itself has unleashed its last line of defense. The weapons, ancient beasts that are larger than life and capable of untold destruction.
I get the feeling this is going to be a really annoying minigame. I'm sorry, chat. Like, my Sebi sense is tingling. What it's going to be, like, get all the party members onto different laser cannon perches and then have them all shoot their lasers at the same time at this thing so it focuses on the weapon. Just,
will you be enough to stop?
Whatever happened to just firing the weapon? You know, it doesn't look unrealistic when Tifa picks up Diamond's weapon, spins him around and then spikes him. Yeah, sure, but you know, what can it? It was the 90s. It was a different time back then, you know? Physics had a different opinion, you know, a couple of decades ago.
Stop them before it's too late. As the world is torn apart, you and your friends must unite. In Revelation, we come to the thrilling conclusion.
I'm not opposed to this minigame, this handcuff minigame that they've got with Tifa in the gas chamber, because let's all be real, in OGFF7, Tifa's escape from this room was extremely convenient. And we all know it was. As the guard walks out, he accidentally drops the key on the floor, and then Tifa just has to get it with her foot. It's like, that's extremely convenient. And then Sapphire Weapon, for reasons...
Wait, is Tifa Jewish? That would explain the Khazar Milkers.
Unknown decides to shoot a mini laser just on the roof of her gas chamber so that once she's escaped she can get out. I think, like, when people say that I say the OGFF7 is perfect, know that you're wrong. I don't think it is. I think that there's some parts where I'm like, that was very handy. This could be fun, but I'm the kind of person who likes stupid minigames like this, where it's like, remove the handcuffs through some weird thing like that. So, I'm not opposed to this.
The Final Fantasy VII Saga, and your mission is clear. Take up your Buster Sword, equip your materia, and stand together. One last time.
These guys belong to me!
Oh my god, it's them! It's them! The Whispers! The Fate Ghosts! The best characters in the game! Hey, remember how they're supposed to be you, OG fan?
The Aerith scene.
Apparently that is an actual fan theory, by the way. The Whispers are meant to be you, OG fans. You assholes who want to preserve the original story, and that's why we, the players, have to kill you. the representations of you, so we can make Red 13 moonwalk and go, huh, everyone's a winner. And so Rude can sing about being bald, and that lady in Nibelheim can burst into Disney musical numbers.
Why, I sing whenever the mood strikes, really. Haven't you ever felt like bursting into song?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Hold on, let me just look it up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, the fucking bald bar was literally in the original. Okay, I'm not fucking tripping.
I don't think that's true. I'd be surprised if Square actually intended the Whispers to be representations of the OG fans and saying, hey, look, that's you. You gotta kill those annoying...
No, the Whispers were literally a callback to fucking Advent Children. So, yeah, the 3 bosses you fight at the end of Remake are literally the 3 Sephiroth clones, essentially at the end of Advent Children that you know, Cloud fights. But, yeah, that was, like, supposed to be the reference, but, you know. The Whispers are basically just, you know, the time Jannies to keep everything going, but, yeah, I don't know.
Ghosts so we can change the story. I don't think they would do something like that. I think that's more just a crazy fan theory. But if that is SE's intention, then I'm going to put this harshly, then they deserve all the backlash they get, and they deserve to lose all the money they lose on these games, because that's a really insulting way to treat your fandom. I'm sorry, how else am I supposed to interpret that? How else is anyone supposed to interpret that? I know Vincent just Naruto ran back then, but he does that in the OG as well. Yeah, Vincent was Naruto running back in the 90s, so it's fine, I'm walking here. Anyway,
yeah, I mean, it's not Naruto running, it's Ninja running, but yeah, whatever.
You got Sapphire Weapon.
Well, thank you all. Thank you, Hamaguchi-san, for bringing us this extended look at Final Fantasy VII Revelation. I think I speak for all of us when I say we cannot wait
Did I cry or get emotional when Aerith got killed? She's still alive, bro.
to play it.
But Mark, I think
She's only dead in one timeline.
ended the video too early. I hate to leave a story unfinished.
This is so dumb. I was watching this with a friend yesterday, and in Discord, and he said it'd be so funny if I was on the stage, like, with a half-drunk bottle of whiskey, just be like, you ruined FF7! You ruined my life! Like, security just, like, dragging me off. Like, pull me out. And as they drag me off and throw me out, Hamaguchi could then turn to the camera and be like, looks like someone never played the OG. And then, like, the audience just burst out into laughter. They're laughing at me. Oh, man, I'm sure in some alternate timeline, I'm sure in some multiverse, that actually happened.
I'm the main character.
Is that right? Well, then, you better take a look.
Everyone would know who I am, obviously.
Get the cannon back online, now!
Sapphire Weapon. This is like a bit of extra stuff to its design, a bit of redesign. I actually think these spines and spikes kind of look cool. It reminds me of like a lionfish, like a really poisonous coral reef fish. But anyway, let's keep going. That, how that lays at the top of that building right there, I think that's a bit better of an explanation for how the hole in the top of Tifa's gas chamber gets there. Like, he just dodged a Junon shot and it misfired. Because in the OG, he kind of just, like, lasers this one little part of the building, and she's like, thank you, Sapphire, and gets, I shouldn't say that, you know what I mean? You could interpret that in the OG that maybe Sapphire doesn't really even know what a building is, it just kind of sees it as a big organism, and it's just trying to bore a hole through it, and it's like, alright, fuck it, let's do the big shot now. I do have one complaint, though. I know it's a nitpick, but look, I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't like the redesign of his head, to be perfectly honest. It just kind of feels a bit... soulless, as I say, like, lost a bit of personality. Nitpick, sure, this isn't, like, the worst thing in the world, but I'll show you what I mean. Now, I know some Zoomers are gonna be...
Yeah, this isn't soulless, dude, but...
like, again, they're like, this looks like something out of Power Rangers. You're damn straight it does, brother. It looks awesome. I think if you prefer this, that's fine.
Oh my god, bro.
But shitting on this, it's not the flex you think it is.
No, it does not look good, dude.
If you defend the modern game by shitting on the original game, that kind of shows what you think of the original game. It's kind of...
Yes, it was a product of its time. I don't understand why these dudes are like, we can never acknowledge fault in old games. Games have evolved for the better. The technological restrictions that bound game development no longer exist. That's something that should be celebrated. Not something that should be, you know, fucking, you know, swept over. Like, yeah, the game was good for what it was at the time. But to act like this is some, you know, artistic masterpiece is fucking retarded, dude. It looks like shit. It looked great on the PS1 when you had no other frame of reference for how it could have looked. So, it's just... This is like saying that Sephiroth's character design in the original is superior to the one in Advent Children. No, it's fucking not. It's not, bro.
When then in the same breath you'll say, oh, you're a fake fan if you don't love the new one. It's just kind of, which one is it, man? I think you could have taken...
Crisis Core, if you want to keep it in-game, you know, I guess, context, but... Come on, dude. Like, yeah, it looks like shit by modern standards. It was fine for the time, but with a modern lens, it does not look good.
There's some, like, souped-up heaps. I like the personality of this thing.
At last, the promise is fulfilled.
Spring 2027, which for Americans I think is like March to May, which means we got about 9 months until it's Armageddon. Because it will be, man. Like, the shilling is going to be out of control. Anyone who dare criticizes a single part of Part 3, no matter how legitimate, no matter how minor, is going to be attacked by the insane section of this fandom. The debate sphere on Twitter is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be bad. And I'm not saying that is completely separate from anything I say or do or my involvement.
No. The shipping sphere. Dude, those fucking Final Fantasy voids are wild, bro. Like, they all have shrines of their favorite ships in Final Fantasy. Like, it's fucking weird, bro.
Like, I'm just saying that's what it...
Lots of chunky Asian women.
Will be. When this reveal launched yesterday, someone in my Discord said, there's already a Reddit thread complaining about you. I'm like, I haven't even said anything about it. Like, I haven't even streamed or reacted to it. I've said nothing about this. And there's already a Reddit thread angry at me. I didn't do anything. Well, not yet. But yeah, there's a lot of people who are going to be hypersensitive and hyperprotective about this game. Expect a storm. Expect a deluge. Expect a flood of raging anime PFPs. It's going to be nuclear.
The technological limitations are what make the games what they are, though, Griff. If they weren't there, the game wouldn't be the classic that it is. You're right, it would be better. Thank you for proving my point.
The journey ends here.
There you have it. Final Fantasy VII Revelation coming to all platforms next spring.
It's just a tragedy. Like, if this really was, like, what it's said to be, what it should be, that crowd should be exploding, all right? That crowd should sound like this.
Oh my god, dude, this is such a fucking cope. This was the first announcement of the fucking remake trilogy. Of course there was a bigger reaction to it than the third applause at the showcase for the same game. This is such a fucking cope. Holy, man. Like, this just seems like such a reach. Okay, and what was the date on this?
They look
how much bigger of a venue, too.
Don't they? To be fair, this was one of the only memorable games that was previewed at Summer Game Fest. That's a fact. But that's more to do with the fact that, you know, it's OG FF7's designs and stuff. These are like 90s designs. It's almost cheating in a way. But this looked more memorable than a lot of the other games showcased here, so I'll give it that. And here's the cover art, ladies and gentlemen, of Final Fantasy VII Revelation. Now, does that look familiar to anyone? Because
that shit looks peak, bro.
Okay, this, I was like...
Sephiroth, aura farming up top. The two goats, Zack and Aerith in full size. Yuffie and Kate shit, as small as possible. You know, what's not to love? Tifa's abs in full view.
I can't help but think that it reminds me a little bit of this. Oh my god. You know, when they said it was FF7 Kingdom Hearts Edition, they weren't kidding, Sonny Jim. We've even got Mickey in the black cloak up there. Sephiroth in his black cloak. I just noticed that Aerith and Zack on the left and the right.
Dude, this is like literally every movie.
Hearts Edition, they weren't kidding, Sonny Jim. We've even got Mickey in the black cloak up there.
This is literally every movie poster that's ever existed. Whatever, this is good enough. If I can get it to open. Wow, dude. What a unique visual aesthetic. It's literally a movie poster. Wow. Whoa, mama, dude. It's literally just like every other... What's another movie we can look up? We'll look up Marvel, dude. Infinity War poster. Wow, dude. I guess they stole that from Kingdom Hearts as well. I guess they stole... Like, it's like basically the same structure. You have the main villain up top. You've got the main hero or whatever in the middle. Like, it's just... This is literal for just fucking poster art. Okay, like...
I can't afford this.
Man. It is what it is, bruh. But yeah, I do like this art. I think it looks nice.
Step off of his black cloak. I just noticed that Eris and...
I'm glad they stuck with that, like, motif of having, like, the green sky over to the left. Then you have, like, Sephiroth standing between the two worlds. And the blue sky over to the right. So it's pretty cool.
Zack on the left and the right, they kind of look like these two over there. Or you could have them, we got Vincent and Barrett over here, mirroring Donald Duck and Goofy over there. It's crazy. I can't unsee this right now. And I even tweeted that out, and quite naturally, you know, someone came up and lied to my face and just said there's absolutely no similarity at all. There kind of is. I mean...
No, there's really not. This is not that similar at all. I mean, unless you... I mean, it's kind of a reach, to be honest. Like, they're all the same size, scaled. Like, it's not really the same, but...
I'm not saying it looks identical, but there is a clear similarity. Oh look, there's Sid Hyman over here.
I mean, the Star Wars poster I pulled up is a closer match, so yeah, nah.
Yeah, there's Cloud over there. Oh wait, hang on. There's Sid Hyman over there, there's Cloud over there.
Oh my god, dude, they put the main characters of a game on the front cover. No way.
It's crazy, isn't it, man? Personally, to me, I just think this looks kind of uninteresting. It just looks kind of bland. I think even Rebirth's cover art looked a bit more visually striking than this. I thought FF7 Remake Parts 1's cover looked the best because it looked like it might actually be a remake. But yeah, why is Zack even there? Because Zack is the main character of FF7 and Crisis Core. Cleared up that misunderstanding. So, Zack's bigger than Cloud? Oh, he just is, isn't he?
Zack is the reason Cloud is alive.
Yeah, he just is. I mean, it really feels...
Without Zack, there would be no Cloud.
It was like they've gone out of their way to make Cloud as unlikable as possible in 7 Remake Rebirth.
How?
In the OG FF7, Cloud pulls off this impossible feat of being young, jaded, dark, and edgy, but not cringe, which is extremely difficult to do. Not many characters can do this. And somehow Cloud does, in the OG, not the later ones. So
How was Cloud unlikable? Yeah, again, no clue.
So we should, have a look at that. Oh god, that is insane, isn't it?
Now, you could make the case for Yuffie being unlikable, or Kate shit, but I don't know. I don't really think Cloud is an unlikable character. He just kind of has the same, you know, what a drag attitude.
Someone pointed this out, which I thought was kind of interesting. Someone saw how Revelation carried...
He's like fucking Shikamaru from Naruto.
It seemed to be based on the OG artwork by Nomura. Sid lost his cigarette because it's just too cool. But like, have a look at this, right? Because this is what it's going to be. And you know, it's them doing their faces. But tell me what's more visually striking and memorable. This? Or this? Because every single one of those images there is strong. I mean, notice how OG Cloud is not doing a surprise Pikachu face? Like, he's got the 1,000-yard stare just boring right into you. Like, he's seen some shit, man. Tifa just looks absolutely lovely. Eris looks fantastic. Love the hair, by the way. Barrett just looks disapproving. In fact, I like it when you start this game and then you open the menu. The first thing you see is Barrett and Cloud just staring at you with maximum disapproval. Just both. You're playing as two guys who just look, you look like they don't like you at all. It's right. Yuffie looks hilarious. Red 13, I mean, somehow when I look at this face, I don't picture the voice of a Disney cartoon wolf. But who knows? Maybe it was just the hardware limitations at the time.
Oh, don't say that. You're only making this harder.
Vincent looks dope as hell. Cat Sith looks cool. Sid looks fantastic. Just, oh, that's what a real man looks like. It's just not that striking or memorable, is it? And I don't think it's just modern graphics. I don't know. There's a reason that sticks in the mind and the other doesn't. And this only sort of works the way it is because of this. You know, it's almost like a member berry. It's like, hey, remember this? Remember when they looked like this? Yeah. But anyway, maybe it's a nitpick, but this is the reaction video, so there you go. I'm going to play it, don't lie. I never said I wasn't going to play it. I'm going to pre-order it, and I'm also going to get it on early access. I'm going to play it as early as possible so I can make as many videos about it as possible. Shot-by-shot comparisons, reactions, shorts, you name it. That's it. Yeah, no, I'm going to do that. Never said I wasn't. So, there's a lot of people who don't want to buy this game, but they want to watch me suffer in real time as I watch the last remnants of my childhood get destroyed before my very eyes. But the thing is, I don't have to try to make this game look bad. It does it all on its own. If all I do is show you an unedited scene from this game, and that makes you think it's bad, that is not my fault. That's the game's fault. You can't do that with a good game, right? I can't show you some...
I can do that with Final Fantasy VII, which he claimed... We've already watched a video from this dude before, and he's made that same statement. You can't do that with a good game? Bro, I did that with Final Fantasy VII. It's very easy to do.
Random scene from Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 or Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, Neo Automata, E33, and that unedited scene makes you not want to play the game. It doesn't work with good games, all right?
Dude, you can find a million examples from Nier Automata? What? Bro, hold on a second. Let's go back in this list.
That is not my fault. That's the game's fault. You can't do that with a good game, right?
Yes, you can. You absolutely can nitpick a scene from a good game and make it look like shit. I did it with Final Fantasy VII last time.
I can't show you some random scene from Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 or Baldur's...
From Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3? Dude, there's a bunch of bullshit, especially in the earlier Dark Souls. Are you fucking kidding me? There's all sorts of irritating shit. That's crazy, man.
Gate 3 or whatever, Neo Automata, E33, and
Baldur's Gate 3, bear sex. That's right, guys. You can't find a scene from Baldur's Gate 3 that'll make the game look bad. I don't know. Maybe having sex with a bear? You know, bestiality, maybe? I don't know.
It's a good game, right? I can't show you some random scene from Elden Ring or Dark Souls 3 or Baldur's Gate 3 or whatever, Neo Automata, E33.
E33? What about 45 minutes of straight cutscenes? Dude, this is crazy. That is such a cope. You absolutely can find scenes from all of those games that make the game look bad.
And that unedited scene makes you not want to play the game. It doesn't work with good games, alright?
Yes, it does. It absolutely fucking does.
The reason people are scared to criticize 7 Remake Rebirth is because they are terrified of the psychopathic section of the fandom who behave like a bunch of religious cultists, alright? That is why people are scared to criticize this game, alright? Because they don't want to activate the Zerg. They don't want to activate the hive mind, the swarm. That is why they don't criticize it, alright? But I'm not going to be unfair to it, man. I'm not going to be unfair to it. If I wanted to be unfair to it, I could be a lot harsher. I'm just criticizing what I genuinely think is bad about it. This is the part where I say, like, subscribe, sub to the YouTube, all that, catch me live on Twitch, so on and so forth.
That's right, dude. People are only positive because they fear backlash. They're obviously lying. Everyone agrees with me. Cope! That's a massive cope. You might get mean comments on the internet. Dude, I get shit for liking it more than I get for disliking it. Like, that's such a massive cope. Like, I get constant... You know, our good buddy Chaka Shaka, literally in the span of watching this video. You know, he had to drop his little barb that I like the game, so... You know, I get constant ridicule for liking the remake trilogy. I'm not cowering in fear. Oh my god. If they pull off Final Fantasy Remake Part 3, I think that'll probably be my favorite. Because I'm not going to count Part 1, 2, and 3 as separate games. I count them as all the same. So, the Remake Trilogy is on pace to be my favorite, so... As long as they don't, you know, monumentally fuck up Part 3, which I don't really see that happening. It'll probably be my favorite at that point. But I will reserve judgment until I play Part 3. Because it is possible they ruin it, but it doesn't seem likely. Hamaguchi seems like he's a genuine fangirl of the original game, which, you know, there's so much fan service, dude. Let's see. Chugga Shugga Gaming with the 3. Who has more Final Fantasy tism, Griffin or him? I don't know. I'd say we're kind of equally matched. I mean, maybe overall in the series I do. I don't know, but... I'd say we're pretty equally matched on, you know, remake tism. Because I could go back and forth all day on exact specific examples. Alright, let's see. We'll see if we have any, anything to see here from Dreamy. We'll watch this direct video.
Hey, the Gamer Trip Guest Guy here. Today we're talking about the
Whoa!
Nintendo Direct that just ended, because this was supposed to be a very, very special one.
It was. If you love JRPGs, there was a ton of shit to be excited about in this Direct. Which Dreamcast guy claims to love JRPGs, so we'll hear how he downplays it.
It's actually the longest Nintendo Direct in 5 years. In fact, I think this is the first general Direct, meaning not like a specific game, in about a year. So People were hoping for good things, and it was a very strange Nintendo Direct because they did show sort of a new Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, but 99% of it was just ports saying, hey, we're bringing Onimusha, hey, we're bringing Dragon's Dogma, hey, we're...
What's wrong with that? It wasn't just we're bringing Dragon's Dogma, they announced the new DLC on top of that.
Bringing this, hey, we're bringing that. It didn't really have stuff that was new, and I wanted to...
You literally just named something that was new. Dragon's Dogma 2. Oh my god, dude.
Discuss this.
We're already off to a great start, guys. You know, for those of us who actually really enjoyed Dragon's Dogma 2 and have been hoping that eventually we would get some actual DLC or endgame content in some form, you know, personally, I'm pretty excited about that. Even if I don't plan on playing it on Switch 2, it's still, you know, something new that I'm looking forward to. And I'm pretty sure Dreamcast guy was also one of the ones who glazed Dragon's Dogma 2 back in the day. So interesting that he cares so little.
Because a lot of people online are immediately saying this is the worst Nintendo Direct ever, saying it was trash, saying it was boring. I even started to actually click around to a lot of other like Nintendo live streamers, and people were like literally laying on the floor when they showed the 5-minute thumb wrestling demonstration. But let's talk about what made this so interesting and why I feel like they kind of had to do it this way.
Dude, the thumb wrestling memes are fucking great. I've seen so many of those fucking... way more hentai than I'd like to admit, but yeah, that is a great meme format that's going around right now.
Being dead honest, I feel like the Nintendo Switch 2 still needs that third-party support. They had to kind of come out and say, hey, here's the games. But making an entire port Nintendo Direct, I think was at least a little bit of a mistake. But let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this is the one we have to start with. I do have to say, there's been so much anticipation around this because we are still in that Summer Games Fest era, coming off the hype of Summer Games Fest itself, that very bad state of play. People are basically saying that this one needs to be good, that it needs to be special, that it needs to sort of show, here's what Nintendo is up to, right? I do feel like there still hasn't been those like crazy graphical pushers. We still haven't really seen a game that looks that fantastic. It is weird to think, what the fuck?
Oh, whatever. We're not even gonna get into
about
this.
that. Like the only
he literally in his last Switch 2 video, whatever, the 1-year review was talking about how good certain games looked. But okay, bro.
Games that have good graphics on the Nintendo Switch 2 are like third-party games, but they did sort of tease this. It's hard to really say this is like a trailer. It's like a picture of Link sleeping. It's a picture of a mural, and it is just saying it is still coming this year. We'll see what this looks like. Man, this has crazy ass direct, but that helps a lot. They could safely drop this in November. Here, I want to actually refresh this. People are basically saying like, wow, I can't believe they just dropped a logo after all of that. It looks good. Most hype announcement of the showcase. So it is great that they finally showed it, but I don't know. It is weird that this was like the only game that actually wowed me the entire time. So much of this showcase was like, hey, here's quirky indies where you just walk around with your friends. Oh, look, there's a new update to Pokopia. Oh, so much of this stuff. Even the games that are Nintendo Switch 2 games graphically look like trash. Can you possibly look at this game and go, oh yeah, that's totally a Nintendo Switch 2 game? Come on, bro. And the other part,
it's an indie, bro.
Part of it is that when we do see Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, there is some stuff I am excited for, like Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave. I'm glad we're getting another Fire Emblem game. I haven't played, the last one was 3 Fates, right? Or 3 Houses? 3
Engage.
Houses was the last one, right? I guess I keep wishing we just got a lot more gameplay. So much of this just felt like they were just rushing from topic to topic instead of saying,
dude, it's Fire Emblem. What do you mean you wish you got more gameplay? You could basically demo Fire Emblem in the span of about 30 seconds. It's not super complicated.
Hey, like in a 50-minute direct, I wanted like...
Dude, I can't wait to see the new combos and oh, wait, never mind.
10 minutes of gameplay from one game. They just flashed through everything. But Here's one that actually was interesting to me. There was a leak that essentially that Nintendo wants to do some sort of version of like trophies, like achievements, and they want to call them challenges. And apparently they're sort of testing out this idea that different games will have these limited time events, complete challenges, developer challenges, complete card collection. These will be like trophies and achievements, but in a very Nintendo way. And I got to admit that I don't care about Donkey Kong, so I'm not going to do this one. But if they do one of these that's for, I don't know, something else, Mario or something, this to me is an interesting idea. I do like the braggability of beating like set challenges.
It's like that one World Championship collection thing they released, I think like for the Switch 1 3 years ago or something.
To me is very fun. I'm just curious to see what this turns into. I hope this is not just a one-time thing, but let's move on here. So tons and tons and tons of ports.
Bill Herb with the 5. I saw a list of countries with the most unfavorable views of Islam. I'm guessing it wasn't including Islamic countries. Oh wait, not Islam, Israel. I'm guessing it wasn't including Islamic countries. But anyway, Australia won. Congratulations, man. You know, we're proud of you. Very based indeed.
Hey, there's Dragon's Dogma 2 is coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Great. There's also a big piece of DLC, Dark Arisen. That's fantastic. So they're basically doing the Dragon's Dogma 1 thing again. Oh god, Stellar Blade 2 is coming. Another look at Onimusha, that's coming. You can also use the Joy-Cons. I guess my thing is the fact that all these ports are cool conceptually. It's the fact that I know they had to do this at some point. They at some point had to come out here and say, hey, here's all the stuff that used to not be able to run on Nintendo Switch. Now it actually can run on Nintendo Switch. This is an actual next-gen piece of tech. Please, please buy it. But you can't really say this is entertaining. You can't really say, oh, glad, I'm so happy they did like a whole hour-long presentation of ports. I had to edit a bunch out here. Like, literally, I stopped saving them after a bit. They literally just showed port after port after port.
Why does that matter? So a gaming showcase shows games coming to the platform. Again, what did you expect?
Even did like a set, like, here, let me click this for a second. They even did like a whole montage of ports at the very end of it where they just started flashing up like, hey, here's another port, here's another port, here's another port. They literally just showed like 800 ports at the end. Oh, Metaphor's here. Oh, look, freaking Minecraft is here. And I guess I'm just in that spot where
that's kind of a big deal.
I don't care about all the ports. I want to see stuff like this. I want to see completely new games, like a new Xenoblade, and I want to see stuff like this. Something Nintendo does better than any...
You want to see ports?
Anybody else is they show up, they basically do like these patches for old games. They're doing something for
You mean a port?
Xenoblade Chronicles 1 through 3. Now, Xenoblade Chronicles 1, still one of my favorite Nintendo games of all time. They're doing them all at 60 FPS, 4K, 60 FPS, new content, including new zones, new fast travel, new vehicles and stuff. This to me is extremely, extremely cool. I'll be honest, I am going to be buying these again. Xenoblade Chronicles 1 Remastered Definitive Edition actually comes out later today. I am going to be buying that for sure. But a new Xenoblade as well, that's cool. I guess I'm just in the spot where 99% of this I did not care about. They did more time on Nintendo Sports Switch Resort.
Yeah, because that's going to be a big seller.
Than any other game of the entire presentation. They literally did a 5-minute
That's such a great meme format.
Presentation where they showed like thumb wrestling.
I should have sent the one I saw. It was like this dude slapping an anime girl's ass, and he was like doing the cranking motion, looking down on it. It was really fucking funny.
Thumb wrestling. The president of Nintendo being like,
great,
oh wow,
man.
I almost got them.
I should see if somebody has a green screen effect for that. That'd be fucking funny.
There is only so much time in these presentations. There were literally millions of people tuning in, and you could have done something good or interesting or flashy, and you showed 5 minutes of thumb wrestling. Bro, I don't care. They did announce a turn-based Final Fantasy, though. This is something people have been actually begging for years and years and years, is a turn-based Final Fantasy to finally come back. Now, I'm seeing some people say that it's actually the cell phone game Brave Exodus. I've seen some people saying, is this Brave X Vias? It looks like an offline version of it. I'll be honest, it looks very interesting to me. I like all the Square Enix HD 2D games, so making an HD 2D Final Fantasy feels incredibly appropriate. I am definitely going to be buying the heck out of this game and definitely reviewing it. It is coming to all platforms, so PS5, Nintendo Switch, everything. But here's the thing. Oh, a game I wanted to actually see. Let's watch some gameplay. Oh wait, there is none. They did a teaser trailer for Dusk Bloods. It was literally 15 seconds showing a guy looking up at the moon and then saying, oh, we're going to do a beta this summer. Brother, I think summer is basically here. I feel like so much of this. Oh, Splatoon Raiders. Here's a little teaser. Nobody cares. Metaphor coming to Nintendo Switch 2. Nobody cares. Kingdom Hearts 4. This is like maybe the only actually shocking, cool like trailer was
awesome.
Kingdom Hearts
Thanks,
4.
All right.
Yay. I'm glad they showed it. They actually showed tons and tons of Kingdom Hearts 4. I guess I'm in the spot where the only 2 games from this entire direct that actually excited me, if I'm being dead serious, was the Final Fantasy turn-based game. I think that's cool. And honestly, I think it's really neat that we are getting like metaphor and stuff. I guess Kingdom Hearts 4 and Final Fantasy. I don't even care about the Zelda remake until we actually get a chance to see it. I don't care about here's a fancy logo. That kind of stuff just doesn't do anything for me. I don't know, man. I don't think this was a good Nintendo Direct. I do not think it was a good Nintendo Direct. I think it was necessary, but I'm not going to claim it was good. I'll be honest, I almost feel exhausted after watching it. So thanks for enjoying my video. Please give this video a like. What game did you enjoy most?
Dreamcast guy, the JRPG fanatic. Unhappy with probably one of the most content-rich JRPG gaming conferences ever. It's very interesting, isn't it? But it's because it's Nintendo, so...
Tell me your thoughts in the comments down below. And if you could please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already, and please keep dreaming.
Yeah, he was excited about the Persona 6 logo flash, but he's like, I don't care about this. We didn't see enough. I already knew about it. It's like, okay, yeah. You know, it's just so forced. It really is, man. It's very much forced.
What a waste of time.
Thanks so much for watching that video. If you want to see something else, you can always click this link to see what I put up last, or, you know, subscribe and see what's coming up next. Also, I promise that whatever I do...
Yeah, dude, he thought the Sony showcase was fantastic, and he was so ready to pay $80 for the new God of War. Alright, we'll watch this one, and then I do need to hop off.
Hey there gamers, Dreamcast Guy here. Today we're talking about Xbox because they just announced that they are doing mass layoffs. Studios are getting shut down, budgets are being cut, exclusives are essentially being canceled, and even the marketing budgets are now just being ripped in half. And unfortunately, this means I was exactly right. When they brought in Asher Sharma, I was one of those people that very obviously predicted the fact that she is here to just tear it apart and sell it for scrap. So this announcement, this is not a rumor, this isn't a leak, it's literally directly from Xbox themselves. They just posted the fact that over the course of the next 100 days, they're just going to gut Xbox. And I want to discuss this because I do feel like they are not going to make a next-gen console. I've still been saying this ever since they announced Project Helix, but there is not going to be a next-gen Xbox. Or if it is, it's going to be like a limited time, one release thing. It is not going to be like a mass-produced product. But let's talk, because honestly, the announcement is extremely bleak. Let's get into it. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could, please give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. You know, a couple days ago, they did the Xbox Game Showcase, and a lot of people were very upset because I just said that it doesn't feel like they can change the tide, that Xbox is so sunk, and even if you think the idea of these console exclusives are great, that ship is already at the bottom of the ocean. Like, this is not a savable project, and honestly, I just feel like Xbox itself has been in a worse and worse position. It just feels like nobody's buying the Xbox, nobody's buying Xbox games, nobody even hypes Xbox projects. There's like two...
I don't know, man. Gears of War E-Day looks pretty good.
Xbox websites, and I feel like half their articles are getting 0 views. But even this, I saw this tweet by Colin Moriarty. It's too little too late to change the Xbox Series X's trajectory. If Xbox's next-gen hardware is a Windows PC, then exclusivity will ultimately just mean build a PC and I'll have multiple storefronts. So it seems like to midterm, arguably negative gain, but good PR. That's my thing, right? Is that as much as people try and act like, oh, Xbox can make a comeback.
Well, the views on the trailer for E-Day are really high. They're far higher than the Sony slop Wolverine game.
Xbox has just been waiting for their day. A lot of Xbox fanboys, their whole cope for the last decade has been just wait until all the stars align, all these acquisitions,
You know, while the Mongoloids are playing Grand Theft Auto 6, I'll be playing Gears of War, so at least I'll have a real third-person shooter to play.
These studio buyouts, all these big giant deals, it'll all come together. And now in the statements, they admit the fact that they've spent $20 billion in just the last couple of years, not even counting the amount they spent on Activision Blizzard. And they basically admit that all of it is lost. $20 billion down the gutter. And people are trying to say, okay, look, Xbox is making some cool stuff. Obviously, this new trailer they're releasing for Halo Combat Evolved, well, this third-person mode looks terrible, but, you know, hey, look, they released 30 minutes of new gameplay for Fable. Yay, Fable. Look at all these cool features. My thing is the fact that at this point, it is so unsavable. I do think that this batch of games is very likely about to be the last.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled about the additional characters. That was my main complaint about the game when they showed it off. I mean, aside from that, it looks great. Also, my other concern is the cutscene density, but that will remain to be seen. But yeah, I'm not in love with the idea of them introducing 2 new random fucking characters in Marcus and Dom's origin story. Like, that's so fucking retarded. Like, why the hell is it not just a 2-person co-op game? And people, it's always 4. Well, change it. I don't fucking know. Maybe this is the game where you don't play with 4 people. Maybe because it's a tale of 2 brothers that, you know, you play with one friend and that's it. God forbid. Or you can do what Halo did back in the day and you just play as whatever fucking copy of a character is on screen. You know, just food for thought. But yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not thrilled about the new characters being shoehorned in for no fucking reason. Especially in an origin story game. Like, why don't we have returning characters? Like, give us a fucking Carmine. Or, you know, why isn't Ty, like, part of the squad? But yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of the fact that they added the 2 randos.
Xbox games that will ever exist. I mean, maybe some of these studios will be sold off too, like Epic Games or Steam or something, but I don't think these companies are even...
Well, Cole, it makes sense because they don't meet Cole until later in Gears 1.
About to exist.
As much as I would like Cole to be in it, that'd be cool.
Xbox is planning massive layoffs as it transforms under its new CEO.
I would much rather have Cole than, you know, random black lesbian and Hispanic guy. So, yeah.
First major cuts in July.
Cole is my personal favorite character aside from Marcus. Marcus is obviously my favorite, but Cole is probably my second favorite, and then third is Baird. So...
Xbox is planning a significant slash to budgets for marketing and some other areas of the business. Oh, so I guess that's how they're accelerating the end times, trying to pivot back to exclusives. Every bit of this. Asha Sharma has done multiple, like, 2-hour-long interviews recently, and to the point in which a lot of Xbox fanboys are actually telling her to shut, because she's saying, okay, maybe people don't need consoles. Maybe exclusives aren't the way, while at the same time saying only exclusives matter.
Wow, what a shock, dude. Microsoft's talking out of both sides of their mouth. Again. Who could have foreseen this behavior pattern? Whoa. We've almost been here before or something. No way. Ascend and Ever Chosen with the 5. I think for 1, Space Marine 2, and Dragon's Dogma 2 coming to the Switch is great. Dreamcast guy needs to take a chill pill. Yeah, I don't know why he's pissed off that, you know, at a Switch 2 press conference for games coming to the Switch 2, they show a bunch of games that are coming to the Switch 2. Like, it's kind of the whole fucking point. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows? Bill Herb with the 5. The orcs are in the Shire. Wait. The attempt to be... What is that supposed to be? I can't really see the emojis, my bad. The orcs are in the Shire. The attempt to be in Ireland is still insane to me. Nice to see some actual pushback. More is needed, unfortunately. Yeah. They're not voting their ways out of it, but, you know, the Irish at least have a history of fighting, so maybe they can be the spark that lights the greater flame across Europe. And SNK Nostalgia with a 2. How is Dreamcast guys surviving in real life? How? Hey, man, I don't know. But maybe it's just because he's such a real gamer that everything just works out.
And also simultaneously saying, we're going to find a way to be profitable.
Oh, beheading. I got you now. Got it. I thought it was like him hugging or something. I was like, hold on, I don't know. But yeah, gotcha. That makes sense.
Well, this is how they're going to get profitable. They're going to lay off everybody and make AI slop games. Master Chief merging into Cortana and stuff.
Whoa. I, for one, would be down for that.
Here's the thing, right? Okay. This is a sign about how badly Xbox is being run. This is literally...
As long as it's Halo 4 Cortana.
It's just a ridiculous thing. She published this giant thing about the next 100 days, the Xbox reset. It is straight up... It's basically a threat. It is literally them saying that, look, man, you guys have been blowing it under Phil Spencer. And a lot of people are trying to...
Base Chief, it's like, Master Chief, I know you want to finish the fight, but why don't you finish right here, where it's extra tight?
Oh my god, stop, bro, I'm stuck. Can you help me? You're the best big brother I could have ever asked for.
Where's my other one?
Groovy!
There we go. People in the West can't make games anymore. They really can't. Most of these games are outsourced, dude. Most of these games are fucking outsourced. Like, 343 doesn't even have actual developers anymore. They just outsource everything. Bethesda didn't develop Elder Scrolls Oblivion Remaster. They outsourced it to a Singapore support studio. You know, most developers use Unreal Engine because that's what Indians and Chinese people know how to use as far as game development goes. So, yeah, the West generally has no real development talent left.
Claim. I've seen so many people trying to claim that, oh, Phil Spencer, you know, that was the problem. Now Asha Sharma can get it. As soon as she walked in, Game Pass price went down. Exclusives came back. Wow, it's so great. At this point, you cannot trust anything that Xbox says at all. These people claim, oh, we weren't working on a PS5 version of Gears of War E-Day, and yet there's pictures in their official trailer that says coming to PS5.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's fine. Nothing they say is true. Everything that Xbox says is an outright freaking lie. But even this, excluding Activision Blizzard, over the past 5 years, we've spent over $20 billion in our content, platform, and our hardware subsidy. But our annual revenue has declined nearly $500 million during that time. Going forward, this cannot continue. They've gone down $500 million. They're just gushing money all over the floor. This is literally something that this is a wound that cannot be cauterized. And I think part of my frustration is that they bought some of the best studios of all time, right? Oh, Arcane, the makers of Dishonored. You're gone. Oh, what's this? What's that? All this great stuff. We're going to force you to make Redfall. Sorry, Redfall's a piece of crap. You're all fired. I mean, I guarantee you, they're about to start getting stuff like Bethesda. Oh man, you haven't made Elder Scrolls 6 faster with crappy AI code? Sorry, Elder Scrolls 6 is now canceled. Oh, the last Doom game didn't sell well? Sorry, you're canceled. Oh, the next Senua game, the last Hellblade didn't sell well? Sorry, you're all canceled. I think so much of my frustration about this is that For all the trillions of dollars that Microsoft has, trillions with a big old sloppy T, trillions of dollars they have, they've made all of it from Windows. All of it has just been hand over fist, just raking it in on software fees, right? And their goal was always, okay, let's branch out. Let's make a console, the Direct Xbox, shortened to the Xbox, right? And ever since then, their goal for a long time was, let's see how cool we can push this medium. How much art can we make now that we're not worrying about marketing budgets? How much stuff can developers really create when they do have, Papa Microsoft signing the bills? But that just never really panned out, right? I feel like ever since the Xbox 360, they've gotten worse and worse and worse. Oh, Crackdown 3, the title that's going to show the power of the Xbox One. Oh, the Xbox Series X with all these great games.
Yeah, there's no accountability, and that's the issue. They have no one who's actually in there cracking the whip, making sure the work's actually being done, and adequately so.
Play way better on the PlayStation 5. The experiment of Xbox has been systematically proven again and again and again to be the failure of Microsoft. I'm not even going to claim they make the worst games of all time. I'm sure there's people that love Flight Simulator. I don't got that kind of like brain damage, but some people probably really like Flight Simulator. They love every single update of it, right? This is wild. This cannot continue. Is to me an obvious threat that they're about to fire everybody. So people see this and choose to believe they aren't going to continue putting the vast majority of their games on every platform. Again, this makes you look pretty stupid when you've been doing laps around it, how you want to make the platform #1 and you're giving away free Xboxes. Sometimes it's better to do the work and not constantly talk. It made Phil look stupid. It'll do the same to Asha. That's the thing, is that Asha has been saying psycho stuff about, oh, we're trying to find a new way to sell the next Xbox. The next Xbox, she openly admits the next Xbox is going to be about $1,200. Her words, it will literally be north of $1,000. And she very veiledly sort of like pitches the idea of you subscribing to the new Xbox. Like the Project Helix will be something you pay $50 a month to have at your house.
Well, they already tried to do that with the All Access program, so yeah, that's not even a it's not really even a new concept.
And you do that for like 2 years. It comes with Game Pass and you have to pay a subscription fee to let your device turn on. And to me, stuff like that, it's psycho Microsoft mentality, right?
Dude, that's like literally fucking Rent-A-Center. Again, this is not anything new.
How can we get you to subscribe to everything forever? Oh yeah, let's just pull out another block. Turn out a little bit of exclusives, turn out a list, everything we can sacrifice. Unfortunately, all problems derive from Game Pass because subscription services are just not sustainable in short or long run. It cannibalizes sales.
It's not necessarily true. It has to scale to a point where it is sustainable. That's the issue. Netflix lost money forever until they started making money, and now they make a shitload of money because they got enough subscribers.
Because subscribers will not buy the games once they're subscribed. Look at this. You know what? I want to refresh this one more time. Let's take a look at the reactions, right? Everybody is instantly like, Xbox is back. I was wondering when it was bad news would hit. It couldn't be all positive, unfortunately. So I'm going to run defense or be particularly critical of Xbox here, but frankly, the whole industry is screwed. But I will say exactly why Xbox leadership needs to just shut up. Not dominating headlines with constant interviews inevitably makes you look stupid. Definitely seems like this was where we're headed, and bummer with all the good people and momentum they've recently gained. That's the thing though, right, is that they never really gained it. For all these headlines of, oh, Xbox is back, oh, hey, here's a new cool see-through special edition, Xbox has always been a giant magic trick just waiting to tell you that this ain't your card. I don't know, off-the-cuff thoughts after getting a very clean, nice haircut, as you could see.
A clean, nice haircut points to the beard, so yeah, I guess he does have, you know, the Norwood Reaper, dude.
Wow. Turns out I was right all along. Turns out every piece of good Xbox news has always been a big, fat, wet L. Thanks so much for watching, gamers. If you could, please...
The Reaper takes another victim.
Give this video a like and subscribe if you haven't already. And please, keep dreaming. Another bloodbath.
Yeah, he is looking sharp, man. I think the beard looks good at this length.
Wow, wow, wow. What a shocker.
Thanks so much for watching that video.
I think he's
if you
looking sharp.
Something...
But anyway, guys, I do need to hop off. I got to get ready for the AC guy to get here. which hopefully I can get that fixed, and I will not be cooking my ass. I think it's supposed to be like 98 degrees today, so, you know, fingers crossed that, you know, this gets fixed. He's supposed to be here at 9:30, so wish me luck, everybody. You know? Oh, yeah, it's supposed to be like 98 out today, so it's gonna be hell without air conditioning if they're not able to fix it, but I don't know, dude. But anyway, have a wonderful Wednesday, everybody. And yeah, I will talk to everyone later, and peace out.